The broad base in which these attacks took place took a lot of coordination. As Eric just mentioned, there may have been some involvement of groups like Osama bin Laden or others. I would go on to say that as a result of the effort it took to take these have these incidents take place, is that we will find the people responsible. Is that the trail will be hot. We will go after them, but everyone needs to realize a state of calm, needs to come over the country and realize we're in control. These are incidents that have happened. We're containing those, and the government and the people will go on.
And America still stands. Let's go to our man in America's capital, Britt Hume, with some new information. Britt?
Just a few things, John. One is, as you might imagine, there is a stupendous traffic jam developing in the Washington area right now, with all these buildings being evacuated and people heading home. There was a report. Remember, we reported earlier that the bomb squad had been sent over to Union Station, and apparently what that was about was what appeared to them to be an unexploded bomb over there. Now we're going to be in for a lot of this, and we need to keep our eyes open here to take things with a grain of salt. We haven't had a further report on whether there's been anything more to that than just why they went over there, but that's what it was. In addition, the American Muslim Political Coordination Council, which is a function of the Council on American Islamic Relations, that's a group located here in Washington, has released a statement condemning the apparent terrorist attack, saying, quote, American Muslims utterly condemn what are apparently vicious and cowardly acts of terrorism against innocent civilians, join with all Americans in calling for the swift apprehension and punishment of the perpetrators. No political cause, it says, could ever be assisted by such immoral acts. In addition, John, there was a report, I should say, kicking around on the air of an attack on Camp David, the presidential retreat north of Washington. Senior officials in the administration are saying that that is not true. So that's where that matter stands. Back to you, John.
Britt Hume, thanks for the updated information. Yeah, it bears repeating. There will be a lot of rumors, a lot of panic swirling around today. Whatever you can do to stay calm, gather your loved ones around them and just give them a hug is certainly is advice that I think is worth taking. There is clearly a catastrophic loss of life in the World Trade Center itself. Let's get an update now from our Rita Cosby, who is in the Washington, D.C. area. Rita, what have you found out?
Well, John, I just wanted to let you know I've been talking to FAA officials, and they are saying that they keep getting repeated reports of possible hijackings. Obviously, as you said, this is still very early on, but they're getting a lot of different calls from throughout the country. One report from Chicago. They're looking into the crash in Pennsylvania, which was a 767, a wide-body plane. They don't know if that is related or not, but they're getting numerous calls. It's obviously flooded. They said at this point, normally at this time of day, there are typically 4,000 aircraft aloft in the United States. These are international, domestic flights, a variety of ones, and these include military planes as well as private and commercial aircraft. At this point, there are only just a few hundred at this point because they have ordered a national ground stop as of 2 hours ago. It's the first time in U.S. history that they have ordered all U.S. planes to be grounded immediately. International flights are being diverted to Canada, and the ones that are domestic are being ordered to reach their destination as soon as possible. There are 450 airports in the U.S. that have control towers, and all of them have been told to alert their planes to hurry up and get in.
Rita, I want to go to Shepard Smith, who's on the roof of our building here in Midtown. Shepard?
And know if you guys know about these fighter jets. Have we already reported on the fighter jets that are flying now?
There are fighter jets, we understand, flying over Washington, D.C. Shepard Smith, again, is not able to hear me, but he is on the building roof of our building here in Midtown Manhattan and says that fighter jets are circling Manhattan.
We're standing back again on the roof of 1211 Avenue of the Americas at the Fox News headquarters, and we're watching as two fighter jets circle what is lower Manhattan at quite an altitude. Peter Blangiforti is an engineer who's up here, and he was first to see them pretty high up, I guess.
Very high up they were, and I saw one in this direction, and it went down around by the World Trade Centers, and then I saw another one coming from the opposite direction, and we lost track of that one. But they seemed to look like fighter jets, but they were flying very high.
Yeah, we can only assume that this is part of the security that's now gone into place. John, you saw the world. You were up here setting up.
Yes.
John McKay was up here setting up for this live shot when the first of the World Trade Centers fell. Tell me what was going on.
Couldn't believe it. Peter just said the tower just fell, and we were working and turned and looked, and
if we were looking from here, it would be the tower on our left side.
Yeah, the east one. Yeah, just
radio reports in the cab on the way here from reporters who were watching people literally jumping out of buildings. Certainly there was a massive fire and smoke on many different floors of the building. The size of the jet would lead us to believe certainly that a number of floors were wiped out almost immediately. And then the chaos to try and get out of that building. But certainly there will be stories of miracles as we go through all of this. And those people who were in that building, and after the first explosion happened and the first crash happened, word of people who got out. I was listening on the radio, broadcasting live just about an hour ago, to a woman who was in the second tower to be hit. She was able to walk down 92 floors in what she described to be a pretty controlled situation. 92 floors down the west tower of the building. She was able to walk without any chaos to give a radio report live. It's my understanding that literally thousands of people in the time before the two towers collapsed were able to make their way away from that area. Mass transit was certainly down at the time, but it's a quick walk to get out of that area. They had, what, a good 45 minutes, Ann Woolsey, to begin to make their way to the north. In Midtown right now, I was looking over this building and down into, in fact, I'm doing so right now. I'm looking down onto 47th Street, right below us. This to my right here, no, you don't have to, you can't see it from there, I don't believe. Maybe you can see Times Square over here. You can't. This is Times Square right below me. This is a scene right now at 11:15 in the morning, at 11:15, when this would be a sea of tourists on a spectacular day in Manhattan, and instead sirens echo across Manhattan, and that is the TKTS stand. I believe you're looking at that now. You're not able to see that, are you? The TKTS stand, can you see it on the lens? We can't. Pan back down to where the World Trade
numb
Center
shock all over this city and all across America. If you're watching us now, you're looking at the lower end of Manhattan where the World Trade Center once stood. It is gone this morning, obliterated after two strikes in coordinated attacks from airliners, one of them apparently hijacked from American Airlines. We are going to be getting a news conference from American Airlines in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, an Arabic newspaper, a fairly authoritative source, the editor of that London-based newspaper, says Osama bin Laden, the Saudi-born, now exiled to Afghanistan rebel leader, Osama bin Laden, according to this newspaper editor, warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interests, and he promised a very big one. Now, we cannot yet attribute this to Osama bin Laden. However, that was the promise from this fairly authoritative London newspaper.
Well, John, certainly sources that I have talked to this morning, terrorist experts, say this has the signature of Osama bin Laden, that he has the money, the network, the ability to carry out this type of coordinated attack. And let me point out that in the East African bombing terrorist trial here in New York City of the bombing of the two embassies in East Africa, that 3 of the alleged co-conspirators, one is now in jail, 2 are in jail, one's in jail, 2 cooperated for the United States government at the trial. They had pilot's licenses, and they can fly airplanes. So I'm sure investigators right now are trying to figure out a possible scenario. Were these planes hijacked by bin Laden people? Did they rush up to the cockpit? You don't need a gun. You can burst in, several of them, and strangle the pilots or something, and then take over the controls of an airplane near the last minute while you're flying, and divert the plane and smash it right into the World Trade Center towers or in the Pentagon. Clearly, that is a scenario that I would think that investigators are trying to go on right now to try and figure out exactly what happened, who was responsible for this horrible act. And I also think that we have now entered a new era, clearly a day of infamy, that we are not in this country clearly immune.
September 11th, 2001, you're going to remember this day for a long time, and a lot of things in this country will change as a result of what you're seeing on your screen now. Not all of the chaos, perhaps the worst of it in terms of loss of life, but not all of the chaos is taking place in Manhattan. Washington, D.C. also has been under attack. A U.S. airplane apparently hijacked as well, slamming into the outside wall of the outer ring of the Pentagon. Our David Schuster is there and has an update for us. David?
John, we have the eyewitnesses describing it as a U.S. airplane at approximately 9:40 this morning approaching National Airport from a strange approach. The eyewitnesses claiming that it then slammed into the south side of the Pentagon. We've just spoken with a U.S. Air spokesperson, Rick Weintraub, who says that all of their aircraft, commercial aircraft, have been accounted for, and says that they are unaware of any one of their planes involved in this incident. So this may be a case of an eyewitness misreading the markings on the plane, but we can confirm for you that there is a large gaping 50-foot hole on the E-ring of the south side of the Pentagon near the helipad. We're getting reports from Arlington, formerly Arlington Hospital, which is now an Ananova Hospital, that injured are being taken there. The Pentagon has been evacuated. The smoke is still pretty thick here in the Pentagon, even on our side, the north side of the Pentagon, and most of the 23,000 employees here at the Pentagon have been evacuated. But again, we do not have confirmation on the which commercial airliner may have been involved in this particular incident at the Pentagon. U.S. Air says that it was not one of their aircraft, that perhaps the red markings that an eyewitness saw might belong to American or Southwest, or American or one of the commuter airlines that fly in a national airport, which is just a few miles away. But again, we are confirming that an counterintelligence source is confirming that it was a commercial aircraft that slammed into the Pentagon this morning. There's no indication yet on the number of injuries or those killed. Some initial reports are that some Arlington hospitals are being flooded with injuries. There were dozens of fire trucks and ambulances that were streaking towards the Pentagon at approximately 9:45 this morning, and most of the employees here heading out of the building, and most of them are in fact now gone. But you can hear the sirens still throughout the Pentagon hallways. Smoke still pretty thick here on this north side. It is worth noting, though, that perhaps this incident could have been worse. There are five concentric rings on the Pentagon, and the one that was struck on the south side by the helipad, which is where officials land the helicopters and whatnot, is the E-ring, and apparently there's a large gaping hole. This particular ring is sort of the offices of senior military personnel, but again, no indications about the number of injuries, the number of killed, but one would presume that if the eyewitnesses were correct, and there's several eyewitnesses of some type of commercial aircraft, perhaps as large as a 737, that there would be numerous fatalities involved in this incident, and still the aftermath still being felt here at the Pentagon. The entire area shut down. Traffic has been blocked on 395 and 110, the main highways near the Pentagon, and smoke is still pretty thick coming out of the Pentagon at this hour. John?
David, you mentioned that eyewitness report that called it a U.S. airplane, and as you noted, U.S. Air is saying their plane was not involved. Now, we are just getting a confirmation from American Airlines that a second airplane of theirs apparently was hijacked, Flight 77 from Dulles Airport in Virginia to Los Angeles. It had 54 passengers on board. That may be the plane that went down outside the Pentagon. American Airlines once again is confirming that it lost 2 planes today in apparent hijackings. The first one, Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, 81 passengers on board. And that apparently was the first plane of 2 that slammed into the World Trade Center. That first one shortly before 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. A second plane also slamming into the World Trade Center. Both towers of the Trade Center caught fire, and eventually both of them crumbled and collapsed. You can still see the cloud of dust and smoke that is hovering over lower Manhattan. Fires are continuing to burn. It otherwise would be a beautiful day in New York City, but this has cast a tremendous cloud over the city as well as the nation. 2 planes crashing into the World Trade Center and toppling them. Apparently, 2 planes from American Airlines have been hijacked and lost this day. We don't yet know where the third plane came from, because not only did the 2 planes crash into the World Trade Center, but one plane crashed into the Pentagon in suburban Washington, D.C., just across the river from Washington. You're looking now at pictures in Midtown Manhattan, where people are trying to go about their business, but in the most stunned kind of way. You can see emergency vehicles are at work throughout the city. The mayor has a special bunker. Maybe Eric Shawn can tell us more about this. Ironically, it was always thought to be disaster-proof because it was located on the 14th floor of a building in Lower Manhattan, but clearly that kind of thing can come under attack as well.
The emergency bunker, or so-called bunker, which really isn't a bunker, it was in an office building in the World Trade Center complex, not one of the two towers that unbelievably and so horribly have collapsed, but in a building that houses the Commodities Exchange and some other exchanges, which is at the foot of the World Trade Center. It is, I think, number 6 or number 9 World Trade Center. That is the emergency command center for the city of New York. It was moved there from police headquarters about within the last 2 years or so. That thought to be safer, much more sophisticated availability through communications, much more secure, it was felt, than the police department at that time. So that is the center. We can only hope. We have no report at the moment of the condition of the emergency center for New York City. But then again, the mayor may also be in City Hall trying to deal with the emergency service, the EMS and tactical units. I've been told through EMS that the casualties could, the numbers being bandied around this morning, John, are 10,000. Or so. 50,000 people work in both towers of the World Trade Center. This happened on a beautiful day, 9:10 or so in the morning, when people are going to work, showing up in their offices of the massive World Trade Center complex that houses banks, houses financial institutions, houses the headquarters for the Port Authority of New York, which runs the airports and the bridges and tunnels. It has also has the governor's office and other offices in the World Trade Center, built, of course, in 1973. And the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, the terrorists at that time, who were from Jersey City, part of a local mosque, drove a van laden with explosive into the garage. 6 people were killed, thousands injured. At that time, they were not able to bring it down. That was the aim. This time, so horribly and sadly, it seems that terrorists perhaps obviously have succeeded. In terms of you mentioned the report earlier from a London newspaper that is credible in terms of Osama bin Laden. Let me also point out, we're going to get some more information about this, that terrorist experts say he has and does have pilots on his payroll, that 3 of the co-conspirators, alleged co-conspirators in the East African bombing trial, had pilots' licenses. 2 of them testified for the government against those suspects accused of, and who were then convicted of the embassy bombing trial. So does that work up a scenario that perhaps terrorists were on these planes, hijacked them, and then near the last moment were able to divert them, incapacitated the crew, the pilots, completely jumped in those seats, and then themselves just flew those planes into the buildings? I was coming to work this morning and saw the first plane, which appeared to be a 737 or small Airbus, a twin-engine jet, flying very low south downtown over 5th Avenue. I was right near Rockefeller Center. Everybody was looking up, saying it's kind of unusual. And then it banked right. Banking right would indicate it was heading right toward the World Trade Center, and it disappeared from my view. And then heard the report that, though, is a common airway from the north. That plane, if that indeed was the American Airlines plane from Boston, that would make sense. Coming from the north, coming from Boston, on the air route to make a left leg base, and then your final into LaGuardia, but then at the last moment diverted into this horrible, horrible catastrophe.
There will be apparently no news conference from American Airlines, but Mike Tobin, our correspondent, has a statement from the airline. Mike, can you bring it to us?
Yeah, the statement is this. I'll read it verbatim to you. American Airlines confirmed today that it lost 2 aircraft in tragic incidents this morning. American said the flights were Flight 11, a Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles with 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, and Flight 77, a Boeing 757 operating from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. The statement further reads, because of the heightened security due to the nature of today's events, American said it is working closely with U.S. government authorities and will not release more information at this time. The government has shut down the entire air traffic system in the United States. American TWA, American Eagle, will not operate. And a statement from Donald J. Carty, Chairman and CEO of American Airlines, says we are horrified by these tragic events. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of all involved. And then it's got a note here about where media calls should be directed.
All right, Mike Tobin, thank you very much. Yeah, a 767 apparently, a wide-body plane capable of carrying very many more than the 81 on board, was one of those apparently hijacked. We're going to be getting an updated news conference from the security chief at Logan Airport in Boston shortly. Meantime, I want to take you down to Britt Hume, just to repeat, the nation's capital also under attack. Of a plane slamming into an outside wall of the Pentagon this morning. Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor, is there. Britt?
John, there are police sources that are saying we need to be very careful about this. There are police sources saying that there's a plane coming up the Potomac River at a high rate of speed. This would be consistent with earlier warnings that we'd heard from police sources here in Washington, not from federal government sources or from the military. That an airplane was some distance away and appeared to be headed toward the city. So that is something obviously we will watch with considerable urgency here. This may be a nation at this moment that it needs to hear from its government. The Secret Service is not saying exactly where the President of the United States is. We know that he left his event out of town and was headed, we now know not exactly where. We do know this, that there was a conference call this morning, presumably after the president was in the air, that was headed by the Vice President, Condoleezza Rice, other officials, and what is called the Federal Response Plan has been put in place. This was an emergency response plan for a variety of different kinds of disasters, floods, hurricanes, calamities of that kind. It involves 28 federal agencies led by the Justice Department. The Federal Emergency Management Agency coordinates on the President's behalf. Obviously, this is more of a disaster relief type of concern, but a terrorist attack response is part of what they do, and that plan is in place and is underway. Meantime, obviously, we continue to watch the horizon south of Washington to see if anything comes of these reports from police sources. We caution you, these are just police sources. We're not hearing this yet from any other federal source or from any intelligence sources or from the military. So we watch with somewhat bated breath, John.
Hume in Washington. Commerce in America is not exactly going to come to a grinding halt, but it is going to be significantly curtailed today. The markets, the stock market, the NASDAQ have not opened yet because of course, the catastrophic collapse of the World Trade Center after these two attacks, apparently by hijacked airliners. Also, it should be noted that airplanes across the country have been ordered to stay on the ground. The Federal Aviation Administration hours ago said that no airplanes are going to be allowed to take off today. So if you were planning on heading to an airport to take even an innocuous vacation flight today or something, don't bother. There will be no planes taking off. Of course, authorities are very nervous that there could be more strikes in the offing, like the kind you just saw. That apparently a hijacked airliner slamming into the second of the World Trade Center towers, a tower that collapsed a short time after you saw that explosion. The former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, is joining us now from our Washington Bureau. Newt, what's your reaction and what should be America's reaction to these developments?
Well, first of all, I think everyone's reaction has to be that this is a tragedy for the families that are directly involved, the families that were hijacked on those airplanes, the flight attendants, the pilots, the people who have died today in the World Trade Center and the people who have died today in the Pentagon. I think all of us have to reach out in our hearts to them. But beyond that, as a nation, this is a 21st century Pearl Harbor. This is a 21st century kind of war. I think we need to refer to it as an act of war. This was not a random event by a random terrorist. This was a systematic, complex operation of military proportions undertaken cleverly by people who have state support and who only survive because they have the support of some states that protect them. And I hope that the American government, the President, and the American people will react to this as an act of war. This will be more casualties, I believe, than Pearl Harbor. It is at least as horrifying as Pearl Harbor, and it deserves a complete and total American response to ensure that it never happens again.
When you mention the number of casualties, Newt, I'm reminded that roughly 55,000 American servicemen died in Vietnam. There could have been almost that many people in the World Trade Center buildings today. Not that all of them necessarily would be casualties, but clearly we are preparing for a catastrophic loss of life.
This is a terrible event, but it will become even more terrible if it isn't the basis of a deliberate, systematic, and total American response. This reminds us that we're all vulnerable. As you heard, people in Chicago are leaving. They're evacuating major buildings. People in Boston are leaving. Here in Washington, I walked past the mall. People are leaving. I talked with a policeman at the Capitol who have sealed off our national Capitol. We need to recognize we can only be a free society if we are prepared to relentlessly pursue and eliminate those who would engage in this kind of war against civilians and against a peaceful society.
Newt, if you'd be good enough to stay with us, I want to bring into the conversation Bill Daley. He is a former FBI agent who worked on the World Trade Center security precautions after what we thought was a terrible event back in 1993, an event that left 6 dead and 1,000 people injured. Bill, could you ever prepare for something like this?
This is one of those scenarios, John, that is in the worst case, planning. Is that it's those things that close to an act of God, is that it's almost impossible to plan and protect against when you have a major free city with airliner routes that are right nearby the World Trade Center, to ever think that you'd be able to protect it from that type of an assault. We rely in these cases on our intelligence gathering network, our international domestic terrorist task forces and intelligence gathering mechanisms to help us. Apparently, this has let us down in this particular case, but it's not to say that we're not on the rebound, that we will not investigate and find the people who are responsible for this. And it's also not to say that this will happen and be repeated across the country. I think we need to have a state of calm, and people understand that the government will secure these locations, we will investigate, and we will protect the rest of the country as best we can. But these are type of events, John, that next to nuclear disasters are in the worst case scenario planning and almost get down to the point of so catastrophic that it's difficult to develop exact plans for it. I'm sure we'll hear today stories of heroism, we'll hear stories of tragedy, we'll hear stories of people rising beyond what they were ever called to do, because these type of plans, particularly even in New York, as much as we're New Yorkers that take on a lot, this goes far beyond anything we've been challenged with to this date.
Newt Gingrich, you mentioned that there has to be a coordinated response by the United States. Obviously, it's too early to know who is responsible, but let's say that it turns out that Osama bin Laden is somehow behind this. So what does America do? What kind of pressure can we bring to bear on the Taliban government that is harboring him that we haven't brought to bear already?
Well, let me just say that we don't know yet who's done this, and I don't think we should rush to judgment. But it is fair to say that bin Laden has claimed credit for having sponsored and financed and structured earlier attacks on the embassies in Africa, for example. It is clear that 3 weeks ago bin Laden said he would strike the United States in the United States. And the only point I'd make today, in the middle of a tragedy, I think we first have to take a deep breath and recognize how big this tragedy is for the American people. That I don't think we have to become paranoid. I don't think we have to go into a bunker mentality. But for 8 years, we have said publicly that bin Laden is a major threat to the United States. And yet for 8 years, while we have launched Tomahawk missiles and we've done other things, we haven't taken him as seriously as he has taken us. And all I'm suggesting is that if we don't have a decisive response to convince observers that you cannot kill innocent Americans in peacetime without retaliation of severe proportions, that other groups and other people will decide that the most open society in the world is also the most vulnerable, and they'll exploit those vulnerabilities. I think this is as decisive a moment for our future as Pearl Harbor was, in a different way. As I said earlier, this is a 21st century opponent, not an obvious nation state, but in the Sudan, in Afghanistan, in a number of other places, we know where bin Laden's assets are, and we'd need to take the risk of going after them.
Newt Gingrich, well spoken. Thank you. Let's go to Edie Donahue, who has some information from our newsroom. Edie?
Good morning, John. The target this morning is America, the enemy at this point unknown. But as we were doing our show this morning, Fox and Friends, at the very end of the show, the first airplane crashed into one of the World Trade Center buildings, the North Tower. That apparently was American Airlines number 11 from Boston to LA. It had been hijacked, apparently 92 people on board. Just minutes after that, within 10 minutes or so, the second World Trade Center tower was attacked. That the South Tower, that apparently was a 757, another American Airlines flight, they believe, from Dulles to Los Angeles. Then about 45 minutes later, it was the Pentagon. Moving on down to the Washington, D.C. area, the Pentagon is the next place attacked. As it continues, the South Wall, there's now a 50-foot gaping hole there. Apparently another airplane that was hijacked crashed into the wall that's near the helipad there, and that is where the highest-ranking officials are able to take off in the helicopter. At 10 a.m. then, just about 15 minutes after that, a 757 from United, number 93, crashed about 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, and that flight en route from Newark to San Francisco. Area hospitals here in the New York City area are taking in all the wounded from the World Trade Center. As you know, those the towers are 110 stories tall. While we do know that some people were able to get down from the 92nd floor all the way to the ground and manage to escape safely, there have been untold injuries in this and untold deaths. Several area hospitals say they are already booked to capacity. They're asking people in the waiting rooms to start donating blood immediately because there is a desperate need for it right now. At this point, nationwide, all U.S. commercial planes have been grounded. The planes that were already in the air were instructed to land at the nearest airport. Incoming international flights were diverted to Canada, and even Canada now, some airports in Canada supposedly have been closed. As you know, the president left Sarasota, and he is trying to get control of the situation, but it is changing rapidly. We'll continue updating you on the latest. John, back to you.
All right, Edie Donahue in our newsroom, and we should note that the Secret Service is not confirming the president's location. He is okay. He's aboard Air Force One, but exactly where he is, the Secret Service will not say. David Schuster is at the Pentagon, where there was that strike by that third aircraft earlier today. David, what's the latest?
John, we can now report that the fire here at the Pentagon has spread from beyond the E-ring, the outside ring of the south side, to at least 2, maybe 3 of the inner rings. And looking at pictures now of the Pentagon, there is a gaping hole at least 100 to 150 feet wide on the south side of the Pentagon, where 5 floors of the Pentagon have collapsed. The fire officials, the firefighters are pouring water onto that side of the Pentagon, but we can literally see now that a fire has spread and has broken out at least now about 300 feet down away from where the firefighters are working on the fire. And so now fire trucks are pulling up to this other side of the Pentagon. We believe this is all, of course, related to the one airline crash, and officials again now saying that all of the U.S. aircraft have been accounted for, that this was a silver jetliner, perhaps American, perhaps United, that hit the Pentagon. But again, the news from here is that the fire at the Pentagon is still out of control. Smoke is still billowing off of the roof from some of the inner rings now at the Pentagon, and the fire has also spread along some of the outer rings, spreading from the south side towards the north side. Our office in the Pentagon is actually in the north side on the E-ring, and we can now see smoke coming not only from to our left down the hallways, but also to our right, and smoke still pretty thick. So this fire at the Pentagon still out of control, and literally, when you remember the pictures of the Oklahoma City bombing with the Murrah building completely sort of burrowed out like a sort of like a horseshoe, that's what it looks like for a part of the Pentagon, where literally there's a huge, maybe 100 feet hole, and you can actually see the offices carved out like a giant U on the side of the Pentagon. The Pentagon, of course, there's concentric rings where all the walls are connected, and now suddenly there's this giant hole and a fire that clearly has spread to some of the inner rings of the Pentagon. The Pentagon was evacuated at about 10 o'clock this morning. Some 23,000 employees cleared out. The reason that the fire fire uncontrolled might still be a problem is that the people who remain in the Pentagon, aside from a couple journalists here, includes officials at the National Military Command Center. They have a bunker in the basement of the Pentagon in the center of the building. Those are the officials that would coordinate a military response. Those are the officials that might coordinate the dispatch of some of the fighter jets that reporters have seen flying over New York and flying over Washington. It might at some point, I suppose, become a problem if the fire continues and they've got to start pouring water on the center of the Pentagon. At that point, perhaps there may become some potential problem for the officials that
Let's go to David Schuster in Washington. Thank you. Let's go to Logan Airport in Washington. This is a security news conference.
Logan Airport. We've closed the airport to all arriving and all departing flights. We've increased our security measures. We've shut down all the construction sites within Logan Airport, both airside and landside. And we've shut down all security checkpoints and removed all passengers who had been previously screened out into the non-secure part of the airport. We've activated our Family Assistance Center at the Hilton Hotel based upon some reports that some of these flights may have originated from Boston. We're asking the media's assistance to notify any family members that may have had families flying on those flights that we've had various reports on to call these following numbers. American Airlines, 800-245-0999. Secondly, family members can call a Massport number, 617-568-3100. We've also urging people not to come to the airport at this point in time. We've increased the shuttle buses from the terminals to the MBTA Blue Line stop, and the MBTA has increased the frequency of subway transportation. We are in close communication with the FAA, the FBI, State Police, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that's all I have right now.
Joe, you've got to tell us more about these planes that left this morning.
What flights do you have reports on?
The flights, I cannot confirm or deny any flight numbers because I have not received official notification on any flight numbers.
So how can we get people to call
in?
these numbers?
So it'll be everybody who's got a flight.
Okay, I do believe several of the media outlets are broadcasting several flight numbers. I believe they broadcast flight number 11, American Airlines.
Is there a second flight out of Boston
Involved
in this?
I don't know at this point in time.
Were the passengers hijacked?
I cannot confirm that.
Has the airport accounted for all outbound flights?
That's outside of the scope of the airport's responsibility. We're leaving it up to the FAA to conduct that activity.
Joe, what is the code Fort Knox? We have reports of employees screaming Fort Knox around the airport at the time that the planes went into the World Trade Center.
I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
With the planes that are flying in here, are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada.
They're not taking flights either, would you?
Are you screening passengers who were led off there
Remove them from another area, yes.
Where are they now? And what are they
They're being directed to seek either public transportation or their own transportation out of the airport. Leaving the airport? No.
How long do you anticipate the airport to be closed?
It's indefinite at this time. We'll be meeting with the FAA. We'll be conducting an analysis of our intelligence that we have. We'll make a determination later on this afternoon. Pardon me?
All right, that is the situation at Logan Airport in Boston. One of these planes that was apparently used in a hijacking that then slammed into the World Trade Center. Both towers of the World Trade Center are gone after being attacked apparently by two separate hijacked planes. One of those planes, an American Airlines flight from Boston to Los Angeles. In the meantime, folks, we should tell you that United Airlines is saying it is concerned about Flight 175, that also a flight from Boston to Los Angeles. There is no word on what has happened to that plane. It was due in L.A. at 11:16 Pacific time, and a spokesman for United Airlines would not say if they know where that flight is. They are working with the FAA on it, so there is the possibility that we may not be done yet. This after two airplanes smashed into and eventually obliterated the World Trade Center, and another smashed into the Pentagon. All of those buildings still disastrously involved in flames. All right, the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, and Senate Majority Leader Trent Lott have been taken to safe locations. Minority Leader, I should say. President Bush is also safe aboard Air Force One. The Secret Service will not say where he is for obvious security concerns. We're quite confident that when the president gets a chance, he will be making some kind of statement. But the president is safe. The Secret Service is simply not saying where he is. Also, the Minority Leader of the Senate, Trent Lott, and House Speaker Denny Hastert, we know have been taken to safe locations as well. Let's get an update on the situation in Manhattan. Molly Falconer is at St. Vincent's Hospital. Clearly there have been perhaps thousands of casualties today when those two towers came down. Molly, what can you tell us?
John, this is a hospital under siege. This block is under siege. Police have got the entire area blocked off with what looks like police barriers. So far, we have about 152 people who have come into this hospital. People are out in...
We lost communications with Molly Falconer. You can understand why. It is a chaotic day, and many of this city's and this nation's communications infrastructure, satellite dishes, television towers, and so forth, were located on top of the World Trade Center. And the World Trade Center, both towers, are essentially gone now, a smoking pile of rubble. As you can see, that smoke column still billowing out of lower Manhattan. Rick Leventhal was in downtown Manhattan when the buildings came down and has an update for us from lower Manhattan. Rick?
Well, John, we're on Church Street at Reed Street, for those of you familiar with lower Manhattan, just a few blocks away from World Trade. Still thick black smoke billowing from the scene where both towers collapsed. Again, just a few blocks away from us. We were standing out here on Church Street when both towers came tumbling down, and each time there was a huge cloud of smoke and debris that came roaring down this street, and everyone literally ran for their lives. At this point, the police have been efforting to establish a perimeter. They're trying to keep people back and make sure that no one interferes with their job, which is to try and secure the area and then get inside that World Trade Center rubble to see whether or not they can locate any survivors who may have been inside the building or just outside the building when it came tumbling down. We want to bring in Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox. You live just a few blocks away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd floor of a building which is 5 blocks from the World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
People talk about how it looked like a movie. I know when I came walking down here early this morning and saw both towers on fire and people on every street corner, it was like a movie, but you watched the planes hit the towers.
I was watching with my roommate. It was approximately several minutes after the first plane had hit. I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Obviously, there were a lot of people inside the buildings at the time.
Two guys from the 7th precinct, the 1st precinct, the fire department right here, the 7th truck, those guys are all right there at ground zero when those things went down. And God bless, I know there's a lot of guys there that were around there, and hopefully they made it out.
What was happening around you, in the streets around you, as this was all going down?
Absolute pandemonium. From my viewpoint up 43 floors, I could see people running like ants, just absolutely scurrying for their lives. Billows of smoke coming through the streets, just walking down the street, just pushing everybody back. And then several minutes after, it looked like it had just snowed over the entire area.
Yeah, the debris, the soot was thick on the street. There's still a dusting of it out here, but when I was standing here and the towers collapsed, we saw police officers running for their lives, screaming, "Get back, get back, get back!" And I'll tell you, that's a wake-up call when you see cops running for their lives, and people too, women's pushing baby carriages, that sort of thing.
Well, you had the first tower first. That one, when that first went down, it just pushed everybody back, and it was a good 15 minutes before the second tower finally collapsed.
Yeah.
And it was just overwhelming, and by that point, it was just insane.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of similar stories from people who were inside the building. One gentleman we spoke to earlier today, John, was on the 77th floor and said it was a relatively orderly evacuation at that point after the first plane hit the first tower. Everyone going down the stairs, not a lot of panic. But when they got to the 6th floor, he says they felt a second shake, and then people started to really be concerned. Obviously, there were people in the building at the time of this, and some of those people, they haven't recovered them yet, and that's a big issue right now, is trying to get the rescue workers and the emergency crews to the building. There were police officers there and emergency crews there when this was all happening, and they were right at ground zero when it all went down. So can we talk to you? What's your role out here right now?
I'm just standing by right now. Can't say what role I'm playing right now.
Well, there's a lot of standing by. There's also concern that some of these other buildings might actually come down. This building right here with the glass that you see, the nearest tall building, that has structural damage as well. We saw a lot of glass broken out, and a corner of the building appeared to be in distress, and there's concern that there might actually be another collapse of that building. And I can also tell you that when we first got here, we were a few blocks up. We could actually see debris from one of the planes on the street, a huge gear at one point, looked like a piece of an engine at another point. So that debris is still littering that area up there. They had roped it off with police tape, and they had FBI agents out there, and that was just before the first tower came tumbling down and everyone went running away. So there's evidence out here. There's a lot of work left to be done, and as you can imagine, the streets are a bit chaotic at this point. But I just want to show you one drastic difference looking north as opposed to looking south. Blue skies, clear streets, not a lot going on over there, but then come back around this way, Dan, and you'll see just smoke billowing from the scene. Still obviously a major disaster waiting to be cleaned up. Back to you, John.
All right, Rick Leventhal in Lower Manhattan, thank you very much. A dark day in America, September 11th, 2001. 2 planes strike the World Trade Center, obliterate it. It has collapsed. Another plane hits the Pentagon. It is still on fire, and we may not be done yet. Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor, is in D.C. Britt?
John, just some notes from our State Department reporter Terry Schultz. All U.S. diplomatic posts worldwide have been notified of what has happened here and have been encouraged to take what is called appropriate action. Ambassadors in such a situation have the right, should they choose to close embassies. It's worth noting here that Secretary of State Colin Powell is out of the country. He was down in Lima, Peru, is on his way back. He has released remarks saying that this is a terrible tragedy, and adding, this is from Colin Powell, Secretary of State, the U.S. government will find those responsible. At the State Department, which has been largely evacuated, it's worth noting that Deputy Secretary of State, and now for the moment at least Acting Secretary of State Richard Armitage, is there and has elected to stay in the building. So that is the state of play here as we continue to watch fire, which, as you noted, is still burning at the Pentagon, and we watch, obviously, the southern skies to see whether anything comes of this report of a plane bound here. I should add to that, by the way, this report to this business about a plane being on its way here, that that Senator Kent Conrad, remember the Democratic leadership on the Hill, chairman of the Budget Committee, told our Colin Spencer just a short time ago that he was aware that 16 U.S. warplanes had been scrambled and were in the air in this area. So any airplane, I think, that attempts to attack Washington or crash into it is probably going to have to contend with them, and I wouldn't want to bet that it would ever happen. But it does raise the possibility, of course, of an ugly incident in the skies in or near Washington. John?
Britt, we know that President Bush is okay. We know he is on board Air Force One, but it would seem that they are not going to be bringing him back to Washington at this point?
John, I don't think we know that, and I think that, that there's a very great likelihood that the Bush administration will want to have him here and in familiar surroundings and seen in familiar surroundings as soon as possible in an effort to calm the nation. This is a nation right now, mind you, except for the things that we have been able to quote, that except for the remarks and the additional remarks that we heard from President Bush earlier this morning, just before he took off from down in Florida to come back here, this is a nation that has not heard publicly from its government And at such times, obviously, it is characteristic of a government that you send somebody out, they stand before a camera, they tell you what the state of play is, they furnish information, they seek to assure people. Under these circumstances, with people evacuating buildings in Washington and everybody on a high state of alert, it's understandable that wouldn't have happened. But one has to imagine that the administration will want that to happen as soon as it is safe for it to happen. So I would imagine that the president is headed in this direction, whether he is headed to the Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington where he would normally land or some other location. Obviously, we don't yet know. We got an eye on that for sure, though.
Is there a broadcasting capability aboard Air Force One? Could he address the nation from the plane if he chose?
Every known form of modern communication is there, but my guess is, John, that he'll want to be seen. I don't think he wants to be broadcast, with Americans in the streets and others, people within government buildings on fire and so forth. My guess is that he's going to want to be seen, but we'll see about that. He could, of course, broadcast from Air Force One if he chose to.
Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor. The pictures tell the story, folks. It is an awful day in America. Your lives, safe to say, will change from this day forward. Newt Gingrich called this a 21st century Pearl Harbor, and that may be an understatement. There could be perhaps, well, on a given day there would be 50,000 people working in the World Trade Centers, and both of those towers in that World Trade Center are gone now after an apparent terrorist strike. Another terrorist strike at the Pentagon. That building is still on fire. Keep it here on Fox News Channel for the latest.
Good morning, John. As you said, America has been under attack today. Secretary of State Colin Powell, who had been in Peru, is now heading home. The president, we have been told, is safe, but we do not know where he is. This morning at about 8:50 Eastern Time here on the East Coast, the World Trade Center tower, the north one, was hit, apparently by American Airlines Flight 11, which was en route from Boston to LAX, hijacked, 92 people on board there. 15 minutes later, the other tower, South World Trade Center, hit, also apparently by an American Airlines plane. This one, we believe, from Dulles to Los Angeles, 64 people on board that plane. At 9:45, the Pentagon hit the south wall. That's the area where the helipad is. There's now a gaping hole of about 100 to 150 feet there. The sirens still wailing in the Pentagon. As we know, key personnel are staying in the Pentagon trying to keep control of the situation. Just about 15 minutes after that, 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, another airplane crashed. That one believed to be United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, a 757 with 54 people on board. Just shortly after that, the South World Trade Center collapsed. That was the second building hit this morning. It had been hit lower, and it just gave way. And about 15 minutes after that, the North World Trade Center collapsed. It is incredible for those of us who covered the World Trade Center bombing back in the 90s to take a look down now and at first see that scene replayed, and now those World Trade Center buildings absolutely gone, all 110 stories. 50,000 people, as you mentioned, work in those buildings. We do not know how many of them were able to get out safely with their lives, nor how many are injured. We do know that New York area hospitals, several of them say they are full. They're asking anyone in the area to donate blood as soon as possible, saying there is a critical need for it. We also know that all U.S. commercial airplanes have been grounded. That is the first time in history this action has been taken. We know that some airplanes were diverted to Canada, including some incoming international airlines, airplanes that were bound for the U.S. Most federal, or all federal, and most state buildings here in the U.S. have been closed, and most major landmarks, including Wrigley Field in Chicago, the Bell down in Philadelphia, the Merchandise Mart in Chicago, those areas also have been closed. Here in Manhattan, all major buildings are in a state of very heightened security. People are being required to show ID, and if they leave buildings, in many cases, not being allowed to return in. The president, as we said, is apparently safe. He left Sarasota, Florida, where he had been attending an elementary school, reading a book to children when he was first notified of the original attack on the World Trade Center. We do not know where he is at this point. Newt Gingrich says this obviously is an act of state-sponsored terrorism. As you said, John, he's likening it to the attack on Pearl Harbor. And meanwhile, Tom Daschle, the Senate Majority Leader, saying that the president is getting everyone's full support. We will update you as soon as we get more information down here. Right now, John, back to you.
Edie Donahue in the Fox Newsroom, thank you very much. Again, continuing to keep an eye on the situation unfolding in downtown Manhattan, where the World Trade Center workplace on a normal day of 50,000 people is gone, obliterated by 2 strikes from those 2 airplanes today. Also now, Washington, D.C., the Pentagon still on fire after another airplane apparently was hijacked and employed as a flying bomb to attack the nerve center of our nation's military. David Schuster is in the Pentagon and has this late report for us. Dave?
John, we can report for you that the Pentagon fire is still out of control. Flames have started now about 100 feet away from where it's clear you can see where the plane hit the south side of the Pentagon. Eyewitnesses describe a silver commercial jetliner, possibly a United Airlines. It's not been confirmed, but a silver commercial jetliner slamming into the south side of the Pentagon this morning at approximately 9:40 a.m. It hit the outer ring of the Pentagon. There are 5 rings of the Pentagon, and at this very moment you can literally see a hole in the side of the Pentagon of perhaps 150 feet wide, where 5 floors in that hole have literally collapsed.
Large passenger jets from United Airlines and 2 others from American Airlines. And to give people a firm grasp of this, each of these planes, as you see the flights now listed on the screen, each of these planes is the equivalent of a flying bomb. These are large airplanes, 757s, 767s. There's a terrible human component here. The 757 can carry about 240, 250 people. The 767, depending on the configuration, even more than that. So we're talking about the possibility of 800 to 1,000 people just on the airplanes. Each of the airplanes also is heavily loaded with fuel. I don't know, because we don't have the manifest, how much fuel was on each plane, but it's a reasonable guess. It could be 15,000 pounds, maybe 20,000 pounds. There's a tremendous heat source, a tremendous force, and you can imagine, we saw in the pictures, just how devastating that is. When one of these planes crashes anywhere in the world, it's a catastrophe of a major proportion. To know that 4 now have crashed, and in populated areas, and apparently as the result of a deliberate act, really is an act that describes any, or escapes any kind of description. The FAA is a little hesitant with the information today because, frankly, the shots are being called from higher up. The White House, National Security Council, and the FEMA emergency response people are all giving the marching orders. It's going to be some time before we know how many people were on the planes, where the flight crews were from. We know where they were flying to and from, but before we know anything about the human side of this. And then the big question is, how could it happen? How could presumably terrorists of any sort, hijackers, take over 4 commercial airline planes all in a very, very compacted period of time? It's an indictment of the Federal Aviation Administration security system, and it is one that will have far-reaching implications. And beyond that, Dan, it's now also shutting down the entire aviation system. It seems to be a secondary point when we're talking about devastation this large and the number of lives that obviously have been lost. But for the first time in the nation's history, the entire commercial aviation system is shut down. And in speaking to a couple of authorities this morning, I'm not all that certain it will be up and running again tomorrow. So this has really hit at the heart of America, at the heart of our infrastructure, and has paralyzed a system that, frankly, many people thought was impenetrable. Dan?
For Bob Orr in Washington, be plenty of time to assess blame and where things need to tighten up, but when the question is asked, how could this happen in and around an airport, anybody who's been in an American airport in recent years would know how it could happen. That no matter what security measures were taken, just to look around your average airport would tell you that they had a lot of holes in the security, but all of that is for later on. NATO Secretary General George Robertson called today's attack, quote, an intolerable aggression against democracy. Secretary of State of the United States, the distinguished retired Army General Colin Powell, said to Latin American foreign ministers, he was in Peru, this is a, quote, terrible, terrible tragedy has befallen my nation, but it has befallen all of those who believe in democracy. What you're looking at live from the tip of Manhattan is a new face of war. You've heard talk about the terrorism, the war on terrorism, the war being waged by terrorism. Take a good look. This is what it's about. We've said for years that terrorism would soon be coming to America. It began coming here big time in the 1990s. with the first attack.
We're going to begin. We're on the top of a building at 47th Street and 7th Avenue, or 6th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. This is 42nd Street. And you can see there was a lot of traffic in this street until a short time ago. But now you can see 42nd Street at the corner of Broadway has become a sort of sea of people. At this time of day, midday in Manhattan, this would normally be on a Tuesday afternoon a very busy traffic area. It is not today. I'm going to pull out over here and take you, this is 47th Street. 47th Street panning now going up towards 7th Avenue. Now, this avenue is northbound, as you can see, and traffic is pretty well gridlocked there. There's very little of it, actually. And looking over toward the Hudson River, there's very little traffic across all of Manhattan. Now, we are looking right now over the Hudson River west in Manhattan, panning around now in the skyscrapers. This is where the World Trade Center stood, and down here is the TKTS building. This is another high traffic area in Midtown, an area with which most people who have ever visited New York would be quite familiar. This is the spot where you line up for Broadway tickets, and at this time of day, just after 12 o'clock, this would normally be a sea of literally thousands of people who are working their way around, getting their lunch and that sort of thing. You're looking live now in Times Square, a scene rarely repeated. Let's get back to this camera, because I'm going to pan down this street. When you're back on this camera, Bernie, let me know. And I'm going to pan down what is Broadway Avenue, making your way down. This would eventually take you all the way down to the financial district, panning across this building and back over to 42nd Street. I want to try to give you a look down the avenue toward what is the Diamond District. This is a little tricky, as you might imagine. This is the entrance to the Diamond District, right outside the Fox News studios. That would be the Diamond District, looking 47th Street now, all the way toward the East River. Absolutely no traffic in Manhattan today. Nothing. It initially started, cabs were running. I was able to get one about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Most of the cabs are no longer running, and the river crossings are now closed. All of Manhattan is shut down, and there is what was the World Trade Center. To say that there is chaos in the streets would be absolutely inaccurate. This is a city that prides itself on its ability to maintain amid the chaos, and that appears to be what's happening today. No violence in the streets, no problems to speak of, no incidents anywhere in Manhattan that I can tell you about. Certainly downtown would be a completely different story, but this city is not reacting in a violent way at all. There is calm here in Midtown, John, at least.
All right, Shepard Smith, thank you very much for that update. Of course, the World Trade Center, it sounds unbelievable to speak the words, but the World Trade Center is essentially gone, struck by two airplanes, apparently both of them hijacked. We are now getting a report, a confirmation from United Airlines that two of its planes are gone. One of them apparently the plane that crashed near Pittsburgh. But look here, this is the second plane that struck the World Trade Center shortly after 9 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. An earlier plane left the tower of smoke in the upper stories of the building on the right there. So both towers hit by planes, they burned for a while, and then one at a time, they both collapsed. We have an onlooker who gave us what is sort of a horrific description of what it all looked like, sounded like, and felt like. Let's hear from that person now.
I saw the building falling down.
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
So people jumping from the building, from the 100th floor, and I saw the building just coming down.
It is absolutely an appalling day, not only here in Manhattan, but also in Washington, where the Pentagon also was apparently the subject of a strike by one of these hijacked airliners, flying bombs, really. The Pentagon, in these pictures taken earlier, but still very much on fire. The damage there perhaps not as severe as it is at the World Trade Center, but clearly America is under attack. I want to bring into the conversation a man who long planned for and never experienced this kind of event. Howard Safer, the former police commissioner and also fire commissioner, if I'm correct, of the city of New York. You got to be wondering about the guys who you once commanded both on the fire and police departments, who were no doubt trying to help people get out of those buildings. when they came down around them?
Well, it's incomprehensible. We plan for all kinds of terrorist attacks, biological warfare, chemical warfare, but nobody envisioned two commercial airliners slamming into the World Trade Center. And I can tell you that although New York has the greatest emergency services in the world, they are being strained by the triage, by the number of injured, and by the requirements of this disaster.
I'm just guessing that most of those brave police and firefighters would have been clustered right around the base of those buildings, right? When we thought we had only a fire, clearly there would have been glass falling. We even had reports of people jumping out of the upper floors simply because they couldn't tolerate the smoke anymore. But a lot of your people would have been gathered at the base of those buildings when they came down.
Absolutely. Firefighters and police officers run into danger. They don't run away from it. And unfortunately, and I hope I'm wrong, there's probably going to be serious loss of life in both agencies as well as in the civilian area. I've been talking to some of the people at hospitals, and the hospitals are totally overwhelmed. They're triaging people they can help and making sure they don't spend time on people they can't.
I'm sure it's a speech that you never wanted to give, but what do you tell people? What do you tell America right now? How do we behave?
Well, my view is the way we behave is we assess who did this, we find out who they are, and then we make sure that we send a message that is clear, because terrorists only understand one thing. They understand force, they understand strength, and this is a time when we can't be weak. This is a time when we have to go and find out who did this and make them pay for it.
As for the reaction of the citizens of New York, the plea is out for people to donate blood. Is there anything else that New Yorkers can do right now?
Well, I think they can donate blood, but they really need to stay calm. They need to follow the instructions of the emergency service personnel. This is an incredibly difficult situation for police and firefighters. The National Guard will be coming in this evening, and this is something where citizens should pretty much, they don't have to be out, stay home.
Yeah, so stay off the streets if you possibly can. What about communications? We already know that phone lines in and out of New York are swamped. There are going to be thousands, millions of people perhaps across the country who may know somebody who worked in the World Trade Center. What do you tell them?
Well, this is still a rescue operation. There's still people who need help. There's still people who are alive in that wreckage who can be helped. And what people should do is, unless it's an emergency, don't use your telephone.
Let's go now to a man who experienced something like this. Frank Keating, the governor of Oklahoma, is joining us. Of course, he was in office at the time of what had been the worst terrorist attack America experienced, that of the domestic kind. Frank Keating, as you look at these pictures, what is going through your mind?
Well, this really is a day of agony and infamy for America.
Again, we have lost our connection with Frank Keating, a former FBI agent and the governor of Oklahoma. You got to understand, folks, that many of the communications lifelines in New York City ran through the World Trade Center. There were satellite dishes sprouting like mushrooms from the top of that building. There was a huge television tower, and all of that now is gone. Our Washington managing editor, Britt Hume, once again has the view from the nation's capital. Britt?
This gives us a sense of the state of official worry and knowledge here. Richard Shelby, the senator from Alabama, who is the leading Republican and now vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, has come out. One would presume if anybody would know a lot about what the U.S. officials know, he would. And he said all he knew about was the two plane attacks in New York, the one at the Pentagon, and he said that they had heard something had happened in western Pennsylvania. That, of course, consistent with the reports we've had about a Pittsburgh airport. So the sense we have is that many officials, many senior people here in Washington may know less than we do, at least officially, about what has happened here.
All right, Britt Hume, thanks.
John McCain is on Capitol Hill speaking, and we got an ear out for him as well.
All right, Britt, thanks very much. Newt Gingrich, the former Speaker of the House, was on the air with us not long ago and described this as the 21st century Pearl Harbor, and that does not overstate it. There may be as many as, on a typical day, there would be 50,000 people working in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, and those towers are gone. How many of those people were able to evacuate, we do not know. Once again, to Britt Hume in Washington. Britt?
John, we believe we've been joined now on the telephone by Republican Senator John McCain of Arizona. Senator,
Brett.
thank you very much. As a senior member of the U.S. Senate and a man deeply concerned with the U.S. military, what can you tell us beyond what we know about, first of all, about the attack at the Pentagon?
I can't tell you, Brett, anything that more than the information that you have, and I think that's probably the case with most members of Congress at this moment. I'm not in disagreement with others who said that this is an act of war, and there aren't words to describe adequately the enormity of these attacks and the depravity of those who would commit them. But I have no additional information, and I'm not sure that in the short term there will be a lot disclosed to the members of Congress as they acquire it. But the fact is that this is an enormity that staggers the imagination.
Senator, you and others have described this as an act of war. What are the implications of seeing it in that light, rather than a mere lone or isolated act of terrorism? What are the policy implications? What kinds of steps are now possible or might be taken by this government in the light of viewing it as an act of war?
I think that means that the Congress acts to support the President of the United States in any actions that he needs to take to make sure that those who are responsible, whether they be governments or they be individuals or groups of individuals, that whatever measures need to be taken will be taken, and consider the United States now on the basis of a war, and go on to that footing and use whatever assets and efforts that are necessary to bring those to justice, and at the same time prevent ever a reoccurrence of a tragedy and a crime of this enormity.
Senator, we've been seeing just for the last couple of minutes some live pictures of injured people arriving at a hospital in New York for treatment there. Obviously, it would appear, based on what we know, that the loss of life is going to be very great indeed. Your sense from knowing the Pentagon and knowing the area where that airplane hit, fire still going over there. Do you have any? What can you tell us about that part of the building? Number of people work there, that kind of thing.
Well, as you know, the Pentagon is a very large building, and which may work to our benefit here, as opposed to the trade towers. I can't make an estimate, but fortunately, the Pentagon is a very large building. So let's pray that the extent of the casualties has been limited by that. Obviously, there's casualties, but what staggers the imagination, as I heard you talking, is the 50,000 people that work at the trade towers. We pray for them and their families, and it's a tragedy that, again, words become inadequate very quickly when describing something of this nature. But I'm sure the President will lead us. I am sure that the President will reassure the American people, and all of us, all Americans, will commit ourselves to making sure that those who committed it pay the heaviest price, whether they be governments or individuals, including governments that may have harbored groups that were responsible for this, and we will make sure that there's never a reoccurrence. And I know that's no consolation to the grieving families, but I don't think we can do more, except I am confident the President of the United States will lead, and the American people can bestow their confidence upon his leadership.
Senator, what you're saying suggests, as others may have mentioned, that life in the United States will not again be the same anytime soon. Would you agree with that?
I totally agree with that. And again, it's incomprehensible and reprehensible, and none of us that I know of ever imagined something this enormity, and well orchestrated, obviously.
Senator, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks, Brett.
We now have Brian Wilson, I believe, able to report to us on what he's been hearing. He's up on Capitol Hill. Brian, what are you hearing, buddy?
Well, I'm hearing a lot of things, Brett. One of the things that we're hearing in the last few minutes is from Senator Richard Shelby, who is a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who told us there has been no advance warning, and they call this very well organized, and he says that they had no advance warning that it was coming at all. And usually they do have some indication from the intelligence community. So very surprised. They say, of course, they know about what happened at the Pentagon. They know about what happened at the World Trade Center. They're still trying to figure out exactly what happened in western Pennsylvania. But members of Congress are coming out and expressing in the strongest terms that the intelligence community failed to give them any advance warning and any kind of information about this, that it caught them completely off guard. One member of Congress, Congressman Kurt Weldon of Pennsylvania, said, the government has failed the people of this country, and that's an indictment on both parties. Britt?
Brian, it does certainly seem that these members of Congress not only had no advance warning, or that the government had no advance warning, they don't seem to know very much about what actually happened, do they?
No, and Senator Shelby said we're still getting briefings, but information is very sketchy and communications are scrambled, an indication that they're not getting a good flow of information. And an overall sense that perhaps more will have to be done to shore up the intelligence budgets in the days ahead, but also, just complete outrage, Britt, that somehow the millions and billions of dollars that we spend on intelligence in this country somehow let this one slip through the cracks.
All right, Brian Wilson, thank you very much. John Scott, that's it from here for the moment. One last note. We learned a few minutes ago that Secret Service agents had sprinted up the street from the White House and cleared people away from a bag that was sitting in the middle of the street there up at the corner of Connecticut Avenue and I Street, right by the Army-Navy Club there in Washington. It turns out apparently that the bag has been found to be harmless. So one more of these false alarms, of which there have been a number, and doubtless will be many more, has been put to rest. John?
All right, Britt Hume in Washington, thank you very much. You are looking at the pictures of what is left of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Really not much. These pictures coming to you now live. We're going to show you what happened earlier this morning, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. You can see there are people who are leaning out the windows. At that point, they were hoping for some kind of rescue. There was smoke throughout the building, and they couldn't breathe inside, so they were breaking out the windows of that building and hoping for some kind of rescue. Ultimately, a number of these people simply decided to end their misery and jumped. We are going to get some late information now from Fox producer Dan Cohen, who saw much of this going on. Dan, this is an awful, awful day. What can you add to what we've already seen?
Well, I got here, as you were just saying, and the people jumping out of the buildings, that's about when I arrived. And I'm also an emergency medical technician, so I came down to see if I could help. I identified myself to some of the people that were setting up the medical command posts. We had gotten everything set up. They were doing an amazing job of instantly just having everything organized. As soon as we got the medical command post set up, and I was with a team of other fire department EMTs, we were about to go off and treat some people we had been assigned to treat. All of a sudden we looked up, before we looked up, we heard what sounded like basically a jet airliner landing right on top of our heads. Looked up and the building was just coming down. The entire command post that I was at just started running. The wall of smoke came up behind us, and I think most of us came out of it. I lost the crew that I was with. They started setting up another command post, and then sure enough, about 5 minutes later, we were treating some of the people that had gotten trapped the first time. Someone said that the tower's leaning, We all started running, and that's when the tower came down completely. I managed to get out. A lot of the people did not, and were trapped back under the debris. Once the dust started to clear a little, we went in, took some firemen out. A lot of the firemen had already been in the building at that point. We put as many as we could on some ferries as we were by the water at this point, sent them over to Jersey City for treatment. And from that point on, it's pretty much been chaos. I mean, the New York City Emergency Service has been doing an amazing job of trying to control the chaos, but every time things get set up, there's either more explosions or more debris or more people come out of the rubble.
All right. Dan Cohen, a Fox News producer, also an emergency medical technician who has been in Lower Manhattan trying to help the wounded on this catastrophic day. We can't overstate the level of damage that's been inflicted here. It bears repeating, folks, that America is still standing. We are united, we are strong, and we will find out who did this. But for now, there are thousands, probably, of casualties in not only in Lower Manhattan, but also in Washington, D.C. Let's get the latest now from our Edie Donahue in the Fox Newsroom. Edie?
Well, John, America may be standing, but we are certainly in shock. The Pentagon still in flames. Our own correspondent, David Schuster, there. An update now on exactly what happened this morning. The first shock came just about 8:50 Eastern time. That was when the first plane, an American Airlines plane that had been hijacked en route from Boston to L.A. with 92 people on board, slammed into the World Trade Center. We were just finishing up our morning show. We watched that and started speculating what was happening. Within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, the second plane had hit the second World Trade Center. That was the South Tower. That apparently, although it is not confirmed, United Airlines says it is missing Flight 175, which was en route from Boston to Los Angeles. Witnesses later say that they saw people from the top floors on fire, jumping to their death. At 9:45, the Pentagon was hit, the south wall, that apparently by American Airlines Flight 77 en route from Dulles, Washington, that is, to Los Angeles. That is a 757 plane. It was carrying 64 people. That ripped a 100 to 150-foot hole into the south ring, the south wall there, the outermost ring of the Pentagon. That, as we said, the fire sirens still wailing there, the Pentagon still on fire. At about 10 o'clock, 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, this United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco crashed. That's a 757 with 90 people on board. Now, what's interesting is that crashed just after the FAA ordered all United States commercial airliners to land at the closest possible place. Right after that order was issued, that plane crashed. Later on, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. The North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. We do know that some people, even as high as the 92nd floor, were able to be evacuated safely. In the U.S., for the first time in history, all United States commercial aircraft have been grounded. We know that some internationally inbound flights landed in Canada, but now Canadian airlines and airports have been shut down as well. All federal buildings and most state buildings across America have been closed, and most major landmarks in the U.S. are closed. In New York City, bridges, tunnels, subways, all shut down. At St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the first victims of the World Trade Center crash were taken, we have paramedics out on the street donating, soliciting blood from any donors they can find. They say the need is that great right now. As we say, right now, America seems to be in a quandary. We have had these attacks this morning. The president apparently is safe, but we do not know where he is. He has not made a statement since the official one this morning, saying that this was a criminal act and that he would do everything to find out who had committed it. The enemy, though, at this point, unknown. No one has officially claimed responsibility. John, that's the latest. Back to you.
All right, Edie Donahue in the Fox Newsroom. Thank you very much. It's not surprising that we haven't heard from the president yet. He took off from Florida, where his scheduled events have been canceled for the day. Took off from Florida probably around 9:30 this morning, and flying time to Washington being what it is, if in fact he is headed to Washington, we wouldn't expect to hear from him for some few minutes now. Let's get the latest on that from our Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor.
John, thank you. We are awaiting to hear when the president will land and exactly where, and when he might have something to say about all of this. A couple of things worth noting. Brian Wilson has just called to say that he was talking to Congressman Jim Moran, a Democrat of Virginia, who has received a briefing on Capitol Hill, and that Moran says that what they know about that plane crash near Pittsburgh was they believe that was related to an attempted attack on Camp David. Of course, you know where there was an earlier incorrect report that Camp David had in fact been attacked. All officials now are saying that is not the case. So we have a little bit more from what the intelligence community is apparently telling members of Congress. It appears also that fighter jets are now escorting Air Force One, which would be a standard precaution under a circumstance like this. The last time I can recall, in my own experience, this happening was when President Bush the first flew down to a drug summit in the nation of Colombia, where, of course, terrorism is a constant threat. We're waiting, as we noted, for further word from the White House, where communications are obviously a problem because everybody's been evacuated as to where and when the president will land. So that is basically the latest we have from here. I might call your attention to a quote. This from Chris Yates, an aviation expert at Jane's Transport in London. Jane's, of course, is a company that publishes a number of defense-related and aviation and maritime-related publications, military-related publications. He called it the most audacious terrorist attack ever taken place in the world. There you go.
That cannot be
Rita
over.
Cosby, by the way, has something to report as well. Rita's been staying in touch with us by telephone. She's in our air. Rita, what do you know?
Well, Brett, I'm told by the FAA that at this point 22 international flights have been diverted to Canada, and there are 50 flights over the United States. Remember, we're in a full-fledged ground stop right now. This is the first time in U.S. history that they have done such a ground stop, but we are told that there are 50 flights still in the air trying to reach their locations here in the United States in order to land immediately. There are also 2 international flights from Europe in which the pilots have not responded, and that is drawing concern from U.S. These are flights that were en route to the United States from Europe, and the pilots have not responded to the FAA, so they're trying to find out if those 2 planes may be in trouble. Also, law enforcement sources are telling us, and this is interesting, that there was word put out through an Arab newspaper about 3 weeks ago that bin Laden himself, the mastermind behind the East African bombings, the embassy bombings there in East Africa, that he apparently did put out word about 3 weeks ago saying that he was planning an unprecedented attack against U.S. interests. Since that time, they got other information that there may be some sort of attack against U.S. possibly governmental facilities. And then, as we know, on Friday, the State Department did put out a worldwide caution basically telling U.S. Citizens and also particularly government and military officials that they should be in a heightened state of alert. But I will tell you from talking to law enforcement sources, I talked to them minutes after the 2 planes rammed into the World Trade Center building, this morning the Twin Towers, that they were very stunned, that they said, look, we had gotten word that there may be some sort of attack, but we had no idea it was going to be on U.S. soil, no idea that it was going to involve airliners and so forth. I will tell you also, law enforcement sources do know that Osama bin Laden, right now they believe he's sort of the prime suspect. They have no idea who's behind this, but they are looking at him because they do say that he and his men did a lot of training, in fact, where they did practice hijackings, where they did have pilots who were on their staff, and in fact, we've reported earlier that 3 people involved in the East African bombings were actually pilots, and that's sort of part of their training, and they get some of that in Afghanistan, also Iran, and a number of other countries. So this is sort of part of their training to prepare for something like this. But law enforcement sources are telling me, and these are intelligence officials, that they were really stunned by today's development.
All right, Rita, thank you very much. It's worth perhaps also adding to this, John Scott, that the North American Air Defense Command, NORAD, is controlling the U.S. aircraft that are in the air, including those that are escorting Air Force One. So you get an idea from that just how seriously this threat is being taken by the U.S. military. Back to you in New York, John Scott.
All right, Britt Hume, thanks very much. This was supposed to be an election day in New York. Primary elections were scheduled for mayor here and other offices. Those elections have been canceled. A couple of other more mundane matters considering all that's gone on. Major League Baseball has canceled its scheduled games for tonight. All those games are canceled. Let's listen to one of the witnesses from Lower Manhattan now recount what he saw. This is unedited tape. All right, we're having a little trouble hearing the audio there. As you can imagine, Wall Street workers, a great number of other people, terrifically impacted by the collapse of the World Trade Centers that after they were hit by 2 apparently hijacked airliners shortly before and shortly after 9 a.m. this morning Eastern Time. Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating is on the line with us once again. Governor, you have had more experience than anybody dealing with catastrophe of this scale in the bombing of the Murrah building. How should America respond?
Well, no one has had experience responding to a catastrophe of this scale. This is just agony beyond comprehension. It is horrific. It really is a day of infamy. And I am confident as a citizen, because I dealt with the New York Police Department and the New York Fire Service here in Oklahoma City, that they have first-rate authorities. Their emergency management people are first-rate. I'm confident in the military authorities and obviously in the President's leadership. But this is just absolutely
Governor, let me interrupt you for just a minute. Britt Hume has some late-breaking information for us out of
John,
Washington.
we've just learned from the White House press pool. That is the group of journalists who stay with the president at all times, fly with him aboard Air Force One, that the president will, in a matter of minutes, be making a statement. There is some mystery about exactly where that statement will come from, whether it will be from Air Force One or some other place where he may have landed. So we await, obviously, with great interest that, but we are within apparently minutes of hearing from the president for the first time since his initial remarks before he got in the air after these attacks originally occurred. So we wait here in Washington to bring that to you as soon as we have a signal from the White House or from wherever the president is.
And almost certainly, Britt, that would not be from the Oval Office. The White House has been evacuated, right?
The White House has been evacuated, and we have no reason to believe that the president's plane has touched down in the Washington area. But communications here are such, John, that all kinds of things could have happened that we don't know about, and indeed that not everybody here on the ground knows about. But the president, of course, travels with the most elaborate communications facilities. The president has, the latest word we have now is the president has touched down at Shreveport, Louisiana, and it is apparently from there that we will hear whatever he has to say. So we are awaiting we're awaiting a signal, a picture, and the words of the President of the United States coming from Shreveport, Louisiana, a place that the military apparently felt that the president was safe to go. So we are watching and waiting for that, John.
All right. Britt Hume in Washington, thanks very much. We will continue to await the words of the president when he gets to a television transmission facility, apparently, as Britt told you, there in Shreveport. Frank Keating, the governor of Oklahoma, still on the line with us. Governor, you've been in this position. You've had to calm a populace horrified by a sudden terrorist strike. What does the president need to say, and how do Americans need to take in this cataclysmic disaster?
Well, this is an attack, an act of war against the United States. In my case, it was a domestic terrorist attack. In this case, ostensibly, it's an international terrorist attack. I think the president will appropriately say the first thing we must do is rescue and recover. We must pray for those who are injured, pray for those who are killed, and anyone who did this, we will get them. Real simple, but focus first on rescue, recovery, and prayer, and I'm sure that's exactly what the president will do.
There is going to be a great uniting of America, isn't there, coming out of all this?
Well, yes, because this was an attack on us, and in that building, that is a melting pot of America. There are obviously thousands of people of all different walks of life, all different races, all different religions and nationalities there. And to make a political statement by destroying innocent men, women, and children is never acceptable in any moral society. And this is absolutely an affront to civilization, and the president and the country will be united and will respond accordingly, and appropriately so.
And an affront to civilization is just what you'll see in the pictures that we are about to bring you. Again, these are unedited. We cannot exactly predict what you're going to see because we haven't seen some of them ourselves. But this is video as one of the towers of the World Trade Center collapsed. You can see the sheer terror on the people as that shockwave of dust and debris rolls toward our camera crew there. And all of a sudden, it is midnight in downtown Manhattan as the crumbled concrete, as the shell of what was once Manhattan's proudest buildings, pair of buildings, as it crumbled to dust. And it is still burning, it is still on fire. Untold numbers of people are dead, untold numbers of people are trapped. The rescue effort is going to go on for days, perhaps weeks. Again, imagine the mindset of these people who were at the base of the building there, watching what they thought was nothing more than a fire. Nobody knew at this point that these buildings were going to collapse. I might bring into the conversation Howard Safer, the former chief of police, police commissioner here in New York City, also fire commissioner as well. Mr. Safer, nobody ever thought the World Trade Center would fall. I mean, that's what the terrorists tried to do back in 1993, and they weren't even close to being successful.
That's true, and even the engineer who designed the Trade Center told me it was designed to withstand a commercial airliner attack. Obviously, that's not correct. This is incomprehensible and just the kind of thing that, although we plan for every kind of terrorist attack, this is overwhelming for the emergency services in New York, which are some of the best in the world.
Let's look at the bigger picture. I mean, everybody wants to know who did this, but it's going to take some time, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this is obviously, and it's not that it's time to worry about the people who are hurt and injured, but this is obviously an intelligence failure. We're going to have to figure out not only why we didn't have the intelligence, but we have to figure out how these hijackers were able to breach airport security and what we have to do to fix that.
It could be something relatively simple. If you wanted to, I mean, I have boarded airplanes before with my pocket knife, a 3 or 4 inch blade. That can be a lethal weapon, and nobody has ever stopped me. There are limits on what kind of a knife you can take on board, but a couple of trained terrorists, trained in hand-to-hand combat, could easily get into a cockpit and commandeer a plane.
Well, that is true. Also, the quality of personnel is very important. The technology is very important. And most importantly, the way you prevent terrorism is through intelligence. You can't prevent terrorist acts when they're taking place, but you need to have the intelligence so you know about them and prevent them before they take place.
Let's check in with Molly Falconer. She's in Lower Manhattan at St. Vincent's Hospital, a scene of absolute chaos. Molly, what's going on there?
John, it has been a scene of chaos all morning. This is a hospital under siege. It's taking many of the victims up from the World Trade Center. They're running out of blood. They're running out of something called Silvadine, which treats burns. They have been raiding local pharmacies and local stores to try and get that. And I'm standing here with Kim White, who managed to make it out of Tower 1 right before it went down. And you're saying you had a hard time with some of those fire doors.
Yeah, the fire doors were locked, and we couldn't get them unlocked. It took about 10 minutes for somebody to actually come and open up the doors, and then we were able to finally head down. But then there were other doors that were locked, so we were brought into another floor when there was another explosion, and they finally let us continue to go down.
And your clothes are in shreds, and you still got debris in your hair. Is that what happened to your colleagues, and how are they?
I have a rim, which that's how we've been able to keep contact with one another. And I had my one of my male co-workers contact me when I was in the hospital and asked me and told me that he's with the entire team. Where am I? And I told him I was at the hospital, so everybody is doing okay.
How are people feeling, and could you see anything? Was there smoke all around you?
Well, when we got down to the bottom floor, we thought we were okay, and then there was a collapse. We don't know what collapsed. There was a collapse of something. The police and fire department told us to go run to the wall and don't look outside. Next thing we know, billowing black smoke just came in, and I mean, it went down my mouth, up my nose, all over the place, and people were hysterical at that time. You couldn't see anybody. You could barely see the lights of the flashlights that were downstairs. But eventually, I think they broke a plate glass window to Borders.
They were breaking glass to try and get out?
To try to get out to Borders bookstore, and we went through down their escalator and then up another escalator to come out, and that's how we finally got out of the office.
Okay. I'll let you go. Thank you very much for stopping. And John, we are hearing a lot of victims come, some staggering, out of this hospital. We've got reports that over 160 are inside. They've turned the corridors. They even turned the hospital gym into a makeshift ER. They have hundreds of doctors and nurses on call. Obviously, their disaster plans are in effect. They've sent several triage teams downtown. They have blocked off all of 7th Avenue, which is one of these main thoroughfares right in front of the hospital here, so that they can ferry ambulances from the World Trade Center to St. Vincent's Hospital. And all morning, all we've been seeing are gurneys out on the street standing at the ready for the hundreds of ambulances, I should say dozens of ambulances that are coming in, but who knows, there are no estimates as to how many will eventually get here. A spokesman named Mark Ackerman came out a few moments ago and said he can't put an estimate on how many people will be here, but we'll keep a watch on it for you all the time. Again, there is a call out for blood and something called Silvadine. It treats burns and infections. They have already raided the local pharmacies around the hospitals, and they're calling for more. Back to you.
All right, Molly Falconer at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan, thank you. We want to take you out to Los Angeles now. A couple of the planes that were hijacked were bound for Los Angeles. John Dupree, our correspondent there, has some late-breaking information for us. John?
John, the ripple effect of this disaster felt clear out here on the West Coast. Three of the planes which crashed today were bound for Los Angeles International Airport, where you find me now. American flight number 11 with 92 people on board, American flight number 77 with 64 people on board, and United flight number 175 with 65 people on board, which may have crashed into the Pentagon. All bound for Los Angeles International Airport. Their numbers were not even on the arrivals board here. No one had begun to come here to pick up passengers arriving from those two cities. Now, and only now, one by one, family members and loved ones beginning to show up here at LAX, being escorted into the corporate offices at American Airlines here at Terminal 4, being escorted by United officials to a nearby hotel, being briefed on what has happened, being told that their loved ones, their family members, by all appearances most likely dead. The skies above Los Angeles International Airport, where 150 to 250,000 people each day take off and land, the busiest airport on the west coast of these United States, eerily empty. That's the effect here on the other side of the country. John Scott, back to you.
John Dupree in Los Angeles, thank you. Again, these pictures just coming into us now. This is unedited video of the pandemonium, the fear, the chaos in Lower Manhattan as the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, the tallest buildings in Manhattan, once the tallest buildings in the world, as they collapsed in an incredible shockwave of dirt, debris, smoke, and certainly a catastrophic loss of human life. This was the reaction there in Manhattan. Nobody ever thought those towers could fall. Almost certainly the terrorists who tried to inflict this didn't think they could fall. They perhaps hoped it would happen, but nobody thought there would be this kind of catastrophic damage. William Daley and Howard Safir. William Daley, a former FBI agent who investigated the first World Trade Center bombing. Let's talk about the bigger picture once again. Sure, the terrorists wanted to inflict maximum damage, maximum loss of life, but their real goal is mental, isn't it? Aren't they trying to scare America?
That's true, John. In fact, my role was one after the incident in helping put security back in place for these once prestigious locations. And the thought is, when we do security planning and try to predict where terrorists will attack, we always think of what are the spots that are indicative of the American way, whether it's the World Trade Center, whether it's some other landmark, or what they call trophy building that they like to have exactly what we see here, be up in smoke, and for everyone to be panicked and concerned. So when we try to predict terrorist acts, we look at these, but we really, at the very far end of the spectrum, would think that would ever come down to something like this. We always looked upon something worst case, like vehicle bombs we saw in Oklahoma City, or we've seen over in Europe, individual bombings. But when we look at planes, flying bombs with people in them, which are of and by themselves would be catastrophic incidents if they occurred.
On any given day, any one of these incidents would dominate the news for weeks.
Exactly.
We've had 4 planes crash today, 3 of them deliberately into buildings, 2 at the World Trade Center towers, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 went down in an airport area near Pittsburgh. Britt Hume is keeping an eye on the situation in the nation's capital. Let's get the latest from him. Britt?
Well, the first thing, John, is that fire at the Pentagon continues to burn out of control and going ever deeper into the building itself. One presumes that the building has been now evacuated of all but firefighting personnel. But that obviously a worrisome situation. There you see a live picture of the plume of smoke, black smoke still rising from the Pentagon. Evidently, the amount of fuel that was spilled or whatever was aboard that aircraft was sufficient to keep that blaze going apace. From Capitol Hill, we learned a couple of other things. Senator John Kyle, Republican of Arizona, said to our Brian Wilson just a short time ago that members of the leadership are in various different, congressional leadership are in various different places, in touch with each other and with the administration. We have a plan, said Kyle, and it is in place. What that's all about remains to be seen. Brian also reports that at the Capitol Police Station, J.C. Watts, Tom DeLay, both were members of the Republican House leadership, had been seen there, as well as Democrats Dick Gephardt and David Bonnier. So members of the congressional leadership here in Washington, those four we know about and have been seen, and they are said all to be in touch with one another as we await remarks by the President of the United States, who is at Barksdale, or is either on the ground or is about to speak from Barksdale military base, Air Force Base there outside Shreveport, Louisiana. As soon as that can be technically set up, we expect to hear from the President. We'll let you know.
All right, Britt Hume, keeping an eye on the things in Washington. Thanks very much. Howard Safer, again, this is something that New York City has planned for a long time. New York always thought it was an obvious terror target. You might say, in a way, we dodged a bullet back in '93 when the World Trade Center was bombed, 6 people dead, 1,000 hurt, but nothing on the scale of what we've seen today.
Absolutely not. This is incomprehensible. The idea of one plane was incomprehensible. The idea of 4 is beyond the realm of conception. And, this is obviously something that was well planned, had to be well coordinated, had to be something that was planned for months, maybe even years. And finding the people who did this after the rescue operation, and we save as many lives as possible, is really the key here.
How is life going to change in America as a result of this, or is it too early to say?
Well, I think one of the things you're going to see is a re-examination of both our intelligence procedures and our security procedures. Certainly our airport security procedures are going to have to be put under a microscope and look for the vulnerability points, because four airplanes hijacked in one day says the system doesn't work.
Perhaps, Bill Daley, I'm just exploring some options here, but might we see almost armored cockpits from now on? I mean, those cabin doors, as anybody who's ever flown, are lockable but fairly flimsy. Excuse me, Bill, we want to go up to Shepard Smith, who's actually keeping an eye on things from the sky above Midtown. Shep?
I'm actually down in the newsroom now, John, and want to bring you an update on the facts as we've been getting them in the last few minutes. The FBI headquarters will be making an official announcement shortly. Fox News Channel will carry that for you as well. As Britt Hume mentioned, we are waiting at Barksdale Air Force Base, where President Bush is scheduled to address the nation in just a few minutes. It's our understanding that there are technical reasons that he's not on yet, but that should be happening shortly. I can also tell you that now the United States border with Canada has been shut down at all crossings. There is a report from Afghanistan now, from Kabul, Afghanistan, Osama bin Laden's people, and actually the Taliban now responding to this. Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers have condemned this devastating terrorist attack in New York and the one in Washington, and rejected suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be behind them. The Taliban's ambassador to neighboring Pakistan has now said that bin Laden, the Saudi dissident who has been given asylum in the country, does not have the facilities needed to carry out such an attack. Quoting now from the Taliban, "It is premature to level allegations against a person who is not in a position to carry out such attacks. It was a well-organized plan on connection with the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in East Africa that killed 224 people." Now, there are reports that the victim count at the Pentagon is now at 34. Those are unconfirmed reports at this moment, but certainly with a fire that happened so quickly and an explosion on that level, fears at the Pentagon are certainly running high. We're also getting word from NASA now that astronauts aboard the International Space Station can actually see the smoke rising from Washington and New York. That this plume of smoke that was once the World Trade Center in New York City can be seen from 224 miles in the sky. And on the International Space Station, they are watching in what is certainly a day which will live in infamy, September the 11th, 2001, and the worst terrorist attack in the history of the world. The updates are coming in fast and furious now from individual states across the nation. Suffice it to say that governments across this country are now shutting down all major tall buildings. That's the way it seems, as we've just gotten reports from New Jersey across the river where they watch these buildings fall. The governor of Pennsylvania now asking to use a Fox News satellite truck to address the people of his state. Overwhelming calls now from governors and congressmen and senators for calm across the nation. The president soon to address the nation about how the United States will respond. David Schuster has been reporting throughout the day that the military is now on an alert, which is parallel with alert that would be in place should we be at war. Newt Gingrich saying earlier that this is likened to Pearl Harbor. President Bush will put it all into perspective for us shortly. Those are the latest updates as we have them. Once again, the FBI to make an official statement in just a matter of minutes. This from our correspondent there at the Pentagon. The president to speak down in Shreveport, Louisiana in just a few minutes. John, both of those for you live when they come in here in the newsroom.
All right, Shepard Smith in our newsroom, thanks very much. Again, to restate, you're looking at the place where the World Trade Center used to stand in Manhattan. A billowing cloud of smoke still rolling up from the foundations of the towers. They crumbled around, well, in the 10 o'clock hour. This after they were struck by two hijacked jetliners in separate incidents just before and just after 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. 50,000 people work in those buildings on a given day. It's certain that a good number of those people were already at their desks. Witnesses describe seeing people jumping from the upper floors in flames, preferring to make a quick end of their lives rather than suffer disastrously. Here is the picture of the second plane coming in. We are not exactly certain at this point which plane that was. It's believed that was the American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington to LAX. We believe that was the plane that was employed as a flying bomb to destroy the second of the World Trade Center towers. The structural steel in those towers, steel that was thought to be strong enough to withstand this kind of attack, ultimately gave way to the heat of the burning fuel from those aircraft. You can see there the pictures, people who have broken out the windows. They cannot breathe. They are leaning outside, waving handkerchiefs, towels, anything they can, waiting for rescue. Rescue that almost certainly never came. The towers crumbled one at a time, as you're looking at the replay here, in a tremendous shower of shattering glass and concrete. Almost certainly there will be casualties in neighboring buildings because the World Trade Center towered so tall above the buildings around it. As it fell, there'd be steel beams, girders, chunks of concrete, enormous piles of material cascading down from 1,000 feet in the sky, a quarter-mile up. All of this material falling down to the ground, and anybody who was underneath it would have a difficult time surviving indeed. Also, we take you to Washington, where the Pentagon remains on fire, a fire burning out of control after a hijacked jetliner there slammed into the outer wall, the outer ring of the Pentagon. Now, this one could have been worse. We have early indications of perhaps 36 people dead, but it appears that the impact of that plane actually came on the ground outside the Pentagon. So the fire is still burning there, the Pentagon in flames. Clearly, this was an attempt to strike at America's financial structure, the symbol of America in many respects, the World Trade Center, the tallest, the most visible buildings in New York City, right alongside New York Harbor, and also a strike at the Pentagon, the center of America's military. Shepard Smith has a late update now from the newsroom. Shep?
John, we have just gotten this in from the World Trade Center explosions in New York City. The death toll is now estimated at 10,000. This out of New York, and this, according to the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths at the Pentagon as well. Representative Jim Moran, coming out of the Capitol Police headquarters, has just told Fox News on camera, again, he is a Democrat from Virginia, that the official estimate now is 10,000 have been killed in lower Manhattan as the World Trade Centers collapse to the ground. We're expecting to hear from the president shortly, John.
All right, Shepard Smith, thank you. And that death toll, suffice it to say, could certainly go up. There were thousands of people, perhaps, among them some of New York's finest and bravest police and fire officials trying to effect the rescue of those people who were caught in the top of those buildings. At the time, we thought, and here you look at the replay of the plane slamming, this is the second plane now, slamming into the second tower, and the catastrophic explosion there that certainly killed everyone on board the plane, as well as probably hundreds in the World Trade Center towers. So there were firefighters and police officers on the ground trying to effect the rescue of those people above. And all of a sudden, both of the towers came cascading down around them. Clearly, a great number of the people whose lives have been lost today are the firefighters and the rescue crews who were trying to help save others. We are awaiting word from President Bush. He was in Florida at the time this all began. As you look at these unedited pictures of people scrambling away from the dust cloud resulting from the collapse of the World Trade Center. President Bush was on the ground in Florida. He was to address an elementary school on what was supposed to be an upbeat event promoting education in this country. President Bush is safe. Air Force One took him to Shreveport, Louisiana. We expect he will be addressing the nation momentarily. Once again, the U.S. military is on the highest state of alert. The kind of alert that would have emanated from the Pearl Harbor attack. And as former House Speaker Newt Gingrich said today on the air on Fox News, certainly this attack will bring with it more casualties than the American forces lost at Pearl Harbor. This is a 21st century Pearl Harbor. Experts have been saying for a long time that perhaps the military attacks of the future would be of this kind. And Bill Daley, former FBI agent, I guess this is the worst kind of scenario. This is what was predicted, but perhaps maybe never imagined.
It was predicted, imagined, but the countermeasures to ever deal with something like this were something you couldn't come to grips with. How are you going to stop commercial airliners from coming down routes around New York that they normally travel?
It's monumental, the scope of the catastrophe. Britt Hume is in Washington now with some more information for us.
Yeah, John, we just, as we've noted, that fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, but the Secretary of Defense, we now understand from Admiral Craig Quigley, his spokesman, who has just spoken to Fox News a short time ago, says that he is in the building, that he is in the National Military Command Center, which is a kind of bunker within the Pentagon, where it is said that communications are working. While the place is a little smoky, the Secretary never left the building. That threat condition Delta, which David Schuster earlier described to you as the most advanced threat condition there is, has been set for the Pentagon. Quigley seemed not to know when asked whether that was the military threat alert nationwide. But as for why it was imposed at the Pentagon, he said, quote, it was simply the prudent thing to do. I think most people would concur with that. The members of the congressional leadership, Brian Wilson reports from Capitol Hill, where he's been at the police station there, have been taken, it is said, to a secure location. We earlier heard from Senator John Kyle that said, yes, they are secure, they are in touch with each other, that the plan, at least for dealing with these things, as far as Capitol Hill is concerned, is underway and in effect. The FBI, John, is saying that they received no warning about this, no warning at all, and for that reason, obviously, that U.S. forces were not on any special alert. That's the latest from here.
All right, Britt Hume in Washington, thank you. As you look at these pictures of the smoking side of the Pentagon, it bears repeating that most of the building is still intact and even occupied. David Schuster was in the Pentagon for a good part of the morning. David, are you still inside the building?
John, we are. The pictures that you're looking, if you imagine the camera swinging to the left and going to the next concentric ring, that's where the media offices are, and that's where we are. We can tell you that the hallways, to give you an extent of how big the fire is that continues to rage out of control at many of the offices of the Pentagon on our side, which is clearly, several hundred feet, or if not several hundred yards from where the fire is that you can see on the screen, the smoke is so thick that you really can't see down the hallway more than 20 feet in front of you. That's how thick it is. A short time a while ago, we saw 6 FBI agents walking down the hallway heading towards the part of the building where the plane crashed. We do believe now that the plane, in fact, that it was a direct hit on the south side of the building. Some of the local television pictures, when you look at them, you can see that there is a gaping hole at least 150 feet wide by the helipad. It does not appear that there are any marks on the grass in front, so it does seem as if the plane that struck the Pentagon did hit directly into the E-ring, the outside ring. At the moment, there are still at least from our estimation, perhaps 20 to 30 offices over 4 floors that continue to burn out of control. The flames are shooting out the windows. The fire apparently continues to spread north along the building, north as far as the side facing Arlington National Cemetery. Again, the Pentagon has been evacuated, except as reported earlier, the National Military Command Center, which is where Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld is located. In addition, as far as the threat condition Delta, that applies to some of the Atlantic Fleet, some of the Air Command and Control, the groups that would coordinate U.S. military assets along the East Coast. Many of these assets will be used as far as civilian help, civilian efforts. Furthermore, we're told that all U.S. fighters in the United States are now on alert and are under control of the North American Air Defense System known as NORAD. This is a joint U.S.-Canadian system based in Colorado. Fighters were sent up and escorted Air Force One into Louisiana. But again, the situation here at the Pentagon, as you can see, the fire continues to burn out of control. One of the problems that firefighters are having is that it is very difficult, because of how big the Pentagon is, to get to some of the inner rings where the fire continues to burn. John?
All right, David Schuster at the Pentagon reporting live. Thank you. Again, apparently in that updated report from David Schuster, the Pentagon took a direct hit. Let's get another update now from Britt Hume in Washington.
Well,
Britt?
John, the latest thing we have, just quickly, is that we're hearing now from the through the White House press pool and from our producer Nancy Harmeyer, who's still in Sarasota where the president was, but in touch, that the president has made the statement that he is going to make. He made it to tape. And that tape has been dropped off there at Barksdale Air Force Base, Barksdale military facility there on the Texas-Louisiana border near Shreveport. And he's now headed, we know not where, and that the tape is being ferried to a local broadcasting facility there. And you now see the situation there, some live picture from the Pentagon of officials there in the hall. And here is the president. This is the president to make this statement. This is Barksdale. This is tape, folks, not live. I'm sorry, folks. It appears there we saw the president start to come in. That, of course, was videotape, and that was a raw tape feed as it was coming in. It takes a while often for levels to be set and for everybody receiving to get clear that the picture and sound are coming in properly, and it is not uncommon at broadcast facilities when tape like this is being fed. We're going to have another go at it here now and see if this time we can hear this taped remark from the president.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
You see what's happening here. This is a videotape being fed from a remote location, and we are trying to get a clear signal and keep it from breaking up and get it onto the air. So sometimes this takes a little bit of time, and we will definitely do what we can to bring it to you as soon as we can see it and hear it clearly. That was the President of the United States. Here he comes again, same tape. See if we can hear it and see it more clearly this time.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America. and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
That concludes the President's taped comments from Barksdale Military Base in Louisiana. The President of the United States speaking just a short time ago. We know not now where the President is. You heard him say that the United States military is on full alert. All security precautions could be taken, that he's been in touch with House, Senate leaders and other members of the administration, as well as with foreign leaders. He said we will hunt down and punish those who are responsible for what he called this cowardly act. That concludes Fox News Channel's presentation and Fox News' coverage of this presidential statement. Back to you in New York.
Britt, thanks very much. It bears repeating that apparently Camp David, the president's vacation residence there in Maryland, apparently was the target of another one of these attacks. We haven't talked about it a great deal today because apparently that attempt did not succeed. But there was a fourth airliner, besides the two that slammed into the World Trade Center and the one that slammed into the Pentagon, a fourth airliner, a United plane, slammed into the ground not far from, well, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. And the intelligence indications are that Camp David, the president's vacation residence, and it bears noting the place where the Camp David Accords were signed, signifying a possible peace deal between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Camp David was apparently one of the attacks. Bill Daley, former FBI agent who worked on the investigation following the first World Trade Center bombing back in '93, is still with us. Bill, there is so much symbolism that we will have to be alert for as we look at the causes of what has happened today, right down to the names of the airlines involved, United and American.
You know, John, I think as we take a step back, and certainly we're all reeling from the shock of the first, few moments of this, which we're still into, and the recovery. When we look at what actually has happened and to the design that has gone into this by using domestic carriers, as you mentioned, ones that carry our own flag on it, crashing into symbols of our way of life.
Let me interrupt you, Bill, because we are going to...
Any questions that you might have.
This is a spokesman from American Airlines.
Today's events appropriately need to be addressed to the FBI.
And again, Al, you can't confirm which plane went into what,
I cannot,
what side.
not at this point.
And it makes it difficult for you to release any information.
Right, it's just impossible at this point.
But Al, you did get a warning apparently this morning that something was amiss?
Well, again, every aspect of the investigation is being handled by the FBI, and they will respond to any questions you might have about the investigation.
How is American Airlines handling this in terms of operations, getting passengers off planes that are stuck on planes?
We are in total control of total contact with the federal government about every aspect of it, and working with the federal government on every aspect of it.
When relatives dial that 800 number, what will they be told, Al?
Well, we'll deal with them. We have procedures for dealing with them and doing the best we can to assist them.
Can you tell us if all your planes are on the ground?
At this point, I can't.
And what's the sense around here? Clearly, it's a terrible tragedy for your company. What's the sense in this building today?
Well, obviously, it's a matter of deep regret that the incident occurred, and we are working completely with the FBI on every aspect of the investigation.
Do you ever think you'd see something like this?
Well, this is an extraordinary circumstance, certainly.
Is it anything you all tried to prepare for?
Well, it's just, there's no way to prepare for something like this.
Al, I'm sorry, did you say all American flights were on the ground?
Well, we are working with the federal government to ascertain that at this point. So, well, there's nothing much more I can provide at this episode. If we have anything more that we can provide, we'd be delighted to do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al.
So there you hear from a spokesman for American Airlines. Two of its planes apparently involved today. 2 United airplanes also involved today in strikes against the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and possibly an attempted strike against Camp David in Maryland, the presidential retreat. As you look at live video of U.S. Air Force fighter planes that are now circling New York as well as Washington, D.C. Shepard Smith has some late-breaking information now for us from the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
A wealth of information coming in, John. I can tell you now that the United States military has dispatched 2 warships and the National Guard to report immediately to New York Harbor to help in what will be the largest in-country rescue effort in the history of this nation, no doubt. To repeat our earlier information from Representative Jim Moran, Democrat of Virginia, who came out of the Capitol Police Headquarters, and said on camera an estimated 10,000 people are dead in New York City, and says the attack on the Pentagon, there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The fire at the Pentagon still quoted as being out of control in the words of those there trying to put it out. This information from the West Bank city of Nablus, where we now have reports and videotape coming into Fox News Channel where thousands of Palestinians are this day celebrating Tuesday's attacks, chanting "God is great," and distributing candy to passersby. The Taliban has made a statement as well, saying that it is not right to be putting this off on Osama bin Laden at this moment, that he does not have the resources available to do such a thing, and the Taliban there has itself condemned today's attacks. President Bush and a handful of aides were whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill. Mrs. Bush, that is. Mrs. Bush, the First Lady, and a handful of aides whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill, where she was to have testified at a Senate Committee on Education, to a hideout now, the First Lady in a hideout away from the White House. There, the sequestered group huddled around a single television in their hideout and channel surf for the latest news. You may be hearing a broadcast going off within our building. We are now in a 45-story building, the News Corp building, and we are hearing on overhead that the New York City Police Department is requesting that all non-essential personnel in the building be evacuated immediately. Here is the situation now. It's my understanding that these evacuations are happening in high-rises across New York City. 50,000 people scheduled to work this day in the Twin Towers. Hundreds of thousands more across the city, and all of the skyscrapers in the city of New York are now being evacuated. The problem with that is the subway systems are down. Traffic is almost non-existent. We travel here by cabs, which are not on the streets. John Scott, back to you in New York.
Shepard Smith, thank you. I want to bring in somebody who has kept an eye on this kind of situation over the years. Bill Richardson, the former Energy Secretary and UN Ambassador, is joining us by telephone. The Secretary Richardson, this is an appalling development. I can only ask for your gut-level reaction, and what should America's reaction be?
Well, first we have to support the President, who I think made a very, very important statement that we're not going to tolerate this. We have to pray for the victims. I think this is a time when the country needs to come together. This is an unbelievable tragedy. It looks like the work of Osama bin Laden, who I had tried to extradite several years ago from Afghanistan as UN ambassador. It's a coordinated attack. I think we have to get the best intelligence we can from our allies and friends around the world, and then basically plan a huge, massive response against these perpetrators.
Well, as you say, you have tried to get him extradited before. The U.S. has been pressuring the Taliban to give him up for years. What further pressure can we bring to bear?
Well, I believe that the first thing we need to do is penetrate those terrorist cells to find out exactly where he is. We need a massive response against him there. Secondly, we have to raise the stakes in the international community to initiate sanctions if nations don't cooperate in extraditing him to the United States or finding him. This man is a menace to the international community, not just to the United States. And thirdly, I believe that we have to bring the international community, our allies, developing countries, in a war against terrorism. Terrorism hits across borders, and there has to be an international, perhaps United Nations response, a coordinated response to prevent this from happening again. This is a massive attack on the United States, but also on the international community.
Bill Richardson, the former United Nations ambassador, thank you. As we continue to keep an eye on the skies over Manhattan and in Washington, D.C., people are nervous, understandably, when they hear jets fly overhead, and many of the jets that are flying now are military fighters. On alert there, the Air Force and presumably the Navy as well have military aircraft patrolling the skies over the nation's capital and also New York City. Probably several of the other major cities as well. Let's go to one of our correspondents in Washington, D.C., Rita Cosby, who has some late information for us. Rita?
John, I've been talking to intelligence sources for a few hours, and the last thing that they said to me was all signs are strongly pointing to Osama bin Laden. One intelligence, this is a senior official at an intelligence agency, told me that on June 20th of this year, bin Laden released a video to his followers saying, quote, "It's time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most," signaling that he may plan some sort of attack on U.S. soil. In addition to this, John, they're also looking at who would have had the capability, who would have had the motivation. They said in recent weeks there has been a lot of activity on Islamic chat rooms talking about threats against the United States. But in terms of actual training for Osama bin Laden, he does own a number of planes, also trains specific pilots to actually be able to carry out these type of attacks. And this is something that intelligence sources are saying that they were aware he was doing this type of training, not necessarily to attack the U.S., but to train for suicide attacks on planes and other mechanisms. He also, as we know, is believed to be behind the attack of the USS Cole. And, of course, that was someone who came up on a boat and planned a suicide attack in that mechanism. They do believe, however, if he is connected to this, and again, this is just a strong possibility that they're looking at, that he would have been augmented by another group. They said that, of course, he has widespread tentacles across the world and has followers across the world. And among the possibilities that could have, that they're looking at right now is augmenting, would have been a Palestinian group and also the Hezbollah.
All right, Rita Cosby, this is just an absolutely stunning day. I still cannot get accustomed to the pictures that you're seeing there on your screen now. This is a looking, well, we were seeing Lower Manhattan. Now, this appears to be the area around Reagan National Airport in Washington. Hard to say. We'll find out what these pictures are specifically, but fighter jets now patrolling the skies over Manhattan as well as over Washington, D.C. There is the picture where you should see the World Trade Center standing tall and proud, but they are gone. 50,000 people scheduled to work in those buildings today. We don't know yet how many of them were able to get out, but the estimates are that 10,000 are dead. Hard to wrap your mind around a number like that. 10,000 dead. We suspect that the number is going to go higher than that. Britt Hume is in Washington, D.C. Britt?
John, some senior members of Congress, members of the Senate in particular, have been heard now on what they think the congressional response ought to be. Republican Senator John Warner, who is the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, said just a short time ago that he believes that the Congress needs to meet tomorrow or as soon as possible in some place. He also assures Washingtonians and those working in this city that there is a military air cap over Washington, D.C., which means that there are warplanes in the skies that will not allow any unauthorized plane near the city. That should be of some comfort to those who have been wondering whether a further attack from the air might be on the way or indeed possible. Senator Joseph Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, told our Brian Wilson just a short time ago that he believes that Congress should meet tomorrow and that that Congress should meet in the Capitol building to show that business goes on. And that is something obviously the leaders of Congress are considering very urgently. Now, one of the things that we should point out here, when you see the president touching down at an Air Force base at an unknown, or at least previously unknown location, dropping off a videotape, having taped a statement there and moving on, is that at times like these, the security becomes very tight. and security officials exercise maximum authority and get control of the situation. And after all that has happened, one can only imagine how extensive and how sweeping they want the further security precautions regarding the president and anyone around him to be. So I think we're probably in for some more mystery about the whereabouts of the president of the United States for some time now, because in a situation like that, security becomes the ultimate, the only, almost the only priority, and that will govern a great deal of what happens. Back to you, John.
Britt, I know we're all grabbing for information here, and it's coming in bits and pieces, but do you know anything about that plane crash that apparently there is talk of a plane crash perhaps directed at Camp David? How close did it come?
That is what members of Congress coming out of briefings are saying, that the plane crash near Pittsburgh. Now, Pittsburgh is up in the, Pittsburgh, of course, is some distance from Washington, but it is north and west of Washington, as indeed Camp David is north and somewhat west of Washington. And so if a plane were headed south and east out of Pittsburgh or in that region, that would be a likely place for it to, that would be a likely area for it to be in, or for it to be in that region. So members of Congress are told that intelligence officials believe that that's exactly where that plane was going when it crashed in that area. So that is obviously what they're thinking, that the Camp David retreat may have been under attack. And the Camp David retreat, by the way, is easier to hit than the White House. The White House is really not in anybody's normal flight plan or flight plane. That's not true at the Pentagon. The Pentagon is located just cheek by jowl with Washington National Airport, so a plane could be headed for what looks like a normal approach to Washington National Airport, veer off at the last minute and crash into the Pentagon, which appears to be what's happened. That would be more difficult to do with the White House. If a plane appeared to be on a flight path there would be jets scrambled. It would be harder to accomplish. Camp David, though, on the other hand, is another matter.
And I can't help but wonder, Britt, about the possible symbolism of a strike at Camp David, the place where, after all, the Camp David peace accords were signed.
Absolutely, the Camp David peace accords being signed there. And, of course, it is a symbol of the President of the United States. It is a place where he goes as a retreat. It is thought of as a safe and secure place. The symbolism of that would not be lost on the world either.
All right. Britt Hume again in Washington. Thank you very much. Newt Gingrich, Fox News contributor, the former Speaker of the House, is also joining us once again. Newt, you have a lot of high contacts at high levels of government. What is the thinking about the responsibility at this point, or is it too early for that?
I think it's way too early for people to have sorted this out. I think the first reaction is to, as Britt pointed out, is to make sure the President and the leadership is safe. The second reaction is to make sure that we save as many lives as we can, that we focus on the rescue effort. And I think you'll see coming out of this in 24 to 48 hours, a much more focused effort to then begin to look at who did it, how do we get at them, how do we hit them hard enough that nobody ever tries to do this again. But I think it takes some time. This is an enormous shock, and the system, I think, takes a little while to get in gear. I must say, though, that to hear members of Congress complain about the intelligence service when the budgets have been too small, when for the last 25 years we've adopted rules that were tighter and tighter and stricter, that made it virtually impossible for the American intelligence agencies to penetrate these kind of groups. I think that if the Congress really wants to be helpful, they need to pass some immediate action that strengthens our intelligence capability, and instead of playing a blame game, they need to take some responsibility for strengthening and enhancing our intelligence. And then I think the administration has to reach out around the world and make quite clear that we are going to go after whoever did this, and that people can decide either to be with the terrorist or to be with the Americans, but there's not going to be any middle ground, and there's not going to be any neutrality in the process of getting even. This will turn out to be vastly worse in human life than Pearl Harbor, and we have to keep refocusing. This is an act of war. This is not an accident. It's not an act of God. This is an act of war deliberately created by a group of people who were determined to hurt the United States.
And yet they could be a relatively small group. How do you strike back at a country when you may not be able to pin down exactly who within that country?
Let me say flatly, I don't believe this was done by a relatively small group. I don't think you could have trained and prepared for this mission. I don't think without sanctuaries, without people who were protecting them, without safe areas, without training camps. This was not prepared in a couple of mobile homes by a handful of fanatics. This is a well-financed, systematic act and could not be sustained without the support of some very major states. And we have to make clear that we will not tolerate any nation harboring training grounds, preparation areas, or known fugitives, and that we will exert whatever level of pressure and force is necessary to get those people released. Bin Laden has been a known opponent of the United States for 8 years, and we have not exerted the kind of pressure we're capable of. This is an act of war against the American people, against freedom, as the President said, and I think we have to react on behalf, as we did in 1941 after Pearl Harbor. We have to react with total effort to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Newt, I know that you are a historian. Perhaps you can fill us in a bit later about reaction financially throughout America and the world after Pearl Harbor. But let me bring in now our managing business editor, Neil Cavuto, who is here. Neil, all of the stock markets continue to be closed today, correct?
Right. The first was talk that they would open late. They decided not to open at all. Trading in Europe has now since stopped. The markets there were hit and hit hard. It's probably a good thing in retrospect the markets never opened here. They would have collapsed at the open, anywhere from a 300 to 500 point opening had that occurred. Of course, this is the financial center of the world here, not just the New York metropolitan area in the United States, but of the world. This was the home of Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. It takes up about a tenth of the lease space in those two towers that are now no more. We should also emphasize that the New York Mercantile Exchange is here. A great deal of oil and gold, even some currency trading, was done out of these buildings. It is also interesting to note that as this all hit the fan, the dollar was tumbling here as the world markets began to sense from this that the United States was in serious, serious trouble, and then this bastion of security was maybe in some doubt. Typically in times of strife, people run to the dollar as sort of a safe haven. They did just the opposite today, and not surprisingly, because terrorism hit our shores. We should also point out some of the reverberations from this. We have not gotten any indications from the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ or any of the financial markets if or even when they're going to open anytime soon. The feeling seems to be that they might resume sometime tomorrow, but again, that is not a given. We should emphasize here as well that this is very much royal trading abroad. All the major markets were down appreciably before they shut for business, anywhere from 5 to 7% losses on concerns that the world's greatest superpower has a terrorist problem on its hands. Now, where has that money been going? Interestingly enough, it's lifted the price of oil. There's a serious concern that we might go tit for tat into the Middle East on concerns whether this is Osama bin Laden or some Middle Eastern terrorist group, and that this might lift oil prices as a result. We should say that at last check, oil had shot up better than $6 a barrel, now to close to $32 a barrel. So the financial pain, besides the obvious physical pain, could be quite pronounced, and it's something we're watching very closely for you, because if the intent here was symbolic, that is going after a United Airlines plane and an American Airlines plane, then also attacking the financial mecca of the universe was just as symbolic and perhaps longer term more telling. Rick Leventhal was literally in the center of the storm. He joins us now out of downtown New York with the latest. Rick.
Well, it's an eerie scene. It's almost eerily quiet now, except for an occasional ambulance flying by. And just a short time ago, we saw some doctors in scrubs heading on small vehicles towards the World Trade Center, which is still, or what's left of it, still smoking down the street here. Police have cordoned off the entire area surrounding it. The only vehicles passing through now are police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, and construction vehicles like that. We just had a fleet of ambulances head into the scene. They were staged behind us here. They just went in, which suggests that perhaps they're getting closer to the base of the World Trade Center, where there might be many injured waiting to be rescued, in fact. And joining us now is a former detective with the New York City Police Department, worked with the Commissioner's Office. I know you're very familiar with crisis management. Tom Ruskin just came back from the base of the World Trade Center. Describe for us what you saw there.
There's a lot of fire, a lot of debris. Part of the facade of the World Trade Center is all brought down and hanging there in an eerie type of site that you would expect to see in a movie. Fire is burning around it. Emergency crews are staged in the area but can't get close to it because of the fire and the chance that the debris may come down.
What can we expect to happen next?
Well, after they search for survivors, possible survivors, what will happen is the FBI will take over the investigation. The FBI will launch a massive investigation, as the president has told us this morning, which will definitely go up to Boston, where the planes originated, and thereafter go wherever the trail may lead.
You're familiar with the way the city handles these types of terrorist attacks. You handled the last bombing at the World Trade Center. What's going on right now in the hearts and minds of New York City's finest?
Well, what's going on is trying to rescue those people who may be left behind, underneath the rubble, around the area, people who have been hurt. Hospitals have gone to a full state of alert in their triage areas. A block from here, we have a firehouse that is acting as a triage area so people can go in there and be treated with medical personnel. The city is on a high state of alert relative to the medical casualties that we may have.
Do we have to work under the assumption that this is not the end? Is that the way the police department and everyone, all the other agencies handle this?
Well, the military has gone on their highest state of alert. We don't know if it's over. We don't know. We know that all planes have been grounded throughout the country at this point in time, and thereafter each step that has been planned for will take effect.
A lot of people might say, well, New York City should have been ready for this. The police department, everybody else should have known that something like this might happen. Was the department prepared? Did it have a plan in place?
The city constantly trains and retrains. The Office of Emergency Management does nothing but train and retrain and get ready for something like this. But we live in a very free society where our gates are open, where people come in and visit. Terrorism has always been a possibility in the United States because we don't live under the tight control of other countries. So a plane hitting the World Trade Center or two planes hitting the World Trade Center was something that could happen. They are trained for it. I don't think that anyone would ever expect it to happen. Two planes in one day in one city, another plane to hit the Pentagon, another plane to crash in Philadelphia.
All right, Tom Ruskin, thanks a lot for joining us. We're hearing that there's a run on a lot of grocery stores in New York City, Upper East Side in particular, where people are starting to panic and thinking they might not be able to get food and supplies and that sort of thing. And obviously the message is not to panic and not to take these kinds of actions. Also, I want to point out they're looking for blood. They need blood donors, and they're asking people if you're able to donate blood to go to a number of locations in New York City to do just that. So something that everyone should think about. Reporting live in Lower Manhattan, I'm Rick Leventhal. Now back to you.
All right, Rick, thanks very much. Let's get an update now from Shepard Smith in the Fox newsroom. Shepard?
John, I want to get you updated on a lot of information that has been coming through. This now coming from the Associated Press, which has just been handed to me. An update coming from AP with editor of a London-based Arabic newspaper saying he received a warning from associates of Osama bin Laden but did not take them seriously. Also, a news conference by airport officials is underway in Pittsburgh. The governor of Pennsylvania will be addressing his state in just a moment through the facilities of Fox News. I also want to let you know, we know more about the president's travels today. You may remember as all of this happened, President Bush was in Florida waiting for an education conference. He was flown then immediately. They put him in the air initially with no initial decision about where he would go. They took him to a very high altitude, according to reports. His jet, Air Force One, was accompanied by and flanked by U.S. military fighter jets. Then a decision was made to put him down in Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made the statement. I can tell you that he has now spoken with Mrs. Bush, who is in a bunker, as it is being described, a hideout bunker huddled around a single television set in this hideout, channel surfing for the latest news, according to one person who was in there during the time. Osama bin Laden's name has been mentioned here. The Taliban has said throughout the day, rejecting claims that Osama bin Laden may have been involved. There is dancing in the streets in one city on the West Bank, it is now being said. We have videotape, as a matter of fact, which we are efforting to get into New York and should have here shortly, of them handing out candy in the streets and saying that God is dead. Now, this as an aside, in June, a United States judge had set this Wednesday, tomorrow, as the sentencing date for a bin Laden associate for his role in the bombing of a U.S. embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. So an associate of bin Laden would have been sentenced tomorrow in Manhattan at a courthouse just across the street from the World Trade Center. No one from the U.S. Attorney's Office could be reached today to comment on whether the sentencing is still on. In the West Bank city of Nablus, thousands of Palestinians celebrating now, chanting "God is great," distributing candy to passers-by. As we speak at this moment, the death toll continues to rise in Lower Manhattan. We had a quote earlier this day from a man, a senator, actually a congressman, who had been inside Washington, D.C. police headquarters. He is a Democrat from Virginia, Representative Jim Moran, who came out of the Capitol Police headquarters and said to our cameras, the estimated death toll now 10,000 out of New York, and says the attack on the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The Pentagon still on fire as we speak in Lower Manhattan, still working to clean up the mess and find any potential survivors. Rick Leventhal mentioned just a moment ago this idea that there are fears at least that panic may spread. Rest assured, in much of the city of Manhattan, there is some degree of edgy calm. There are not streets, there are not cabs in the streets. There are not cars making their way around. The bridges and tunnels to this island city are shut. You have to realize, as sentiment goes against Osama bin Laden, the people who drive those cabs have suddenly made themselves scarce. There is no public transportation to speak of aside from buses in Manhattan. The subways are shut down. The major buildings, at least in our area in the center of Manhattan, have just been ordered by the New York City Police Department to be evacuated of all non-essential personnel. So the situation as we know it now is this. The tens of thousands of people who work in skyscrapers, which were not leveled today, have been coming out of those skyscrapers into the streets with no way of getting transportation anywhere else within the city and no way to exit the city of Manhattan. Therefore, they gather on street corners, talking on cell phones, outside 54th Street, just down the street from here. We could see them at 42nd Street from the roof of our 45-story building here. Outside all the major points where transportation would normally be available. Grand Central Station, the gateway to New York City by subway and by train. Penn Station, where buses were coming in, all shut down. And again, a plea for calm. So many of these people who are sitting around in Manhattan with nothing to do are urged now to donate blood, because the situation in Lower Manhattan requires that a lot of blood come forward. We are getting reports from every state in the United States now, repeated ones through the Associated Press, about the way each state is now reacting. All government headquarters now on high alert. We are on Delta alert right now in the United States, which means our military is at a level as if war had been declared against the United States. There is no higher state of alert in the United States of America than is underway right now. Delta. David Schuster's at the Pentagon, keeping watch there. Rick Leventhal in downtown Manhattan. As the facts come in, we'll bring them to you from the newsroom. John, back to you.
All right, Shepard, thanks very much. Want to get an update now from Lower Manhattan. Molly Falconer is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where the dead and injured are being taken. Molly?
It's a terrible scene here, John. Over 300 people have volunteered to go inside and give blood. Hundreds are coming in here to St. Vincent's Hospital, treating for everything from heart attacks to smoke inhalation to severe burns. And I'm here with Dr. Robert Lurch, who's been inside all day. Can you tell us what's been going on?
Basically inside there's all types of injuries, from very minor injuries to very serious injuries. The hospital is very well organized. People are being triage into the appropriate situations, whether it be a minor cut or an abrasion or asthma or heart attacks or stroke or whatever.
Have you got what you need, and is there a sense of panic, or is it calm?
No, I think everything is basically under control. There's every imaginable specialist in there. People are just waiting to do whatever they can, and things are very well taken care of at this point.
Okay. Is there anything you can tell us about what patients can do? Can people volunteer? Can they come here to ask about loved ones? It's obviously a scene that's been in chaos.
Unfortunately, at this point, I don't think really anybody knows anything.
Okay.
At this point, people are just being taken care of, and as far as in a global sense, how many people are hurt, how many people, no one has a clue.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll let you go back to your work. Okay. Family members can call St. Vincent's Hospital. Press conference is going to go on around 3 o'clock today, and a list is being compiled and released. Nothing is formal yet. All is in chaos. We'll keep a watch on it here. Back to you.
Molly Falconer, thanks very much. The mayor of the city of New York, Rudy Giuliani, is on the phone with us now. Mr. Mayor, do we have any idea yet the number of casualties?
We don't know the number of casualties. We know it's going to be a large number of people that were seriously injured and that died. And there's no way at this point of knowing or even focusing on that. The effort right now is to save as many people as possible. And we have thousands of emergency workers doing that right now. And we have, from the police department, the fire department, the emergency services, the governor has alerted and put on standby the National Guard, and they should be able to relieve us later this afternoon. I believe that's going to be a number like 1,500, 1,700 National Guard. And we also have the urban search and rescue teams, 3 of them, that are coming to New York to help assist our police department and our fire department. So that's really the focus right now has to be.
I hate to
how many people can we rescue?
Right. I hate to wonder how many of your people, how many police and firefighters were there around the base of the Twin Towers when they began collapsing.
I am very worried about them, and saw some of them rush in and go in, and was with them. We were in a building that was trapped for a while, so when we left, I could see that they were going to. There's no question they're going to be significant casualties to our emergency personnel. It's terrible.
What do you say to the residents of New York City right now? Clearly, Manhattan has been locked down. The transportation in and out is shut off.
First of all, anyone in southern Manhattan should just head north. Just get beyond Canal Street, even further north. Not only is it safer because the smoke condition is still very bad, but it will help us in the emergency efforts if we clear out southern Manhattan, Canal Street south. Everyone should just leave and walk out and walk north, and therefore we'll be able to get the hundreds and hundreds of ambulances that we have to get in, and then take people to emergency hospitals out as fast as possible so we can save as many lives as possible. To the rest of the people in the city of New York, just pray, and things are safe and things are secure right now, and let's keep hoping and praying that the casualties are kept to the smallest number possible.
We've put out the appeal, Mr. Mayor, for blood donations from people nationwide, but what else can people do to be helpful?
Anyone that has emergency techniques or emergency expertise can volunteer. Volunteer at the local hospitals. Volunteer to give blood. We're gonna need blood. We have over 170 hospitals in the city of New York. We're going to utilize virtually every single one of them, and the hospitals in the surrounding areas. So anyone that believes that they can donate blood, I'll give you at least one location, 153 East 53rd Street. That's 66th in Amsterdam. The Red Cross actually is at 66th in Amsterdam. So people can volunteer there, or they can go to 153 East 53rd Street and give blood. That would help a great deal. The hospitals are going to need blood. If people have medical backgrounds and they volunteer at the hospitals, that would help, particularly later this afternoon, when the people working there. I was just on the phone with St. Vincent's Hospital. That's under obviously great stress because they're right there. They're the closest hospital. But every hospital is going to need help.
We've had reports, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to overstate this, but there has been reports from some of our people in the field of a sense of panic beginning to build, of a run on groceries and so forth. What can you do to calm down?
There's no reason at all for anyone to panic. The airspace around New York City is now secure. The federal government has cut off any flights. The fact is that the city of New York is safe right now. It's secure. People should not panic, and they should just go about their lives, and they should have confidence in America and in American democracy. We're going to overcome this, and we're going to prevail. We're going to find out. I'm sure our government's going to find out who did it, and we're going to make an example of them.
You know, of course, there was the mayoral primary and other primaries here in the city of New York. Those have been, we understand, canceled for today.
Governor Pataki and I decided about 2 hours ago that it did not make sense today to have an election going on. Among other things, we needed the police personnel that are used during the primary to focus on this rescue effort and assisting each other.
Where were you when this terrible episode began?
Well, when I first was notified, I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
75 Barclay Street, is that your command center?
That actually was a ground floor area right next to it. We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, and we were on the phone talking to the governor of the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
From your long years of experience at the Justice Department, you are not only familiar with trying to govern Manhattan, but also familiar with the operation of terrorist cells. What do you say to the people who inflicted this terrible attack on America?
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this, and that we're going to make an example out of them. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of them.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, joining us live by telephone. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We know you have much to do today. It'll be a sleepless night and mostly a sleepless week for you, I'm sure, but thank you for taking the time to be with us. Once again, the mayor's words there. If you have medical specialties, if you can in some way contribute to the rescue effort, you're asked to report to your hospital. To be able to do that, ordinary citizens can donate blood at any hospital in the New York area or any of the blood centers that are already established. But please stay away from Lower Manhattan if at all possible. We're joined now by Marine Colonel Oliver North, former Marine Colonel Ollie North, who can give us some of his perspective. Ollie, a lot of people, Newt Gingrich among them, are saying that this is the 21st century Pearl Harbor. Do you agree?
Oh, it's far worse than Pearl Harbor, John. What we've got is a vicious attack on the United States. Interestingly enough, I was on my way back here from Detroit on what may well have been one of the last flights to get off the ground before all U.S. air travel was grounded. Our flight was due to land at National Airport, Reagan National. We were diverted to Dulles. I got a cab driver who was from, of all places, Afghanistan. Paid him heavily. Fox will pick up the tab for that, to get me back here into town. Several remarkable things, John. In spite of the attack here on Washington, remarkable calm as people were courteous but moving quickly to get out of the area. The attack on the Pentagon had activated all of the local law enforcement emergency rescue, to include the Fairfax fire and rescue experts, who are now, I'm told, being prepared to go to New York to assist in any recoveries that can be made up there. As you know, they're experts that worked on the first World Trade bombing and, of course, Oklahoma City. I'm also told that the attack that may have been aimed not at Camp David but at the National Military Command Center, Fort Detrick, Maryland, the attack that apparently brought down a plane near Somerset, Pennsylvania. And finally, there is talk already here in Washington of postponing or indeed canceling the International Monetary Fund and World Bank conference here at the end of the month, which was scheduled for Washington, and which the city was girding for. In fact, went through an emergency drill last week, which may well have helped some of the response here at this end. No doubt that this is the worst attack against the United States that we've ever experienced. My sense is, John, that there's going to be a call not to treat this as a crime, but to call it what it is, a war, and it may be a call for the Congress to do just exactly that, to make a declaration of war.
Ollie North, thank you. Stay with us if you would, please. Let's get some thoughts on that from another man who knows more than a thing or two about declarations of war. Al Haig, the former general and also former Secretary of State. Is it time to be talking about that? Is it time to declare some kind of a war here, Mr. Secretary?
Well, the terrorists have declared war on us for a number of years now. We simply haven't treated it as a war. I'm sure this very shocking and horrible day will certainly energize that kind of thinking, and I would be for it, certainly. We should declare war on terrorism, and we should take all the actions necessary to stamp it out. And that means working with our allies in close harmony, but also not to be hogtied by moral equivalence arguments which have seemed to dominate our response up till now.
So what kinds of arguments can you see coming out of some kind of a strike against terrorist facilities?
Well, I don't have to draw any pictures there. We've seen it for a number of years. We saw it even dominate our decision to let Saddam Hussein survive the Gulf War, for which we should be very, very have second thoughts on that today. But we also know that bin Laden has made it very clear that this is a war against the United States and Israel, and we should take action accordingly. We haven't done that. And those who are giving them harbor and sanctuary we should talk to in very forceful terms and take action if that's necessary. But for now, we Americans should avoid panic. We should stay united. We should shut up on what I call the recriminations of politically motivated operatives here in Washington, unite behind our elected president, and get on with the task of giving all the resources we can, our prayers, our physical resources, to the victims of this horrible attack and this act of war.
Al Haig, thank you. Stay with us if you would. You mentioned the president, and we want to replay for you now what the president had to say around 12:30 today. The president was taken from Florida to Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made this statement. Let's listen to what Mr. Bush said.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
A grim-faced President Bush in an address to the nation made within the past hour and a half from Shreveport, Louisiana. This after the awful events took place over the span of about an hour and 45 minutes today. An airplane smashed into the World Trade Center tower just before 9 a.m. A second plane followed a little bit after 9 a.m. Eastern Time. A third plane, all of them hijacked, smashing into the wall of the Pentagon about 10 a.m., 9:45, I should say, and a fourth plane crashing in Pittsburgh. It is a day that has forever changed the future of this nation. The response yet to be determined. And welcome to our continuing coverage of the crises in New York and also Washington, D.C. Target America, enemy unknown. Apparently terrorist strikes taking place in the span of an hour and 45 minutes. You're looking at a replay of videotape of the second of two hijacked airplanes smashing into the wall of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. That particular strike came minutes after 9 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The first tower had already been hit by a similar hijacked plane, flying bombs, if you will. This, then, is video taken from about 10 a.m. after that tower, the second one which was hit, that tower could no longer stand the strain of the flames that weakened the structural elements, and the tower collapsed, sending concrete, glass, steel raining down almost a quarter-mile onto the streets below. This now, the second tower, the one that was hit by the first plane, also collapsing, earthbound, in a deafening and terrible and fiery conflagration of smoke, flames, and certainly tremendous loss of life. Perhaps as many as 50,000 people scheduled to work in the World Trade Center towers on this day. It's unknown at this point how many of them were able to make it out. Certainly there were people who did get out from as high as, we have reports, as high as the 92nd floor. But clearly an estimate of perhaps 10,000 people dead, and that number may go higher. Now, these pictures from earlier outside the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., or just across the river they're from, 9:45 a.m. on the south wall of the Pentagon, a hijacked airliner believed to be United Airlines was smashed into the outside south ring of the Pentagon. You can see the smoke billowing up from the headquarters of our nation's armed forces. The building's still on fire. They have not been able to get it out yet. And in fact, we have been told that the flames have penetrated not only the outer ring, but also the inner rings of the Pentagon. Firefighters are trying to get a handle on it, but in a building of that size, they are having a very difficult time. President Bush was spirited away from an event in Sarasota, Florida, put aboard Air Force One, where he made a statement to the nation upon landing at a previously undisclosed location. Shreveport, Louisiana is where the president turned up. He is safe, and so far all officials of the U.S. government, it appears, are safe. But for the first time in this nation's history, all air travel has been grounded. All airports shut down. These are pictures of what's left of the World Trade Center. You can see those leaning shells of what used to be a very familiar sight to many Americans. The steel and glass and concrete towers rising up 110 stories proud. They are simply enormous piles of rubble right now. Again, we do not know how many people have died. There could have been as many as 50,000 people in the building at that time of the morning. Certainly many hundreds of people who were on board those hijacked airliners have died. One of them, American Airlines Flight 11, it was scheduled to fly from Boston to LAX, 92 people on board. Also, American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Washington to Los Angeles Airport, 64 people on board. A couple of United Airlines planes also apparently taken by force by these suicide hijackers bent on causing the maximum amount of destruction possible, and they have done that, inflicting damage on New York City and on Washington, D.C., that even in the worst terrorist scenarios, nobody could have imagined. I want to bring into the discussion now my co-anchor Linda Vester and also Neil Cavuto, who is with us. The stock markets throughout the nation are shut down. The NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange never opened today. The world financial markets really in turmoil.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, to jump on that, I think it's important to keep in mind, besides the carnage that you outlined, John, and I know Linda will shortly, this is the financial capital of the United States, folks. This is the financial capital of the world, and that is as important and symbolic as the choice of airlines that these guys decided to hit, United and American. When you can bring to a halt all trading in the wealthiest country on the planet, you have also done a service to your cause, even though a clear calamity to ours. The New York Stock Exchange shut down today. It was supposed to open late. It decided not to open at all. The NASDAQ was shut down today. But here's what's interesting about the World Trade Center. It is actually a complex of buildings way beyond the two gigantic towers that John pointed out that collapsed today. It houses some of the most pedigree firms and financial names on the planet. Morgan Stanley Dean Witter has essentially been demolished today. Offices that are housed there are now gone from there. They occupied the upper tier floors in the so-called One World Trade Center that was hit by that second plane. We should also point out that the New York Mercantile Exchange was essentially destroyed today. That is where much of the world's oil and energy and metals trading is done. Why is that important? Because if you can stop that or disrupt that, you can cause those prices to dramatically rise. And that is exactly what's happened. Some of the fallout from this goes way beyond the smoke and fires you're seeing there on that screen. Oil prices rocketing today, up to $32 a barrel, a better than $6 advance. We're also seeing stock markets across the world falling on this, on concerns that the safe haven of the world is in considerable disarray. Linda.
We want to take you now to Washington, D.C. You now know that the U.S. military has been placed on high alert status. That is U.S. military personnel in the United States and all around the world. There is also, just to give you more information, amid this fire at the Pentagon, apparently from this plane crash earlier this morning, there is a full air cap around all of Washington, D.C. We thought we take it to Tony Snow, who is monitoring things in Washington. He has more new information. Tony?
Thanks, Linda. Well, the Pentagon, Craig Quigley, the Rear Admiral, is a well-known public affairs officer, has given an off-camera briefing to some of our reporters. He said the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was, in fact, in the Pentagon at the time of the explosion, and furthermore, tried to make his way within the building to the site of the explosion. He went outside for a bit of time to try to assist with some of the wounded, then was ushered back in, and he's now at the National Military Command Center, which obviously is serving as a hub of not only gathering and providing information, but also trying to formulate a follow-up strategy to today's acts of terrorism around the country. And here's Craig Quigley.
The defense can impose around the world. They are imposed on a local basis, because what may be true here in Washington could be very different in San Diego or some other location. Here in Washington, D.C., we are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to. That is the absolutely appropriate thing to do given the events of this morning. What seems to have happened is that we had an aircraft intentionally fly into the Pentagon. For those of you with cameras, you can see the spot behind me. There were intense fires following the aircraft's impact into the building. Arlington Search and Rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense. The fires are still burning in the Pentagon, at least in that vicinity. We have a variety, too many to even mention, of local first responders, fire departments, police departments, you name it, that have rushed to the aid of the Pentagon here and the people. Each of the military departments is working to set up an 800 toll-free number where family members can call to find out the status of their loved ones. As soon as we have those phone numbers, we will give them to you. I would ask for your help, please, in getting those numbers out as far and wide and quickly as possible so that we can alleviate some of the concern for individuals who have loved ones that work in the Pentagon. I don't have a feel for the extent of damage to the building, but it was significant. And again, fires are still burning, at least in several places in the building. That's about what I know. I'll try to answer some of your questions, but you're going to have a lot more questions than I have.
How far did the aircraft about
the individual right here.
Explain what happened to you personally at the time of the impact. What did you see and hear and feel, if anything? And how did you respond? What were you trained to do in that situation?
Well, despite the size of the Pentagon building, many in the building felt a thud and heard kind of a muffled explosion. And it was, at that point, the Defense Protective Service, the fire department, others took off for action to the impact point in the building. The building was very quickly evacuated. People were sent as far away from the building as possible. Many people were sent home. And again, with a request, please call your loved ones right away to let them know you're okay. People were, again, sent as far away from the building as possible. We didn't know what might happen next, and the fire was burning very fiercely at that point in time.
Was there
Go ahead. No, I sensed no panic. People were moving very quickly for the exits to the building, but it was all very controlled.
Investigations, is the FBI handling this, or are there any military agencies?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is the FBI handling this exclusively, or is there any military organizations that are helping with the investigation?
Well, I'm sure the FBI will probably have the lead on this as any domestic sort of circumstance. We will assist wherever...
All right, that is Admiral Craig Quigley. We want to take you now to spokesman for the Washington, D.C. police. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Reports from a variety of federal agencies. Once all that information has been received, the House and Senate leadership will make a determination as how they would like to proceed from this point forward. No, we do not have a plane to approach the Capitol today. I'm sorry?
Are they going in session tonight? Are they going to be in session tomorrow?
That decision will be handled by the House and Senate leadership. We'll have that later on this afternoon. As soon as I have word, the leadership will either issue that statement themselves or they'll issue a statement through me.
Can they be in session anywhere but the Capitol building? Can they conduct business somewhere else in an off-site location?
I don't anticipate that to happen.
Who just got into the chopper that landed on Capitol grounds?
That's an area that deals with direct security, national security issues. I'm sorry, I can't disclose that information. What I can tell you is we have taken...
All right, so we have apparently lost, at least temporarily, our connection to Washington, D.C., but look here, live pictures once again. These from just across the Potomac River of the Pentagon, still on fire, a fire burning out of control after a hijacked airliner. We believe this one to have been a United Airlines flight, smashed into the Pentagon around 9:45 this morning. That was only the capper to what had already been a horrific morning. Just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, another hijacked airliner smashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. A second plane, also hijacked, smashed into the second tower shortly thereafter. You're about to see video of the 9:10 approximately crash. That suicide bomber smashing into that World Trade Center tower. It was not long before that tower collapsed. The other one followed soon thereafter. The loss of life so far catastrophic, estimated at 10,000, but that number could go much higher. Shepard Smith is joining us now from the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
John, we're getting a great deal of information. I want to get pass along the good news now, as it appears to be that the Department of Defense was very lucky today. This from our David Schuster, who is still there, who reports that it appears the jetliner crash at the Pentagon could have been much worse. We are now told that the wedge of the Pentagon, which was hit, recently underwent renovations, and that this particular area was largely unoccupied at the time of the attack this morning. As a result of that, the number of casualties at the Pentagon could be much lower than many had feared. In fact, we're now told that only 40 people are being treated at a nearby hospital, 7 of those listed in critical condition. On another note, the plane which crashed southwest of Pittsburgh this day. You may remember Britt Hume was on the air earlier today reporting that there was a plane jetting up the Potomac, and that there were fears, at least, that this plane, this jet, might be en route to cause more problems at the White House. The White House was evacuated just around the time Britt Hume was making that report. Now we know that that plane crashed. How did that plane crash is one of the questions which is being explored at this moment. There was a cell phone call, which according to the Associated Press and confirmed through the military, that was placed from this particular jet at just before it crashed outside of Pittsburgh. And according to reports, there were 45 people on board this thing. It was 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh. And at 9:58 this morning Eastern Time, a passenger on board this plane who claimed to be locked inside a bathroom began screaming on the phone to emergency dispatchers that in fact the plane had been hijacked and he was hiding out in a bathroom trying to get help for this plane. There were 45 people on board it. We have no reports of any survivors. At this moment, there is an urgent plea out in the city of New York for blood donations. And though I know we're broadcasting to a world audience, I want to give what information I can about that, because this has apparently become quite serious. While I'm searching for it, I can tell you that the entire Major League Baseball schedule for the remainder of the regular season has been at least postponed. The Emmy Awards, which were scheduled for Sunday night in Los Angeles, have also been postponed. This plea for blood donations in New York City has reached what some are calling critical mass now. There are blood donation centers set up across Manhattan and other boroughs of the city as well, as emergency workers continue to try to pull survivors, for whatever number of them there are, from the scene which you're seeing on your screen right now. So many people running for cover. The lens of that covered in dust as the largest building in the city of New York came crumbling to its knees as thousands of people waited around that building. There was chaos around this building at the moment. The police department of Manhattan, the fire department there, this had just happened. A jet had plowed into the World Trade Center. By the thousands they were piling out of there. People were jumping out of buildings, out of the windows from 30 stories up. People were screaming, running away to radio reporters saying, "I just saw people jumping from 30, 40 stories in the sky." And all of a sudden, as the police and fire departments work to maintain control, after this has happened, the tower collapsed, and all of those rescue personnel and people trying to flee this scene were left underneath all of that rubble. The carnage in Manhattan has just begun. The rescue effort is well underway, and we have multiple reports of people coming from their apartment buildings, having just seen what you're witnessing right now, one of the two towers of the World Trade Center collapsing in Lower Manhattan, and residents of this city going out and taking the shirts off their back, applying tourniquets to people's arms, and trying to save as many people as possible. A congressman who was inside the Washington, D.C. police today emerged from that police department and told one of our correspondents that the very early death toll in Manhattan was expected to be around 10,000. John.
Shepard, we have more information coming in. Just to make it clear to all of our viewers who are watching right now, although the scenes you may be seeing on your television are chaotic, it's important to remember there is a government plan in place that has been enacted. It's called the Federal Response Plan. It's been put in place by 28 federal agencies. FEMA involved. It's all led by the Department of Justice. They're involved in crisis management. The FBI is involved in leading the investigation. The plan has been practiced over and over. It's being put in place today. Also, a reminder that as they are asking for blood shortages in New York City, or they're asking for blood donations in New York City with shortages in New York and in Washington, D.C., the U.S. military is on the highest alert both in the United States and around the world. A warship and the National Guard have been dispatched to New York to help with the rescues. We go now to senior correspondent Rita Cosby. She has more information on what the FAA has put in place, a full national ground stop, the first time ever in U.S. history. Rita.
That's right. That ground stop went in place about 9 a.m. Eastern Time several hours ago. And some good news from the FAA. They said that they had about 40 to 50 domestic flights that were in the air. And as of about 5 minutes ago, they all had landed. As of 5 minutes ago, they have all landed now, about 40 or 50 domestic flights. These are all the domestic flights that were in the air. Of course, because of that ground stop, Linda, they were ordered to return to their destinations immediately. They are awaiting the arrival. There's a minimal number, we're told, of international flights that are still en route to the West Coast. They are going to be landing at several different times in the next few hours. But we are told from an FAA official that all of those planes are accounted for. In other words, there are no indications of any problems at this point on any of those flights, and there are just a minimal number of those. In addition to that, we are told from a number of U.S. officials who are telling Fox News that there are, quote, strong indications that people linked to Osama bin Laden and also his group, the Al-Qaeda group, which is his group that he organizes out of Afghanistan, that they are strong indications that people linked to him and his group are possibly behind this. They say that for a number of reasons. They say that they have the training in place, they have the capabilities in place, the resources in place. Also, an intelligence official telling me that they do have information that bin Laden is in Afghanistan and that there was some movement of his troops in recent weeks, in the last week and a half specifically. They're also looking at the possible connection that in the last few days there is a Northern Alliance figure in Afghanistan who was fighting against the Taliban and was very much against Osama bin Laden, and he had been assassinated in recent days. And soon after that, bin Laden's followers put out a word saying that we're going to attack all enemies of bin Laden. In addition to this, on June 20th of this year, bin Laden and his followers released a videotape in which bin Laden was saying, quote, "It is time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most." In this, there was no specific warning of an attack, and again, intelligence sources are telling me that they had no idea that this attack was going to happen, but they were certainly getting some hints that there may be something on U.S. soil based on this message that he put out just June 20th of this year. And also, they said on some of the Islamic chat rooms, there's been a heightened amount of activity. There's always been sort of continual threats against the U.S. on these chat rooms, but a heightened amount of activity, particularly in the last week and a half. And U.S. officials are strongly looking at the possibility of bin Laden and also his group, Al-Qaeda, being behind this. The other thing they point out that it was just about a year or so ago, and I remember this when I was covering all the Millennium attacks, the possible Millennium attacks that were basically thwarted all over the world, that one of the things that they were looking at was Osama bin Laden with an Algerian group, and remember he has tentacles all over the world, that they were planning to hijack a number of planes. That was over a year ago, right around the time of the Millennium. And that plan was thwarted in addition to a number of other things. So they learned at that point that the possibility of hijacking planes was something that they were looking at. They also said that there was information, some intelligence information, that he was training individuals for suicide bombings. As we know from the USS Cole, of course, a number of Yemenis have been tried in that case. The trials are still going on at this point. But some of them are believed to have ties to Osama bin Laden, and intelligence officials tell me privately that they believe he was behind that attack. That was where somebody pulled up in a boat and a bomb went off, a suicide bomber in a boat. But they strongly believe that he has the intelligence, the capabilities, and we know from a number of people who were involved in the East Africa bombings, the embassy trial in New York, which took place not too long ago, that many of those were pilots. So he certainly had the capabilities, the finances, and intelligence officials, one senior official telling me just a few moments ago, strong indications that this attack could be possibly linked to him and his group. Back to you.
Rita Cosby in Washington, thank you. Let's go to our Molly Falconer, who is in outside one of the hospitals in Manhattan where the dead and wounded have been taken. Molly?
John, this has been a hospital under siege all morning as the dead and wounded have been brought here to St. Vincent's Hospital in downtown Manhattan. We're calling for blood and for extra supplies, and I'm here with the city controller of New York, Alan Hevesy, who is saying that there are hundreds of firefighters and policemen who are still not accounted for down at the Twin Towers. What can you tell us about that?
Well, what I've been told by police officials is that when the first plane hit the first tower, the
had gone straight into those towers with such force that even at the midpoint of the building, or in that case 2/3 up, something had happened to so totally weaken the infrastructure that this was like peeling a banana, except that it was full of people, or had many, many people in it. I think we have Senator John McCain on the phone from Washington. Am I right, Senator?
Yes, Peter, how are you?
I'm well, sir, thank you. I'm not well. None of us are well. You know that.
Yes.
What's on your mind?
Well, I think that this act obviously is one which would constitute an act of war. I believe that the American people should remain calm and rally behind our president, and I am confident that our military and our president will find out the perpetrators of this outrage, and we will not only punish those responsible, but ensure that something like this never happens again. And clearly, we need to look at our intelligence capabilities.
I don't mean for one second, Senator, to belittle the necessary thing you must say today, which is we'll find those who are responsible and we'll punish them, because Tony Cordesman has just pointed out very effectively how often we don't find the people and we don't get to punish them. But you say it an act of war.
Yes.
Do you believe that if another country is somehow the patron of an individual or a group of individuals who has done this, we should go to war with that country?
Absolutely, because they have committed atrocity on a scale that's unprecedented in history that I know of. Everybody's talking about a second Pearl Harbor. At least that was an attack on military targets, not on the civilian community. This is an unspeakable outrage, and clearly we can and must find out who perpetrated it. And Tony Cordesman and I have great respect for him, but I believe that we have the capability to find it out, and we need to improve our intelligence capabilities, particularly in the area of human intelligence. We have wonderful satellite capabilities and technical capabilities. In the late 70s and early 80s, we, for all intents and purposes, dismantled our human intelligence capability, which divines motives, and that's something technical intelligence cannot do.
Well, I think those of us who cover intelligence in any way, Senator, know that human intelligence, or HUMINT as they call it in the trade, has been very difficult, particularly in places like Afghanistan. So just assume for a second, well, no, don't assume anything, but are you desperately frustrated at the moment in some respects because this was sort of, in many ways, this was bound to happen in some measure, and we may not be able to get at the perpetrators?
No, I think that among many other things, obviously sorrow is the overriding emotion, but also I don't think our lives will ever be the same again in some respect, especially those who use airliners with some frequency. There's always been questions and studies and tests of our airport security systems, and they've always found breaches in them. Obviously, that's going to have to be addressed, and that's going to be very inconvenient for Americans. But at the same time, we also have to reevaluate the importance of making sure that anyone who wants to try it is incapable of doing so. But the best way to address it, obviously, is going to the source.
And had there not been an open car in which to hide, I'm not quite sure in what capacity I would be right now. But for quite a considerable time after the building came down, the air in lower Manhattan was thick, deep gray, unbreathable in many ways. Many people trying to take refuge in buildings that were open to the extent that there were some, or in automobiles, or any place where they could get breathable air.
All right, CNBC's Ron Insana, who was one of the survivors today when he went through to cover the story and then the building began to come down. No one could have anticipated that it would happen as swiftly or as catastrophically as it did. It does lead one to wonder whether there was a secondary explosion of some kind within the building, although it did take, in both instances, a terrible, terrible hit at the top. These buildings are secure. The World Trade Center was bombed in 1993. It managed to survive that. But nonetheless, the full effect of these two airliners, both considerable in size with a lot of fuel on board, brought down two of the iconic buildings in Manhattan. Let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell now, who has been keeping track of national security matters and the State Department. Secretary of State Colin Powell is en route back from Peru, we're told. Andrea, do we think he'll come to Washington?
That's correct, Tom. We're not sure that he will come to Washington. He's en route back from Lima, Peru. He was to have gone to Bogota, Colombia today, never got that far. He was at an OAS, an Organization of American States meeting in Lima, Peru, and gave a statement about this terrible attack on our nation, an attack which he described as a military attack, and then left. We're not sure where he is going to be going. As you know, the Vice President is at a secure location, Mrs. Bush at a secure location. Condoleezza Rice, the National Security Advisor, was conducting National Security Council meetings in the Situation Room at the White House, even though the White House was evacuated. The State Department Operations Center relocated across the river to another location in Virginia. And George Tenet, the CIA director, was still holding meetings, but in a secure, separate location in Langley, while the rest of the CIA did evacuate. The CIA director on February 7th testified to the Senate Intelligence Committee that there was one person who was capable of coordinated, sophisticated, multiple attacks on the United States with no warning, and that was Osama bin Laden. Now, obviously, there are other collateral groups such as Al-Qaeda in Egypt, based in Egypt, that are closely associated with him, and it's very easy to, as Warren Rudman has warned us against, to speak without knowing fully who is really responsible. But clearly he is top on their list of possible suspects because of motive, because of means, because of opportunity, because of finances. And as Senator Rudman pointed out to you, this is the kind of attack, Tom, that had to be organized for many, many months. Just as we discovered during the testimony by bin Laden associates who were turned by the FBI and testified in the World Trade Center bombing trial, and also in the trial, of course, of the embassy bombings. These people work for months in advance. This is not a response, let's say, to recent events in the Middle East. This is something that was in the planning for many, many, many months.
Yeah, this is a terrible wake-up call for America. So many times we're lulled into the impression that far-off events don't have an effect on us in this country, or when there is a shooting at the CIA, as there was a few years ago, or when we had the bombing of the World Trade Center. Those trials went on, didn't generate a lot of attention. But, Andrea, let's talk for just a moment, if we can, about foreign policy in the United States, about what was on the agenda before this day. The President was going to China in October. The UN meeting will be coming up in the fall. How will all this be affected?
Well, all of these events will be affected in extraordinary ways. We had already seen that economic and global meetings could no longer be held without not only the threat of protests, but without massive protests interrupted.
That have melted in the street. There is a large bus, could be a city bus, might be a kind of a Greyhound bus. Impossible to tell because it has been completely burned away, and is sitting just in the middle of West Broadway. As I reported to you earlier, the street is thick with several inches of muck that is made of construction material and files and paperwork, all sorts of things that were in the World Trade Center building. But Dan, the site of the building itself, the site of the World Trade Center tower that I can see here, is a hulk about 15 stories tall, shattered, broken at the top, with huge columns of smoke rising in front of the sun. Sorry, it's very smoky down here. And the smoke has turned bright orange as it rises over Manhattan because of the backlight from the sun. Dan?
Scott Pelley, live from Lower Manhattan. Now, as part of our CBS News continuing coverage of the events of this day, I want to point out to you that every half hour, on the half hour and on the hour mark, we'll try to give you a summation of late information and what's happened during the day. So, if you're not riveted to the television screen, just know that at or about the half-hour mark and the hour mark, we'll try to bring you up to date. Now, no suburban service in Manhattan. The only train service is leaving the city. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, has called what's called an emergency meeting for 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'd be about 25 minutes from now. New York City hospitals now report themselves to be in, quote, desperate need of blood. We mentioned earlier that this was inevitable. It has happened. The American Red Cross is keeping New York City donor stations open. Now, if you're saying to yourself, what can I do? One of the things you can do is arrange to give blood if you're in an area, especially if you're in an area of New York City away from the downtown area where all the emergency work is being done. And let us note that on a national basis, there's a shortage of blood supplies, and when you have a catastrophic event such as this, and there's no good describing it as any other way, you have a catastrophic event such as this, there are bound to be shortages of blood. So if you want to know something you can do to help in this situation and in general, one would be to give blood. The Pennsylvania Medical Society has been asked to begin collecting names of volunteer doctors to travel to New York City and to the District of Columbia. Remember that the Pentagon was hit. To what extent the damage there, we do not know. What we do know is that there have been some fatalities at the Pentagon. How many? We do not know. There's absolutely no way to know what the casualties are, but mark well. This is a scene of the Pentagon where the smoke still bellows along the flats of the Potomac. The Pentagon in Northern Virginia, of course, just across the Potomac from the District of Columbia itself. But the casualties are expected to be very high from the World Trade Center collapse. Some people are said to be trapped in the debris. They're trying to organize to get those people out. But it's no good ducking or dodging around the facts that particularly in the World Trade Center, the casualties are going to be high. Senator John McCain, United States Senator from Arizona, is on the telephone with us now. Senator McCain, thank you for being with us. Tell us what you know.
And I don't know much more than what you do. I think it's been very well covered. I can only say that this is a great nation. We can overcome this. We'll rally behind the president. We will find out who perpetrated this outrage. We will punish them, and we will ensure that it doesn't happen again. And I want Americans, if I could add my small voice, we should remain calm. We're a great nation. We can overcome this. And the best way that the great nation acts is that we get through this tragedy and we make sure that it never happens again.
Senator McCain, if you can stay with us for just a moment, we're going to switch to New York Mayor Giuliani live. He's holding a statement. Hold on, please. Thank you.
Send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. First step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country.
Governor Pataki of New York, standing at the side of New York City Mayor Giuliani. On the phone with us, Senator John McCain. Senator, you're speaking to us from where?
I'm on Capitol Hill, Dan.
Senator, this is a time for assessing what has happened to us today, as well as extending what we can in the way of help and our prayers to the families of those who've been most directly affected. But the question hangs out there that we pride ourselves on the defense of the United States of America, and we spend hundreds of billions of dollars preparing for the eventuality of war. But how much thinking has gone into the new kind of war? This is something we haven't faced before.
Well, something that you and I have discussed in the past. We went from a very dangerous world to, during the Cold War, where we faced the threat of nuclear incineration, to a very dangerous world where we face these kinds of terrorist threats, including proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. And I think the reality is that we'll have to assess our intelligence capabilities. I don't think there's any doubt that we have superb technical intelligence capability. We abandoned to a large degree the human intelligence capabilities back in the late 1970s, and we may have to, I've always said that we needed to do more in that direction. I think that it is remarkable, some of the things already that we know, including the fact that these hijackers must have known how to fly an airplane. That's a pretty, your average terrorist doesn't have that capability. The sophistication of this operation is mind-boggling, and obviously we're going to want to know why our intelligence capabilities were not what we wanted them to be.
Senator, true or untrue that there have been occasions over the last, let us say, decade, when the evidence pointed clearly to some sort of state-sponsored terrorism? I'm not suggesting that this was state-sponsored terrorism. I'm saying clearly we don't know what this is. Yep. But is it true or untrue that in the past, over the last decade, there have been those occasions when the evidence pointed to certain states and if for one reason or another, neither the executive nor legislative branch of our U.S. government wanted to attend to that, the decision was made to look the other way.
I don't know if the intention, if the action was to just look the other way, but I think there were indications. Whether there was conclusive proof or not was a judgment that was made by our leaders, both in the executive and legislative branch. I have felt that there's been involvement, but I'll be honest with you, Dan, I never thought that an operation of this sophistication and size would take place. I just never did. But I don't think there's any doubt that there are countries, Iraq, Iran, Libya, North Korea, and others, who we know engage in proliferation of capabilities and have from time to time involved themselves in state-sponsored terrorism. But never did we imagine on a scale such as this.
Senator John McCain, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
The earliest the FAA says it would consider lifting ground stoppages, this has to do with air traffic in this country, will be 12 noon tomorrow. Again, as we have so often, we need to pause and absorb that. This has never happened in the history of the country. The FAA early in the day said it wanted all flights in the country stopped. Just shut it down, given the situation. Now the FAA says that it will consider lifting the ground stoppages at or about 12 noon tomorrow. Obviously, that could be subject to change, but that's what the FAA says at the moment. Sandra Hughes, CBS News correspondent, is at LAX, the Los Angeles International Airport, where some of the flights involved in the hijacked suicide missions, as it turned out today, were headed. Sandra?
And the last few hours inside, excuse me, I'm just going to have to take this out of my ear because I can hear myself and it's very distracting. I've just spent the last few hours inside the LA International Airport. It has now been evacuated and closed down. I spent most of my time at the American terminal, and we saw some family members, what appeared to be very grieving family members arriving. They were surrounded by police and whisked up the stairs to a private room. We're assuming that those were family members of some of the folks who were on those two American flights that crashed. But most of what we saw was chaos, confusion with the passengers there, people trying to book flights, most people just being told, go home, call us later. We then walked down to the United Terminal, a much different scene down there, Dan. It was a heightened state of security. Police tape was all around the terminal. It was completely closed down. We saw the Los Angeles Police Department bomb squad suiting up and going inside the United Terminal. We tried to get a little bit closer, and we were pushed back. Just as we've been standing here a little bit a ways from the airport, we have seen many police cars with their lights and sirens on, many emergency vehicles rushing in that direction. So what appears to be a heightened state of alert. Right now, they are just continuing to evacuate everyone from the Los Angeles airport who is an essential personnel. Also, just around California, Disneyland, the major attractions, they've all been closed down. The Bay Bridge up in San Francisco, any major bridge like that in the state of California, a heightened state of alert. Many state buildings have been closed down and evacuated. That's what's going on here in California, Dan.
Sandra Hughes at Los Angeles International Airport. We go to Mika Brzezinski, who is live now in Lower Manhattan. Mika?
Yeah, Dan, I've just moved up from PS 89, which is 3 blocks from the scene, Dan, because what they've told me is that we had to get out. They were going to try and get rid of what's left of Tower 1, and I was in the line of fire, so I ran 10 blocks up to our SAT truck here on Canal and West, and I've had a first chance to take a look at what is behind me, and I can't believe it. This is Midtown Manhattan. This is New York, and the heart of it is a scene of terror and hate. I've also caught up with some families here. Dan, I don't know if you remember, I was speaking earlier at the school with a frantic father who was trying to find his son who went to PS 99. Those children were evacuated to nearby schools. He couldn't find his son. He also couldn't find his wife, who was in Gateway Plaza, the apartments right across from the World Financial Center when all this happened. His wife and his 3-year-old child were in there. He could only get close enough to see that the windows were blown out. And now I have with me Michael Gashler and Julie Brown and their 2.5-year-old son. I take it you live there as well. What can you tell me about the scene from what you know?
Well, it's Gateway Plaza right now is evacuated, basically.
And what's happening is that there's another building that's about to come down. They called it Building 80. But what I understand for that father, that the kids in school are safe. As we walked up,
The kids in all of the local schools, Stuyvesant High School, PS 89, which is right at the scene of the disaster, they have been transferred to nearby schools. PS 3 is one of them. They are all okay, but a lot of parents like you trying to find their families. And Gateway Plaza, it appears the apartments were not unscathed in this.
no, especially the ones facing the World Trade Center, they were blasted out, and we were lucky being in the apartment and not evacuating like they asked us to, because we were safe inside. We were able to close the windows, and we didn't then suffocate when the debris came down, when the buildings collapsed.
I take it as this happened, you were actually about to bring your son to a daycare center inside the World Trade Center?
Five World Trade Center, yeah. On the plaza level. That's where we have it at the Children's Discovery Center. We don't know whatever happened to that, but I got to believe it's buried by now with the debris. But we normally would be there at 8:30, and we just got up late, you know, so we got lucky.
What is your reaction, Julie, to what you're hearing so far about this being an act of terror and seeing this literally at your home?
Well, having been down here when the bomb went off back in the early 90s, you know, I don't know what to say about that. I'm still in shock over it all happening, and that time I was lucky enough not even to be at home. I was in Midtown, and this time being at home, I have to say that my first concern really was to get my son out of there.
Like many families who are right now struggling to be reunited, some of them will be lucky enough to have that happen. I also have with me Michael Ingbar, who was sleeping with earplugs on when the plane began to fly toward, one of the planes began to fly toward the World Trade Center. Tell me what happened after that.
I was just on my roof. I had my binoculars and I'm looking at it, and I thought it was a Superman movie or something, or a science fiction movie. And then I saw a huge explosion. I saw people falling out of windows, and I couldn't tell whether they were jumping or they were just falling. It looked like pieces of metal. And then I put my binoculars on, and I saw it was actual people just jumping out of the buildings or falling out of the buildings. And just a big explosion, like it was explosion with fire. It was like a movie set. It didn't look real. I still believe I'm in a dream or something, or a nightmare.
I think a lot of us do. A lot of us even covering the story. I was frantically at one point trying to get in touch with my husband, who's also a reporter. Everybody in some way, shape, or form is connected to this in some way, with so many people working inside the World Trade Towers, 50,000 people at height level, Dan. It is going to be an act of terror with reverberations across the country. And of course, this morning we are still picking up the pieces and trying to figure out exactly what happened, and there are people trying to figure out where to go. They're literally walking up the West Side Highway, which is usually crowded with cars trying to get in the middle of the morning, and right now it is literally a walking path. The only thing you see coming through here right now are literally hundreds of fire trucks and EMS crews. When I was down there, I was close to the scene, at the scene, literally, when the towers came down. Byron Pitts and I were actually standing at the corner of Murray and West, where you heard Scott Pelley reporting from, and we were there when the towers went down. We literally ran from the roll of thick debris and smoke to the point when we ran into PS 89 to get as far quickly escape from this sort of toxic cloud. Literally, when we got inside the school went black. It was like night, because when the cloud came over us and the debris started to hit, when you literally went back outside again, where we were standing was only crushed cars, debris, and cement. Dan.
Mika Brzezinski, live, reporting from Lower Manhattan, although the picture you're seeing at this particular moment is videotape of the collapse of the World Trade Centers. Yes, both of the 110 stories World Trade Centers have collapsed. All U.S. security markets have closed. A conference call is scheduled tonight to decide whether to reopen tomorrow. Bellevue Hospital medical director, quote, "This is a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions," unquote. And the reason it is a result of what you're seeing on videotape. First, one of the World Trade Center towers collapsed. Yes, collapsed. It looks like one of those scenes of an old building being, purposely dynamited and blown up. In this case, hijacked airliners, two, both of them American Airlines planes apparently, but crashed first one, then another into the World Trade Center. And then first one tower and then the other collapsed, completely collapsed, and buildings around them collapsed. People were seen jumping, being forced out of the building on high floors. People on the street gasped as each person was seen coming out of a window. Abraham Lincoln, 1864. Let not him who is houseless pull down the house of another, but let him work diligently and build one for himself, thus by his example, assuring that his own shall be safe from violence when built. Yes, it's a long quote, but something to ponder on this day, when America has much to ponder, including the fact, and it is the fact, that we've been taught since we were school children that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Clearly, our vigilance has not been what it should have been in the days preceding this catastrophe today. And if you think the word catastrophe is an overstatement, then perhaps you want to rethink it. Because many, many people have died on this day. Some at the Pentagon, we hope a few, we don't know how many at the Pentagon when a plane crashed there. But the mayor of New York, police officials, everybody says when the death toll is finally counted from the total collapse of both of these towers of the World Trade Center, there will be a high loss of life. Some people are believed trapped in the remains as we speak, and operations are being mounted to try to get to them. You remember those scenes from Oklahoma City. Remember Oklahoma City 1, federal building, terrible as it was, how long it took to get organized, to get those people who were trapped in the remains, as was the case in Oklahoma City. Many heroic deeds this day, most of those deeds we do not yet know, but police, firemen, ordinary citizens have performed their heroic deeds this day, and while many lives have been lost, many lives have been saved. And it's a day that will, as was the case with Pearl Harbor, live in infamy in American history. We go to John Roberts in Washington. John, perhaps bring people up to date on where the president is and where he isn't at this hour.
Well, Dan, as we try to grasp the enormity of this tragedy, and as many times as you see the pictures, they still hit you afresh, an assault against all your senses. It's just impossible to understand the exact magnitude of all of this. The White House is trying to put the pieces back together here so that they can show that they are in control, to show America that they have a leader who is in command here and a person who is going to lead this country against the scourge of terrorism nationwide. Our what's called in-town travel pool was activated just a little while ago, been taken over to what we'll only describe as a government building in downtown Washington, D.C., for fear that people may be watching this broadcast in order to determine where the leaders of government are for a briefing about what the government does next. As best we can ascertain, Dan, the president most recently was at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he made the address that you played the videotape of just a short while ago, and is now somewhere in transit over the United States, whereabouts and destination classified at this point. We understand that the vice president is still in Washington, D.C., though the congressional leadership has been ferried separately via separate helicopters to a location outside. But Dan, I think, and this has now been corroborated by two different sources now, there is a move by the White House to try to get the president back to the White House today. Dan, you mentioned a couple of hours ago now, at least, that the president want to get back to the White House today as a show of force against these terrorists. I believe that the administration is of the same mind, and they are in negotiations now with the Secret Service to make sure that they can adequately assure the safety of the president so they can get him back to the White House. Speaking against that, Dan, though, might be this idea that when the president on Air Force One left Barksdale Air Force Base, they trimmed down the number of media personnel, the White House press corps, who was following him from about 14 to 5, which may indicate that they were going to a smaller location, Dan. So still the information somewhat up in the air, all of this again classified because they do not want to reveal where the president or the vice president are at this point, but we should know more very soon. We'll get back to you on that.
Our White House correspondent John Robertson emphasizing that whenever the President of the United States travels, and he's on Air Force One, he has an incredibly sophisticated communication system aboard that aircraft. And while, as John Roberts mentioned, from all appearances and all reports, Vice President Dick Cheney, a very experienced elected and appointed official, is in charge at the White House itself in a secure position below ground in the White House, we believe. And Condoleezza Rice, head of the National Security Council, while on a minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour basis, at some point it appears that they were very much, at least in partial charge, let no one, no matter how you feel politically, misunderstand. The President of the United States is in charge. He is the commander-in-chief. And whatever anybody thinks of him or doesn't think of him in a moment, he's the commander-in-chief. He's the leader of the nation. He is in Air Force One. He is in instantaneous communication when he wants to be any place in the world, and there should not be any misunderstanding about that. There'll be plenty of time later in the days and weeks to follow about whether he and his White House operation deported themselves as they could have and should have today. But as of this moment, no one should have any misunderstanding about the President being in charge. And with that in mind, we go to Bob Schieffer in Washington. Bob?
Well, Dan, very much in line with what John Roberts was saying about members of the White House staff wanting to get the president back to Washington because they believe that is the way to show the terrorists that they are not getting in. There is very much that same spirit up at the Capitol at this point. The Capitol Police Chief told us just a while ago that congressional leaders are going to make a decision later today about reopening the Capitol tomorrow, because they think that is the way to show that this government is still working. Joe Biden, who's the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, said earlier this afternoon, this Congress ought to be in session. When we're not in session, we're saying to the terrorists that they are winning at this point, and we don't want them to say that. So that is the mood. But of course, as John Roberts also pointed out, there are these tremendous security precautions and considerations that have to be taken at this point. So at this point, all we know is that the Vice President, for example, is in a secure place. That is the only clue that members of his staff will give us as to where he is at this point. He's with his Chief of Staff, Louis Libby. His wife, Lynn Cheney, is also with him. But the White House staff tells us only the Vice President is in a secure place. One other point, intelligence sources at this point have really not given members of Congress a great deal of information. Either they don't know or they're holding back on that. We are told that there will be substantive intelligence briefings for members of the intelligence committees later this afternoon, but at this point about all they know is that these were well-coordinated attacks. Well-coordinated, well-planned out. At this point, it's our understanding that members of Congress have been given no information as to who specifically might be behind these attacks. We should also add, and these intelligence sources pointed out to us, that security forces, American forces around the world, have been on a considerably high state of alert in recent weeks, almost since the bombing of the USS Cole some months ago. Everybody has been expecting something. Nobody really expected anything of this gravity. Certainly nobody expected something as widespread as these attacks were. But that about brings it up to date as far as we can determine at this point, Dave.
Bob Schieffer live in Washington. This is CBS News continuing live coverage of the incredible acts of terrorism that were put forward today. Reporting, I am from CBS News World Headquarters in New York, and here's what we know and what we don't know up to this hour. It's been one of the most horrifying attacks ever against the United States on home soil.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff Gianola here in our Portland studios of Coin TV with the very latest on the attack on America. In a matter of moments, our nation's sense of security shredded by what appears to be a brutal and unfathomable terrorist attack. We'll rejoin national coverage in a few minutes, but we want to bring you up to date on what's happened so far on the East Coast. There were several attacks. And first, a look at what happened in chronological order. Reed Coleman brings us up to date.
8:50 a.m. Eastern Time. Many of the 50,000 people who work in the World Trade Center towers are at their desks or on their way to them. Suddenly, a commercial jet hits the South Tower, leaving a huge fiery hole. 18 minutes later, another commercial jet makes a beeline for the North Tower and banks sharply into one side, blowing out the other side. Glass, bricks, and office papers fly through the New York skyline. At about 9:45 Eastern Time, about 40 minutes after the attacks in New York City, another commercial jetliner plows into the Pentagon building just outside of Washington, D.C. Government buildings, including the Capitol and the White House, are evacuated. The FAA shuts down all air travel across the nation. Just after 10 a.m. in New York, a little more than an hour after the first plane crash, one World Trade Center tower collapses. Almost simultaneously, a large plane crashes in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Just before 10:30 in New York, the second World Trade Center tower collapses. In less than an hour and a half, the face and the heart of a nation, forever scarred, forever changed.
We may not know how many fatalities they are until tomorrow, maybe not till later this week, but we do know as many as 266 people on board those hijacked airplanes may have been killed. And here's a list of the flights involved in this morning's attacks. American Airlines Flight 77, that plane was carrying 92 people, and Flight 11 carrying 64 people. There were also 110 people on the United flights, Flights 93 from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, and Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. Both United and American Airlines have set up emergency customer service centers. For more information on American Flights 77 and 11, there's the number on your screen. And at the bottom of your screen, there is the United Airlines number to date now for us from Washington. Tony?
Well, John, we've trying to explain why the president chose to land at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. The simple reason is it's head of what used to be called the Strategic Air Command is now called the United States Strategic Command. What is that? That's the command that involves all the military branches that deals with such things as bombing runs, what we call strategic defense, which is long-reaching defense around the United States, which would involve everything from ballistic missiles to aircraft. So the president is there. They're having classified meetings at this hour, we presume, and we will find out later in the day whether he intends to return to Washington to go to the NORAD facility in Colorado, as Jim Angle has reported, or go to some other location. All of those things will be determined in the fullness of time. Also, Vice President Cheney is in the Operations Center at the White House at this hour, so that's where he is linking up. And now for more developments in our nation's capital, let's go to Brian Wilson, who's standing by near the Capitol. Brian?
Thank you very much, Tony. We are outside 119 D Street Northeast in Washington, D.C., which is the Capitol Police building and has become, for all intents and purposes, the temporary House of Congress. Members of the House and Senate have been here all day getting briefings on what's going on, the latest from the intelligence community. We can tell you that the leadership of the House and Senate from both sides of the aisle have been spirited away from this location and are being held in a secure bunker. They won't tell us exactly where that is, but they assure us that the House leadership and the Senate leadership are in contact with the President of the United States and that the government continues to operate. However, the Capitol grounds has been evacuated since early this morning when the first attack occurred at the Pentagon. The Capitol has been evacuated. All activity now operates out of this location, 119 D Street Northeast, the Capitol Police building. We must also tell you there is one report that has been very disturbing. It's becoming very credible. There were reports from early this morning that we are getting from members of Congress and eyewitnesses that at one point this morning, a passenger jet came very, very close to the Capitol dome. We have not been able to get any official confirmation of this, but I must tell you that there are many people who are reliable, regular sources of information on Capitol Hill who are telling us they saw that happen. Other information on that is a bit sketchy. But the House and Senate has been in recess. We're not sure exactly when they might go back to the Capitol building and continue the work of the people, but some members are saying they should do that. The other word we're getting out of here is from members of the intelligence committees, and they are angry. They say that the intelligence committee had no information about what happened, no advance warning, and they say that the intelligence community failed them in a major way. Tony?
All right, we will jump in as Tony is gathering more information. We have some sad news to report as we are now starting to learn some of the identities of those who have been killed in the terrorist attacks today. It appears that a friend and a colleague here at Fox News has been killed in one of the plane crashes. Barbara Olson, you know her as a very familiar face as a frequent commentator on the Fox News channel and other networks. She is also the wife of Ted Olson, the Bush administration's nominee for Solicitor General. He was also very much involved in the Bush effort, working out the contest over the vote in Florida in the presidential election. It appears that Barbara Olson was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. She is believed dead, and we're very sad to report it. We're giving you more information of exactly what has happened to the 4 total planes that have gone down. 2 American Airlines, 2 United Airlines, all bound for California. 1 from New Jersey, 1 from Virginia, but 2 from Boston. With that, we go to reporter Phil Rapley. He is in Boston with more information. Phil?
Linda, Joe Lawless, who's the director of public safety here at Logan Airport, just spoke to the media for an extensive period of time a little bit ago, and he confirmed that 2 flights had left here this morning. At 7:59, the American Airlines Flight 11, and at 8:14, the United Airlines Flight 175 appear to be the 2 jets that were driven into the World Trade Towers. They're both Boeing 767, so as you can imagine, the investigation going on here at Logan Airport is very intense. The entire airport has been locked down. It has been evacuated. A command center has been set up, and the investigation is being led by the FBI, along with the FAA. They are interviewing all the people involved in security here at Logan Airport. Now, the way it works here at Massport is that each of the airlines is responsible for its own security. So there are private contracting companies that are given that responsibility. Those employees are currently being investigated by law enforcement agencies as they try to find out how this could have happened, how both of these flights out of Logan this morning ended up involved in this terrible terrorist act. Now, also what's going on here at Logan is a crisis center, because more than 150 people have lost their lives in those 2 airplanes, so a crisis center has been set up for family members to come. There's a Red Cross there, there's clergy members there, there's also people from emergency medical services to try to offer any kind of support that they can at this time. Any passengers that were at Logan Airport have been taken off of the grounds. They will be put up by Massport until this airport is reopened again. That will not happen until the Federal Aviation Authority gives it the okay. But meanwhile, Joseph Lawless says that the security here is as high a security as any airport in the country, that Logan Airport is as safe as any airport in the country. That may be more of a commentary about the status of security all over the nation than it is particularly at this place. As we said before, the investigation is being led by the FBI at this point. Now, outside of the airport, the mayor of Boston has gone out and had a public press conference. He's urged the evacuation of the tallest towers in the city of Boston, the Prudential Tower, the Hancock Building. There's also been a press conference by the governor, the acting governor of Massachusetts. She says that it is the National Guard here is at the beck and call of any assistance they can provide to people in New York. There also is going to be a primary election today for the 9th Congressional District to replace the seat of the late Joseph Moakley. There was some talk early this morning by the Secretary of State that that election might be postponed, but now the governor and the Attorney General have come out strongly and said that it must go on, that they cannot have terrorism dictate to a democracy. So that is the way that the officials here in Massachusetts are trying to deal with this crisis situation. But the city of Boston, as I'm sure cities all around the nation, are just shocked by what has happened.
In particular, we understand this, but there is this anti-Americanism, and people like bin Laden feed off it. And bin Laden, in many ways, he is this, not only is he active in a place like Afghanistan where they give him sanctuary, but there's sympathy for him everywhere. Because bin Laden, if you will, he holds out the message that this great hegemon, this great superpower that straddles the world can still be hurt. And we are hurt by this. We have seen this.
But no doubt we're hurt. We have, well, we believe hundreds and possibly thousands of our fellow citizens dead. I want to hold to this point about certainly no one can speculate, and I've said repeatedly and want to say again, that early reports and speculation in these kind of situations, they are frequently wrong.
Sure.
Oklahoma City comes to mind. But right behind that, let me pause for a second and help our viewers and listeners. You've said, look, there is centered in the world of Islam, which is not monolithic any more than Christianity or Judaism or anything. There's centered hate America elements. But I'm sensitive, I want to be sensitive to the fact that there are many loyal Americans, peaceful, law-abiding Americans who are Islamic heritage.
Of course.
And we need to pause, I think, for just a second, if I may say, and let's talk about that. What as a national attitude we should have toward our fellow Americans who are of Islamic religion?
Well, I think you've said it, Dan. I mean, you've even mentioned the Oklahoma City bombing as the cautionary tale. That as we jumped to look for Middle Eastern sources of that deed, it turned out to be just a clean-cut American kid who was responsible for it. So I think no one is really jumping to conclusions. But obviously, 4 planes that get hijacked. This isn't, basically your garden type, your garden variety episode. This is a very major episode. We've crossed the Rubicon. In effect, that our sense of immunity to the currents of the world and to the passions and the furies of the world now lies behind us. I mean, we said this in a small way. In 1993, the first time the World Trade Center was hit some 8 years ago. But this is a different order of magnitude altogether. And our sense of immunity to the passions of that play on other societies, I think, is gone, and gone forever. I mean, we think that these things go on in Europe because Europe is close to the fire, and Europe is close to there's a world to its east which is problematic, and then there is a world to its south which is unstable. But we have entered this. And the experience of the Israelis is a great cautionary tale. Liberal societies are vulnerable to these kinds of attacks because there are all kinds of protections that individuals are accorded. And we accord them this because there's no other way. There's no other way of doing it. It's the price of being a liberal democratic society. It's the price we pay for power. Power begets nemesis in the world. So we sit astride the world, but in effect we pay the price of this ascendancy, the price of this kind of power. And we have this sense of innocence. We carry it with us. And we are innocent of these kinds of furies and these kinds of passions. But obviously, bin Laden doesn't think we're innocent. He thinks that we support the House of Saud, which he himself is a Saudi citizen and would like to overthrow the House of Saud.
In Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. And bin Laden thinks that we are implicated in what Israel is doing. And bin Laden thinks that we represent secularism when he would like to see a theocratic world in the Islamic world. And so the bin Ladens, their main threat in many ways is to the poor Islamic world that they have wrecked and ruined. And we are visited by these kinds of furies today.
Fuad Ajami, as we look at these pictures, these horrifying pictures, some of them live, some of them on videotape today.
Yes.
And this picture, I mean, this is going to go down as one of the great photographs of all time, the plane actually coming into the World Trade Center. The 20th century was marked by wars characterized by clanking machinery and clashing ideologies. Is or is not what we're seeing today the face of 21st century war?
I think you're absolutely right. And this is the freelancer. This is the individual. Like it could only be, like here we sit, we are trying to understand the story. And fundamentally, in the end, it took 4 people, let's say, if it's really these 4 people who hijacked these planes, it will turn out to be, if the past is any guide and we ever get to the bottom of this story, it will turn out to be 4 young people in their 20s. They are available for these kinds of missions. They believe that this is the way to paradise or the way to redemption. And here we are talking about the whole idea of building, I mean, it's ironic and painful in retrospect. We're talking about the idea of building a missile shield for this country. Well, a missile shield doesn't protect you against 4 kids who can get on 4 planes and take these planes and smash them into the World Trade Center and into the Pentagon. So it is the face of the 21st century, and it is the age of the freelancer. And we live with this. It's our fate. And it's the fate of power because of this connection between power and the nemesis that is always generated by power.
But as you point out, when a nation is what I call a combined superpower, and the world's only combined superpower, that is a military superpower and an economic superpower, you have many vulnerabilities. There is the vulnerability of missiles from rogue states, which the so-called missile shield is supposed to finish against. But then there are these other vulnerabilities, some of which have been exposed today. Fuad Ajami, thanks. We hope to talk to you as we go along. I want to straighten out one thing now that we have it straightened out. Here's what we know about the aircraft involved in this morning's events. American Airlines Flight 11, that's the one took off from Boston, headed for Los Angeles, was hijacked, a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers and 11 crew members. This was the first of the two planes that struck the World Trade Center, apparently the first. Then, American Flight 77, Dulles Airport near Washington to Los Angeles, a Boeing 757 with 58 passengers and 6 crew. This is the plane that apparently hit near the Pentagon. Now, that's a change from what we believed was the case before. We thought that American Airlines had said both of its planes hit the World Trade Center, and about that we were apparently wrong, that the information we gave you was not correct. We now believe that American Flight 11 was the first to hit the World Trade Center. American Flight 77 coming out of Dulles hit the Pentagon. Then United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles, a Boeing 767 with 56 passengers and 9 crew. This apparently was the second plane to hit the World Trade Center. Now, with this new information, both of the aircraft that hit the World Trade Center originated in Boston, bound for Los Angeles. Both of them were Boston to LA flights. One an American Airlines flight, the other a United flight. And then United Flight 93, originating in Newark, New Jersey, headed to San Francisco with 38 passengers and 7 crew. This is the plane that apparently went down in Somerset County in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. Those are the 4 planes that we know of that were hijacked today. 3 of them plunged by suicide people who commanded the hijacking operation into targets, 2 at the World Trade Center, 1 at the Pentagon. We go to Mika Brzezinski in downtown New York. Mika.
Well, Dan, behind the fire trucks and the smoke and all the confusion that is now 10 blocks behind me, right down the West Side Highway here, is a horrendous and unimaginable mystery. Who made it out alive? The trade towers have vanished, and in their place, an ominous, slow-moving plume of smoke. Evacuations were so quick from the scene, from schools and buildings and apartments. There was no cell phone service at all, added to the confusion, and there's so little information coming about it out of the scene, about the injured and the dead, that people are literally lining up on the West Side Highway, waiting and watching. That is all they can do. Now, we know of terrorist acts throughout your reporting in other parts of the country, but it's safe to say most people here can barely deal with what happened right here in New York City. I'm joined by 2 guys here, Michael and Christopher, and they actually saw much of this disaster unfold before their eyes. First of all, Christopher, where were you?
I was in a nearby office building, several blocks away, in a conference room on the northwest corner of the building. So we unfortunately had a very clear, unobstructed view of both towers. About 20 of us in the building or so, colleagues actually, gathered on one of the floors, one of the high floors.
So you heard the first hit?
Yeah.
You gathered and saw?
At least I didn't see the first hit. So we kind of gathered in this room, and we're just kind of discussing the events. And just within a matter of minutes, we noticed, again, what appeared to be, in such a short period of time, what appeared to be a large commercial plane at a low altitude, high speed, just, going right into the second tower. And it collided with the tower. The plane disintegrated. The building shattered, basically, and just a ball of fire. And,
in the room, the people around you. What? Was it silence?
It was. It's kind of hard. It's kind of really hard to. I believe so. Just complete and utter disbelief.
Christopher, tell us a little bit about the chaos in trying to literally get from where you were to where you are now. I understand you ran down 46 flights of stairs. Take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we saw the second explosion, essentially, we just thought we're in, a 50, 60 floor building. We could be the next target. So we had no idea what was happening. You see 2 explosions like that, and everybody kind of just realized, wait, we're in danger too. And people just started, it wasn't chaos. It was just everybody was going as fast as they could down the stairs, and going down 46, 50 flights is pretty tough. We get outside, and then all of a sudden you see just this fireball coming out of the towers, and it was just a surreal experience.
Yeah, bedlam. And the blasts, of course, Dan, as we know, there was 1, 2, and then 3 as the towers collapsed, and one security expert from inside the financial center said literally hundreds of people from beyond the police line were covered by the falling debris and the building itself. Dan.
Mika Brzezinski in downtown Lower Manhattan. President Bush, having started the day in Florida, made a short statement there calling this an apparent terrorist attack. Then he flew to Air Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, made another videotape statement there, somewhat longer in both statements, assuring Americans that their government was continuing to function and that those responsible for this would be found and be held accountable, and asking for the prayers and thoughts of families most directly affected by today's tragedies. Then the president flew on to Nebraska, to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, where he was last reported to be receiving, quote, a briefing on the situation. And at that particular Air Force Base in Nebraska are the DEFCOM planes, which are aircraft outfitted particularly to carry presidents aloft in catastrophic situations. Not to say that President Bush is going to go on a DEFCOM plane. So far as we know, he plans to continue to fly on Air Force One. But where he will go, where he will wind up, we do not know. He did not go back to Washington as he said he was going to do out of Florida. More about that as we go later on. Now we're approaching the half-hour mark. Every half hour, an hour, we try to recapitulate what we know, what we don't know, bring you up to date on the situation, and we'll do that in a very few moments. Let me point out a couple of things before doing that. First of all, New York hospitals continue to be absolutely inundated with the wounded from today's events in and around the World Trade Center. Some patients have been taken to outlying hospitals, suburban hospitals outside the city. There is a shortage of blood, as you would expect under these circumstances, and the American Red Cross is keeping open the facilities for blood donations in the city, in those areas of the city that are not affected by the explosions and fire and events in Lower Manhattan. So those blood donation centers are open. The FAA says that air traffic, which has been grounded in the country in an unprecedented act since early this morning, that tomorrow noon is the earliest the FAA intends to have air transport authorized again. Overseas flights headed for this country were ordered to either U-turn or to find landing places outside the United States. NATO was holding what was described as an emergency meeting, which was due to begin about a half hour ago. A senior official is expected to brief shortly at FBI headquarters in Washington. We will, of course, be monitoring that, probably carry it live for you. Also at the Pentagon, where there's been very little information about the extent of damage today, understandably little information. The Defense Department wanting to give out as few details as possible, but there has been damage at the Pentagon. There have been some fatalities there. The Defense Department confirmed that several hours ago, and some injured. But we'll also be receiving a Pentagon briefing somewhere along the line this afternoon. The pictures you're seeing now on videotape are from the World Trade Center area. Let me point out that it wasn't just the collapse of the twin towers of the World Trade Center, one tower and then the other, where 50,000 people generally work on any given workday and where thousands more generally visit, but there were buildings around the World Trade Center that in the avalanche of debris, the concrete and steel and other materials raining down the whole area, there were other buildings in that section of New York, Lower Manhattan, that collapsed at or about the same time as the World Trade Center. The mayor of New York, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, has said that there's been a, quote, tremendous loss of life. In an interview with CBS News, he wouldn't even speculate as to how much loss of life. There, at last report, there were people known to be still alive in the debris of the World Trade Center collapse. Efforts were being organized to try to get to those people. Now, this is an unprecedented show of terrorist horror, what you're seeing today. The 110-story World Trade Center collapsed in this shower of rubble and dust and destruction after two hijacked airliners, the airliners carrying a lot of people themselves, slammed into the sides of the twin symbols of American capitalism. And Fuad Johnny from Johns Hopkins University pointing out before that the two main targets today, one, a symbol of America's economic power, the World Trade Centers, the other, the symbol of American military power with the Defense Department. And no one can believe that those two main targets were selected at random. They were selected for their symbolic importance to the nation. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani said, and I quote him again, "Now the number of casualties will be more than most of us can bear." Now, this was a systematic terrorist attack that included another hijacked plane crashing into the Pentagon. And we very early on this morning said that this was the Pearl Harbor of terrorism. Then following that, at least one U.S. senator picked up on that theme, comparing this to the incidents of 1941's Japanese Pearl Harbor attack that launched World War II. This day, national security was quickly moved up all around the country. The terrorists directed the two planes into the towers in the middle of the morning rush hour. There was no coincidence at the hour they did it. It was right at the height of the rush hour, right at 9 o'clock. And you say, well, how did this happen? Well, we don't know, but apparently 2 planes bound from Boston to Los Angeles were hijacked almost simultaneously. Somebody had to go into the cockpit of the plane, somebody had to command the plane, and somebody said, in effect, I'm a suicide bomber, an airborne suicide bomber. And they crashed the planes into the World Trade Center. And much the same thing is believed to have happened with the crash into the Pentagon. Now, as for what happened in western Pennsylvania in the Pittsburgh area with the plane crashing there, the details are sketchy. And yes, we did report that the FBI believed that there had been a plane crashed at or near the Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland. But that has remained a vague, unconfirmed story throughout the day. What you're watching on your screen now, debris and people, yes, humans, coming down from the upper stories of the World Trade Center before those World Trade Center towers collapsed. Some of the World Trade Center's 50,000 workers were seen leaping from windows to their certain death. That included, in one case, according to eyewitnesses, that included a man and a woman holding hands as they leaped from the World Trade Center as the flames engulfed their floors. Some people jumped from as high as the 80th floor. This happened as the planes exploded into fireballs. Unimaginable, these things, but part of today's reality. Now, first reports had at least 600 people undergoing treatment at hospitals. Early reports said 150 of those were in critical condition. At least another 1,500 so-called walking wounded were taken to Liberty State Park in New Jersey for treatment. The mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, says it may take 2 days before a final figure of the dead and injured becomes known. No one would be surprised if it didn't take longer than 2 days. Yes, there was a New York mayoral primary vote scheduled today in New York that was canceled. I don't have to repeat, but will, that the financial markets closed immediately. They'll have a conference call tonight to determine whether the financial markets will open tomorrow. Hospital officials have been preparing for the worst all day, and they've gotten the worst. The Bellevue Hospital medical director, Eric Mannheimer, called this, and I quote him, a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions. Now, speculation, and please mark the word, italicize the word speculation about the attack, rather quickly focused on terrorist fugitive Osama bin Laden, who was last reported in Afghanistan. Afghanistan's Taliban government, the radical fundamentalist Islamic government of Afghanistan, moved quickly in a public relations effort, understandable from their point of view, to say 2 things. 1, that they deplored this. 2, that they had nothing to do with it. And 3, this would surprise some people, the Taliban spokesman saying that Osama bin Laden had nothing to do with this. Exclamation point, pause. That's what they said. And again, we want to come back to nothing but speculation so far. And we pointed out before, and we will point out again, that there are high-level intelligence people in this country and around the world who believe the United States have made a mistake by always attributing almost every terrorist act to Osama bin Laden. There's a school of thought that says we've built him up much larger than he is. I'm not subscribing or not subscribing to that point of view, simply pointing out that there is a point of view, a belief that among some, that we've made too much of Osama bin Laden. But it's way too early to make any conclusions about that. It's just simply to note that speculation centers around Osama bin Laden as it has in almost every other case of terrorism over the last 6 to 8 years. Although it's true that a lot of people in the United States never heard of Osama bin Laden before the explosions at the U.S. embassies in Eastern Africa in 1998 and the ensuing cruise missile attacks by the United States directed at targets in Sudan and Afghanistan. Before that, Osama bin Laden, he was known in intelligence circles and certainly known in the Middle East and around Afghanistan, but was not all that well known in the United States. A high-ranking federal law enforcement official has told our Washington Bureau that no one has been ruled out, but our initial feeling is that this is the work of bin Laden. That government official spoke only on the condition of anonymity. Chris Yates, a well-known aviation expert at Jane's in London, said, and I quote, "Only a small handful of terror groups could have pulled off this operation." And he says, and I quote him, "I would name at the top of the list Osama bin Laden." In Afghanistan, a spokesman for the Taliban rulers denied that bin Laden had any role. However, a London-based Arab newspaperman said that followers of bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that they would carry out what he called, and I quote him, "a huge and unprecedented attack on U.S. interests." For whatever that may or may not be worth. President Bush ordered a full-scale investigation to what he called hunt down the folks who committed this act. That's a direct quote. Now, American Airlines initially said the Trade Center was hit by 2 of its planes, both hijacked, carrying a total of 156 people, but the airline later said that that was unconfirmed, and now we believe that one American Airlines plane hit one of the World Trade Centers, and then a United Airlines plane hit the other World Trade Center, is what the current belief is. Now, CBS News correspondent and 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Carol Marin is downtown and has a report. Karen? Carol?
As I'm making my way toward the Trade Center, along the water line, thousands of people were walking towards me, streaming out, almost not talking, trying to get through on cell phones that didn't work. Some of them crying, all of them looking pretty agonized. All of a sudden, I heard a roar, and I saw one of the towers blow and then collapse and fill the horizon with smoke, and I yelled, "Oh my God!" And I saw from street level, as though it had exploded up, a giant rolling ball of flame, and the firefighters screamed, "Run!" And I turned to run, but I fell, and I felt someone scoop me up, tell me to throw my high heels off, and I was running in my stocking feet with him. And finally, as we ran and ran, he slammed me into a wall and covered my body with his. I could feel his heart beating against my backbone. And I think both of us were sure we were dead, because there was no way you could run fast enough, and there was no way to avoid it. But somehow we escaped the flame, which was immediately followed by a storm of debris. We were breathing, it felt like giant particles of plaster, and there was smoke, so that if you tried to put your hand out in front of you, you couldn't really see it. It was the thickest, most intense particle and smoke I've ever been in. And somewhere along the line, the firefighter handed me off to a New York police officer. The thing that struck me, though, was that I didn't see many wounded people in the street, which led me to believe, at least where I was by the Trade Center, they had never even gotten out of the building. I thought I was going to die. It is as close as I've ever come as a reporter to thinking I was going to die.
Carol Marin, who was downtown early this morning when this catastrophe hit. I mistakenly said she was down now, which is what I thought, but this was a replay of a videotape interview we did with Carol Marin earlier in the day. Now, it's impossible not to compare this coordinated air attack, this undeclared act of war, with the attack on Pearl Harbor almost 60 years ago, the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. And it's just as clear as can be that December 7th, 1941 will be forever remembered as, in President Franklin Roosevelt's phrase, a day of infamy But so too will now September 11th, 2001, go down in American history as a day of infamy. At this moment, you may want to recall that Pearl Harbor was a disaster that brought the United States of America together and propelled it to victory. A thought to ponder as we go through this afternoon. Now, around the world, there have been some expressions of solidarity with the United States. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, made an eloquent short talk to that effect earlier in the day. Others among the United States allies in the world of freedom and democracy around the world have expressed similar sentiments. There have been some expressions of celebration. Palestinians on the West Bank some were said to shoot their weapons in the air today in what was said to be a celebration. Now, what we're waiting on right now is a briefing at the U.S. Defense Department. A Pentagon briefing is expected to brief shortly, and as mentioned earlier, a senior official of the FBI is also expected to brief very shortly. Admiral Craig Quigley will be briefing at the Pentagon. Now, if you're saying to yourself, well, where is President Bush? The answer is we don't absolutely know. He was last reported to be at the air base in Nebraska, getting a briefing. He had gone there from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana outside Shreveport. He had gone there from being in Florida earlier in the morning. And as we await the beginning of one of these briefings, you're looking at scenes. This is a live picture in Manhattan. Perhaps, I think the world's best-known skyline with the Empire State Building off to the mid-left in your screen with that high, looks like a stick, little known, that was supposed to be a dirigible landing place high atop the Empire State Building. That's what it was designed to be, but no dirigible was ever able to get in there. And in that place, the Empire State Building, one of the landmarks of our country, recognizable all over the world. This is what the skyline, the New York skyline, looks like today. The World Trade Center's gone, both of them. Yes, devastatingly gone, right to the ground. Both of them crumbled, each after having been hit separately by hijacked American airliners. And we may be able to show you what the New York City skyline looked like before today. You can imagine, as you've seen the postcard pictures, if not all of your life, for a long, long time, that both the World Trade Center buildings, which had they really had replaced the Empire State Building as the principal landmark of New York City, both of them are gone. The former foreign minister of Israel, Shimon Peres, is in Jerusalem. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Minister. I appreciate very much your doing this. Do you think this terrorist attack on the United States is because of its close friendship with Israel?
An attack on the United States, attack, and bring all of us back to the jungle. And I think we have to do whatever we can not to permit another war with terrible consequences to be spread over. May I say that each of us feel today like an American. Our heart is with the families, with the victims. It's full of pain. But we know the United States is a great and a strong country, and as we've won so many wars and suffered so many agonies, again, you and us and all of us will emerge stronger and more hopeful. I want to say that we have to draw consequences, all of us. We have had, or we are having armies against enemies that practically do not exist, but we have dangers without strategies and without armies. The most important consequence today is to develop a strategy against terror. It can happen every place, everywhere, and cause untold of damage and victims and blood and tears. And the time came for all of us to get ourselves organized. By the way, we send our own rescue team, which is already on the way to the United States. We shall do whatever we can to stand on the United States, which is leading the world, defending democracy, and enabling all of us to remain as a civilized community.
Joan Paris, you know our country, my country, well. And you know that there are any number of people in the United States who believe these bombings today are a direct result of U.S. support for Israel over the years in the Middle East. To those people who say that, what say you?
Well, you know, there were other acts of terror that has nothing to do with Israel, including in the United States itself. Terror is a terrible way of destruction and killing. And you have all over the world acts of terrors that has nothing to do with Israel. Terror
Mr. Paris,
is a
if you'll
new
excuse me a
phenomenon.
moment, I know that you will understand this. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but Karen Hughes, the principal assistant to President Bush, has begun to brief and we'll pick her up in progress.
Evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers. Your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his cabinet and national security team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
Karen Hughes, who many people believe is one of the two most influential advisors around President Bush, briefing at FBI headquarters in Washington. Karl Rove, another Texan, transplanted Texan, but Texan being the other widely believed second most important person around President Bush.
We're told that one of the two buildings, there may be as many as 10 to 20 stories left standing. The other one, though, is a crater. It's virtually a hole in the ground. You might even be able to see, Adam, can you see the piece of the building? There's a piece of the building in the middle of Church Street. You can't see it right now because of the smoke and the haze, but we're going to, apparently, Rudy Giuliani is now speaking to the mayor of New York. Let's head back to the studio and to the mayor's press conference. Do we have the mayor?
We're attempting, Rick, to get the audio connections from the mayor.
They handled themselves with bravery. They handled themselves with dignity. They handled themselves in a way that reduced the loss of life. We didn't have panic. We didn't have people running and hurting other people. The people of New York City really distinguished themselves. And I just want to say this once again. New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York, there making another statement about the response of this city. Linda, I'd just like to say I've been in this chair now for about, well, it was just about exactly 7 hours ago that the first of these events started unfolding. What a calamitous day for America. And yet, you know that somewhere in the world, somebody is watching these pictures with great glee, watching the pictures of the hijacked airliner, the second one of the day, smashing into and ultimately demolishing the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, the symbol of capitalism to many people around the world. They want us to be scared. They want us to be afraid. As we heard President Bush's senior advisor say not long ago that our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today. They want us to somehow lose some of that freedom, and let's just hope and pray that that doesn't happen.
The United States most definitely will not allow it to happen. However, there will be a coordinated response, you can be sure. We are beginning to get more information about those who were lost today. The numbers in the end may be in the tens of thousands, but we know for sure the number of people who were lost on the 4 commercial airliners that went down today. They were 2 American Airlines planes, 2 United Airlines planes. In honor of those souls departed, let us remind you of who and how many were on those planes. American Airlines Flight 77 bound from Dulles, Virginia to Los Angeles, 77 passengers and 6 crew. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, 81 passengers and 11 crew. United Airlines from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, Flight 93, 38 passengers and 7 crew. Also, United Airlines Flight 175, bound from Boston to Los Angeles, 56 passengers and 9 crew. As we mentioned before, as we're beginning to learn more details about those who may have been on those planes, we here at Fox News have also learned that a friend and a colleague was lost on that airplane that crashed into the Pentagon. Her name is Barbara Olson, and you may have seen her many times on this network and others. Her husband is Ted Olson, also a famous face. He was nominated by the Bush administration to be Solicitor General, was heavily involved in the Bush administration effort during the contesting of the Florida vote during the presidential election. Barbara Olson made a phone call from that flight, apparently, before it crashed into the Pentagon. We have learned that she is presumed dead, and we say that with great sorrow. And we will learn, I'm sure, in the coming hours, many more people who we know, who you know, around America who were involved in these accidents and who may have been lost. There we see her picture. We're sorry to say goodbye to a friend and a colleague. We have been given some preliminary estimates about how many may have died in the World Trade Center attacks. According to Congressman Jim Moran, who was part of a briefing much earlier today, his first estimate that he was given was perhaps 10,000 people. Now, as we learned from World Trade Center officials, the buildings, the two skyscrapers, were at full capacity this morning when the two planes slammed into the towers. Full capacity means at least 50,000 people. It will take some time, many hours, if not days, before we can determine exactly how many people were lost in that attack. There is a coordinated response underway. It's called a federal response plan. 28 federal agencies involved. This is a plan that has been around for some years. It was updated last year after the Oklahoma City bombing, many years after the Oklahoma City bombing. And now, unfortunately, it has been put into place. The Justice Department leads it, basically. The FBI leads the investigation. But as you can imagine, all federal agencies, and all personnel involved with the federal agencies have all been called in for help. Federal Emergency Response Agency, FEMA, actively involved. They have now activated 8 urban search and response teams in New York City to search through the rubble that you have seen of the collapse of these towers on your screen. They're being activated and dispatched to search through the rubble for any survivors. The hospitals in New York City have been completely overwhelmed by the wounded. In fact, some of the wounded have now been evacuated across the river to New Jersey. Also, the hospitals in Connecticut on complete standby. The Pentagon is at the highest level of alert. It's something called ThreatCon Delta. Usually it's at ThreatCon Normal, but today was escalated to ThreatCon Delta as the Secretary of Defense continues to operate from that building, trying to coordinate what, if any, military response will be necessary. We do know a little more clarification from the Pentagon. Originally, we had been told that 2 aircraft carriers had been dispatched from Norfolk to come to the New York harbor. That apparently has been clarified. Those aircraft carriers have been sent out of their base for their own protection, but they are not being sent to the New York harbor. Other ships are being sent to the New York harbor. They have not been identified as of yet, but preliminarily we have been told that they are being sent here to help not only with protection, but also to help with the massive rescue response to the wounded. We bring in with me my colleague, John Gibson, who's going to be joining us for the next several hours in our coverage. John.
Amazing job you and John Scott have done. This is a national disaster and a national tragedy, and I think the country now move forward on 2 levels immediately, or 3. The huge rescue effort that's going to go on down at the World Trade Center. As many as 10,000, an estimate. 50,000 people were in the building at the time those planes hit it. No one knows exactly how many people may have survived the collapse of those buildings or lie there dead, as well as the hundreds of fire workers and police workers who were at the base of the building. Our own Dan Cohen was there as 2 of them. The first one collapsed, and Dan was helping triage people and moved to the second one, and it collapsed on top of them. And as Linda mentioned just a while ago, perhaps the first face on this national tragedy is Barbara Olson, 46 years old, who's appeared on this network many times in various political discussions. The tragedy of Barbara Olson's death is going to be repeated over and over and over in the next few days as more faces, as we look at this plane hitting the trade tower this morning. As more faces are placed with the statistics. In addition, there is a question, as Linda was talking with Larry Korb earlier, how did this happen and who do we blame? Certainly one of the areas that somebody's got to look at is who's flying these planes? Does anybody really think an American pilot was at the yoke flying them into the trade towers? Or was someone trained to fly heavy jets and fly them into the World Trade Center? And if they were trained, who trained them? In what countries? And are those countries to blame for training people to fly these planes to then carry out these attacks on the United States? Certainly there are many countries in the Middle East who don't like us, who fly heavy jets, who have to train people. Iran does. Syria does. Iraq does. All of them are potential candidates for who trained these pilots. We're going now to a NATO press conference on the effects of this attack. This would probably be going on at The Hague?
Actually, this is in Brussels. They have actually evacuated the building there, but the leaders are standing by. They just finished a meeting. Let's listen.
Defense and security organization, which remains alert and I can assure you remains resolute and determined as well.
Laurent Zecchini, Le Monde. Lord Robertson, I'd like to repeat one of the questions. The fact that the Pentagon, the headquarters of the American defense, has been hit, do you consider it as a sort of an act of war or not?
Well, I'm not in a position to make decisions about what is an act of war. An act of unspeakable violence took place today. And this is a moment where people are reflecting on the nature of that tragedy and standing firm against that kind of violence and with the people who have suffered from it. What happens thereafter about it will be a matter for alliance consultation, but I don't think that it would be right or proper to jump to any judgments this evening.
I'll take two more questions. Gentleman in the back, please.
Secretary General, do you consider Article 5 to be in application also for terrorist attack or only for state attack?
Well, that is a matter that was considered and deliberated upon at the Washington summit 2 years ago, and you will be able to get from your files what the communique of that summit meeting said on this specific issue. But I'm not willing to go into any of these areas this evening.
This will be the last question, please.
Angus Roxburgh, BBC News. Do you have any initial thoughts about who might lie behind these acts of terrorism?
The Americans don't know, we don't know. But the clear message to whoever it was is that they will have left a trail behind them. And they can be assured that they will be found. And the international community, the whole international community, will be united in condemning what they've done and making sure that they're not in a position to do it again.
Thank you very much. It will be all.
The message from NATO, obviously, that they are all standing strong and together with the United States, trying to figure out exactly what has happened. It's very early on, obviously. They can't coordinate any sort of NATO response until they figure out with some fair degree of clarity who is responsible for this. But nevertheless, NATO, they're saying it stands with the United States, even as they have evacuated their own personnel from the NATO headquarters in Brussels. We have with us on the phone former Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger. He served in the Bush administration. He's actually with us from Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlottesville, Virginia. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Eagleburger, we thank you very much for being with us. Your first thoughts as to who might be capable of coordinating this massive terrorist attack?
Well, you have to start out with the normal conventional wisdom, which is Osama bin Laden. The point being, I think it's now very clear that this took tremendous planning. It was, in its own way, brilliantly done. The timing was perfect. They did everything very, very professionally. It took money, it took training, it took time, and you have to ask yourself who is capable of that, and you start out with Osama bin Laden. We may never know for sure. What we do know is that terrorism in its starkest form has attacked this country now, and I do think it is as close to an act of war as you can get in this sort of a situation.
Mr. Eagleburger, if you would stand by for just one moment. We have just gotten the first footage of that commercial airline crash in Pennsylvania. It was just about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The first reports were that this is the plane that was part of the coordinated attack. This plane was supposed to be commandeered toward Camp David. Camp David, of course, being the retreat of the President of the United States. It never made it there. It crashed in Pennsylvania, 80 miles from Pittsburgh. However, there was a significant loss of life there. Back to you, Mr. Eagleburger. We thank you once again for being with us. Now, explain to us how the White House, the State Department, Pentagon, and others work together to formulate a response, not only in terms of triage and rescue, but then a more coordinated political response.
Well, first of all, I think we've seen that the planning that's gone on some years now in advance of this event has been put into effect. The President's now in Omaha, for example. So all of this is, I think, clearly based on earlier plans, and they seem to be working quite well. The President obviously now is talking with his principal advisors, although Secretary Powell isn't back from Peru yet. And I'm sure they are now going over the various options of how to deal with this.
I think you have to put it in several pieces. First of all, what do we do now to pick up the pieces from this? What do we do to try to begin to find out who did it? What can we learn from this that we will make it possible to prevent these things in the future? That's one whole set of activities that will be carried on. Beyond that, there's the whole question of what do we do in terms of retaliation? What is there that's available in terms of military potential if we decide to do anything? Who should the people be that we look to, that we may want to take some action against? All of this will take time. All of it will take some coordination. But I think there are a whole series of different questions. The one I don't understand, by the way, I can understand intelligence not being able to catch the fact that this whole event was to take place. What I do not understand is how you can hijack aircraft in the United States anymore. I thought we had that licked.
Yeah, not
I thought we knew how to deal with that, but it's fairly clear now that one way or another, this is a total failure. And in fact, if we had prevented these hijackings, the rest of this couldn't have taken place. And that's where I think we need to begin to look very hard at what we do and how we do it to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Right, as it was not just one aircraft that was hijacked, but four.
I simply don't understand it. We have always thought for some years now that we knew how to handle this potential hijackers. Whether it was just sloppy procedure or what it was, I don't know. But it certainly cannot happen again.
Mr. Eagleberger, if you would just hang on a second. Joining us on the phone now is Hassan Rahman, who is the chief representative in the United States of the Palestinian Authority. Mr. Rahman, we saw pictures this morning from Palestinian towns and villages in the West Bank of Palestinians celebrating this event. Is this a cause for Palestinians to celebrate?
Oh, absolutely not. It's a day of sadness. We are in deep shock. We condemn in the strongest possible terms this cowardly act against the United States and against the American installations. And absolutely, we in fact believe that the perpetrators of this horrible act should be brought to justice wherever they are.
Mr. Rahman, why should Americans believe you? Why should Americans not believe that the Taliban are saying, oh, how awful, that the Palestinians are saying, oh, how awful, because now that this successful terrorism has been carried out, someone is going to pay?
Well, first of all, why should not they believe me, to start with?
Well, I'm looking at the pictures of your people celebrating.
Well, it's not my people. There are a few kids in the streets who are angry at the Israelis, but they do not understand what had happened in the United States. Those cannot be representative neither of the Palestinian people at large nor of the Palestinian Authority. So we should not really misconstrue the reaction of a few teenagers in the street of Ramallah under siege with the position of the Palestinian people and how we feel in the Palestinian Authority.
Who do you think is a good candidate to look at for the responsibility for these acts?
I think it would be irresponsible from my side or anyone else to speculate at this point. There are American intelligence agencies who are involved in the investigation, and it is only prudent from all of us, and especially from the media, not to speculate, wait until we have sufficient evidence as to who are the perpetrators of this horrible act are.
Can you say, sir, that absolutely there is no Palestinian involvement in these terrorist attacks whatsoever?
I will say that absolutely there's no involvement of the Palestinian Authority or the PLO. Excuse me, I cannot say who is behind this, whoever it is, whether it is Palestinian, American, Latino, Chinese, Indian, Jewish, they should be condemned in the strongest possible terms, and they should be brought to justice.
You can understand how offensive many Americans find the footage of these Palestinians in the West Bank. They're celebrating and passing out candy and cheering and showing victory.
I find it offensive myself too, but what can you do? Those are young teenagers. I saw them on CNN, and we should not take them as representatives of the Palestinian people. There are 7 million Palestinians around. What you saw is about 50 or 60 Palestinian teenagers or young guys in the streets who are angry at the Israelis.
Mr. Rahman, who anywhere in the world, in your mind, has such a large grudge against the United States that they would want to carry out such an act?
Again, as I said, it would be very imprudent for me and irresponsible to try to speculate at this point.
Okay, but can you say definitively that there is no Palestinian organization that at least that I want to put a finer point on it, that even has the kind of sophisticated coordination and planning and perhaps even weaponry to coordinate something that is...
Listen, I would say that President Arafat made a statement to that effect. All the Palestinian organizations did the same thing, including Hamas and others. So I have no reason to believe that there is Palestinian involvement in it. And as I said, whoever is responsible, whether it is Palestinian, American, Jewish, Christian, Hindus, they should be punished for this crime.
Mr. Rahman, if you wouldn't mind hanging on just a second. Mr. Eagleberger, you've heard Mr. Rahman. Do you believe that the protestations and the quick statements to avoid blame are to be believed from the Taliban or the Palestinians or anybody?
Well, I think you have to parse it out. First of all, we all know perfectly well that the Taliban has been housing and comforting Osama bin Laden for years. Whether they had anything to do with this immediate event or not, the fact of the matter is they're responsible for having mothered him for a long time. I suspect that I'm reasonably confident that in fact the Palestinians did not have anything directly to do with this. But we missed the point to a degree when we talk this way. First of all, I'm afraid I think a number of Palestinians, more than just children, are pleased by this event, but that's a different matter, though we need to keep it in mind as we think about how we deal with Palestine in the future. But the fundamental point here is if you have played with terrorism, if you are a part of it one way or another, if you have been involved in this whole effort of creating a terrorist state, if you will, and creating the kind of atmosphere in which you can train these people and get them to do these sorts of acts, then I think it's more than time for the United States to decide that terrorism and terrorists, whether they are immediately involved in this issue or not, are our public enemy. They have threatened our national security, and we need to start dealing with terrorism and terrorists as a coordinated bunch, even though they may not always be so. It is time we made it clear to the rest of the world we simply, to the degree we can affect it, are not going to tolerate it anymore.
Lawrence Eagleberger, thank you very much.
All right, we take it now to correspondent Molly Falconer. She has been in one of the, well, she's been on ground zero, so to speak, where some of the wounded have been taken right after the collapse of the World Trade Center. We have Molly with us live. Molly?
Hey, Linda, we just finished up a briefing with New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik. They gave us the latest on the situation, and they still won't put a number on the number of dead and injured. They've been pouring in here to St. Vincent's Hospital, right where most of the wounded are coming. Many are burned. Some have suffered heart attacks, others smoke inhalation. A lot of the people who have been critically injured, 3 have died since we were here this morning and started bringing you our coverage. Many of them are rescue workers, and the mayor was quick to point out that they are interested in saving as many people as they can right now. That is the emphasis of this entire citywide effort going on with what has happened. Now, if you look around me right now, you can see what was the Family Information Center and just people who are on standby, gurneys out in the street, what has been out there all morning. We hear that there are 260 plus inside the hospital. A makeshift morgue, we have just learned, has been set up a few blocks away, but they are not releasing the location of that yet. We have had some hysterical bystanders who have been hauled away by police. The police are not taking any nonsense around here this morning. We've had a couple people try and break through these barricades. that encircle St. Vincent's Hospital. They need to get the patients in and out. They are not taking anything that is anyway in the least out of the ordinary lightly. We saw the police haul someone away. We're also hearing that the mental health hotlines are busy. The rescue workers, the main injuries are they're getting corneal abrasions, we have just heard, because the debris from downtown is falling on top of them, and their eyes are getting scratched. Right now, all emergency personnel, we have heard, are getting helmets, plastic glass wrapped around their heads if they are working downtown, because there is a concern about asbestos, there is a concern about toxicity, and a lot of these rescue workers are getting scraped up. There was a blood shortage here that is under control. They're asking for type O positive. Also, there have been medical shortages as well. Hospital personnel have been going out into the streets to local pharmacies asking them for all the burn medications they have. And if you look over here to my left, you can see some of the hospital workers and some of the 18-wheelers that just got trucked in here this morning to try and get as much medical supplies onto the premises as possible. The ambulances, as you can hear, even though this tragedy occurred hours ago, still going on. They are still coming into this hospital, already working at capacity. We hear the hospital gym has been made into a makeshift ER, as many of the hospitals. There are many as 500 doctors and nurses inside working around the clock. They have a disaster alert on. They're also asking for clothing and shoes from possible donors, because many of the victims have had their clothes blown right off them. We'll give you the latest as we know it. A next update is coming within the hour. Back to you.
Molly Falconer at St. Vincent's Hospital, where the injured have been taken, many injured, of course, and many dead as the rescue and search and rescue gets underway down at the World Trade Center. Joining us now from Capitol Hill, Carl Cameron, keeping an eye on congressional leaders as they met today to size this thing up. Carl.
Hi, John. Well, in fact, they're meeting as we speak behind closed doors in the Capitol Police headquarters, just off to my left, the right of people's television screens. A bit of a media encampment here as U.S. senators and members of Congress get national security briefings from the FBI, CIA, National Security Council, various different security officials trying to give them an update. And there is a movement afoot between both Republicans and Democrats, particularly in the Senate, to reconvene Congress later this evening. If nothing else, just as a symbolic gesture of American unity and courage that the American people will not be deterred by these apparent terrorist attacks that took place earlier today. The leadership, Tom Daschle, the majority leader, the Democrat in the U.S. Senate, and the House Speaker, Dennis Hastert, the Republican, are in a secure location, sort of off campus. They are not at the Capitol, but most of the other senators and congressmen did in fact stay on Capitol Hill, even though the Capitol building itself was evacuated shortly after the planes struck the World Trade Towers in New York City. So as we speak, ongoing briefings and both a political and a symbolic national security decision being made by lawmakers here as to whether or not they will reconvene Congress before the end of today, sometime later tonight perhaps, as a gesture to those apparent terrorists and the world that the U.S. government goes ahead undeterred. John, Linda.
Carl, I got to ask you, is there talk of retribution? Is there talk of striking back? Is there talk of figuring out, even though we didn't know this one was coming, maybe figuring out exactly who's responsible and hitting back?
Oh, absolutely. The rhetoric that one hears from lawmakers talking about this as deplorable and despicable is evident. I'm going to try to put Anne-Marie Willis, our camera person, through her paces here. Forgive us for the quality of this shot because we have some arriving dignitaries as part of this upcoming security briefing. You see, obviously, a large contingent of Secret Service, U.S. Marshals, various officials as they prepare for yet another dignitary to arrive here. About 25 lawmakers, senators and Republicans alike, had a conference call with the Republican and Democratic leadership, who, as we said earlier, are not actually at the Capitol. They are in a secure location somewhere else. And now we see Hillary Rodham Clinton, the junior senator from New York, who is going in for the briefing. Of course, Mrs. Clinton, as the former First Lady, does in fact have her own Secret Service contingent. She doesn't normally have that detail with her at the Capitol, or at least it is very, very nondescript and discreet, because she wants to appear like the rest of her colleagues to be little more than just an average U.S. senator, if there can be such a thing. But as you see, more and more lawmakers streaming in for this very important briefing, perhaps for them the first definitive information as to exactly what's going on. And yet earlier, when some of them came out to talk to us, it was very clear that the information that they're getting is very spotty. Obviously, the investigation is still only in its first few hours, and the most critical information sure to go to the president and the administration. Lawmakers waiting for any insight, any information. And John, as to your question about talk of retribution, at this point there is across the board decrying of all of this, but as to retribution, lawmakers particularly careful not to make any overt suggestions and lay blame. There are obviously a lot of suspicions that this may be something from Islamic fundamentalists, someone from the Arab world, or the types of terrorists who have tormented the U.S., whether it was in Yemen when the USS Cole was bombed or elsewhere. But they're also cautious to say it's still very early, and that type of speculation could prove unwarranted, notwithstanding all the signals that they are very suspicious that that's in fact where the blame may lie.
Carl Cameron live on Capitol Hill. Carl, thank you very much. The first plane hit the first World Trade Center tower shortly before 9 a.m. More than 7 hours later, there are still flames. We have correspondent David Lee Miller on the scene. David?
Hi, Linda, that's right. At this hour, the fire still continues to burn. You can take a look behind me. You can see a great deal of black smoke, a huge plume of black smoke that you can see throughout all of lower Manhattan. We are told by one firefighter source that a building identified as Trade Center number 7 is in danger of collapse. We are told that engineers have gotten as close as they can to the building, and that this building is on fire, and that there is a chance that this building could give way. And we are told that if it does, they expect that it would collapse in a southerly direction. The World Trade Center towers fell northerly. This would fall in the opposite direction. Right now, they are doing their best to try and contain the situation. Emergency vehicles are on the scene. The streets to lower Manhattan are effectively sealed off to all pedestrian traffic. The only thing allowed down here are a few media vehicles and, of course, firefighters, police, and EMS. Now, Mayor Giuliani held a news conference a short time ago. He said that as many as 200 people have been critically hurt. In total, right now, 600 taken to area hospitals. The big question, though, at this hour, how many people are actually entombed, are trapped in the rubble? Now, we believe that a great many of those who are trapped are some of the emergency workers themselves. I was here shortly after 9 o'clock this morning. Police and fire were racing to the scene, and that, of course, soon thereafter is when the buildings themselves began to give way. I was a few blocks away. One of the buildings collapsed. I ran, as did a number of the police and fire who were in the nearby streets, but a great many officers, New York's finest and New York's bravest, were trapped inside. A number of people fled thinking that they were not going to get out of here alive. Now, if you take a look at the streets in lower Manhattan, they are littered now with women's shoes, and that's because so many people here fled the scene. Women fled the scene. They discarded their high heels, and they just wanted out of here as fast as they could. Now, we are told that the scene at St. Vincent's Hospital has received most of the injured. If you take a look at the hospital itself, outside there are dozens and dozens of gurneys. Most of them are still empty. There are nurses, doctors. I even saw a priest, and they are bracing for a very busy night. And one interesting aside to all this, when I was here this morning, there was a great deal of disbelief about what had happened. It slowly began to turn to shock. A lot of people were crying, and now with each passing minute, more and more people are outraged, and they are demanding some type of retribution. Back to you.
David, just hang on a second. We're going to go now to Neil Cavuto downstairs for an update on the New York markets, and I guess, Neil, maybe the world markets reacting to all of this.
You're right, John. They, no surprise, never opened today, and they're not opening tomorrow. The New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, the American Stock Exchange. I might throw in the New York Mercantile Exchange, which was housed in that left tower there, the one that was on smoke, not the one that was hit by that plane, Tower 1, will be closed tomorrow as well. This is the first time in stock market history they have been closed this long in the event of a national disaster. But the New York Stock Exchange saying it will not open for business. This is as much technical as anything else. The lines that allow for something called cross-trading between the various exchanges and the futures markets, this all seems arcane, are down because the World Trade Center is no more. So there is no effective way now to trade stocks or futures. You can't trade in the metals, you can't trade in the oils. And the better part of valor for a lot of these guys earlier today, those who had connections to foreign markets, was to bid up the price of oil and gold, John. And in fact, those were rocketing today as really one of the few places, or a couple of the few places, to put their cash. But the financial markets, as much really representative of symbolically what's going on here, will not be open tomorrow either. So whoever committed this heinous act today, if the gist was not only to cause tremendous physical damage and obviously a tremendous loss of life, they have also cut the financial capital of the world to the core. It will not be open for business. Indications are now, we're told from New York Stock Exchange officials, that they will try for Thursday morning at the normal time. But keep in mind, this will affect global trading because everything pretty much hinges on the big boy in town, New York. Again, the major exchanges closed today. They will be closed again tomorrow.
Neil, the exchanges, the major corporations that are in that building must know something about the survival of their own people. Is any word leaking out from those companies that had hundreds, if not thousands, in that building, what they think or know about the fate of their employees?
Well, you know, it's a good question, John. I wish I could tell you, because I have a lot of close friends, many I've known for the past 20 years in my reporter days, having frequently gone to those two towers, who I cannot contact, and I've tried the better part of the day to get in touch with them. We've gotten no word from Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter. We've gotten no word from a lot of folks I know at the New York Mercantile Exchange who trade in the oils and the futures markets that set the price of even the gasoline that we get at the pumps many times. No word from our folks at Cantor Fitzgerald, the big financial services firm, or Keefe Bruyette Woods, the big financial services concern, or Allstate Insurance. No indication as yet how far or extensive the damage was, or how people we've routinely had on this network and on my show over the past 5 years of this network and many years before that are even alive. So when these huge institutions, which play a vital role in the world capital markets, are not being heard from, you always fear for the worst. You hope for the best, but you fear for the worst. And I got to tell you, John, I have many, many dear and close friends and associates and contacts, none of whom I've heard from today.
You know, Neil, we're going to hear a lot more about this in the next couple of days, and we're hoping for the best for everybody. Linda.
Also there is movement from the President of the United States. He apparently has wrapped up a National Security Council meeting that he was conducting via phone at Offutt Air Force Base. There you see Air Force One in the air. He is headed back to the White House. We learned from Karen Hughes, senior advisor to the President, that Vice President Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice were already at a secure facility inside the White House, as are other senior White House staffers. Apparently, it has been decided that the President will go back there, join them as they continue to formulate a response to this. Another key player here, the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, he is not at the White House. He is at the Pentagon, even though there was a plane crash earlier there today. His office specifically not affected, so he remains there. But again, after finishing up a National Security Council meeting via secure phone at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, the President now is en route back to Washington, D.C., presumably headed toward the White House to that secure facility where Vice President Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice are already waiting.
Linda, joining us now, Senator James Inhofe of Oklahoma, who is on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Senator, thanks very much for joining us. We evidently didn't know this was coming. Does that mean we won't be able to find out who did it?
Well, for one thing, I hope there's a wake-up call here, John, because, you know, ever since in the last 10 years of the decimation of our military, along with that is the intelligence budget. So we don't have the intelligence that we need. And I think that that's going to be a response to this tragedy, is that we're going to start rebuilding both our defense system and our intelligence. You got to keep in mind that anyone who would fly an airplane into the World Trade Center would also deploy a missile at the United States. We're dealing with that kind of a mentality, so I hope this serves as a wake-up call to start a massive rebuilding of our defense system and our intelligence system.
Senator, it is not... earlier we heard from the chief representative of the Palestinian Authority in the United States. He said they didn't have anything to do with it. Maybe you could say, well, gee, it would be kind of tough for the Palestinians to learn how to fly a 757. But it's pretty easy to identify what countries could train people to fly a 757, to fly it into the World Trade Center after it had been hijacked. That list comes to mind to nearly anybody. Is that who we're going to be looking at?
Well, we don't really know. People talk about bin Laden. They talk about the obvious ones out there. One of the things that I would recall to your attention is the footage that you had on Fox News of the Palestinians celebrating the death of these thousands of Americans just a few minutes ago. And as to who has the capability, you can hire that, John. You can. There are people out there on the market who can do that. This was well thought out, and it's one that was the professionals executed.
Well, so what happens? I mean, do we sit here and say, okay, we've got to investigate this and figure out who it is, and then we'll send FBI agents around the world and gather up the suspects and have a 2-year trial and, like Ramzi Youssef, put somebody in jail? Or do we launch our military might?
No, we launch immediately, but you don't know who. People say, is this war? Yeah, it's an active war, but you can't declare a war until you know who the adversary is. We don't know who the adversary is right now. The first thing that has to be done is learn who the adversary is. It's either going to be state-sponsored or not state-sponsored. At least this would be my opinion. And your response would be different in each way. So, yes, we need to act immediately. I think you're going to see that we have a president who's on his way back to Washington as we speak. He was going to be very decisive as soon as we launch everything we can to determine who it is and who's responsible.
All right, Senator James Inhofe of Oklahoma on the Senate Armed Services Committee, thanks very much for joining us. Right now we're going to Professor
Barry Levin. He's of the University of California. He is a renowned terrorism expert. As of course, the main job here at the White House, or at the White House right now, is to figure out who might be responsible for this massive act of terrorism. Professor, thanks for being with us. You have obviously done a lot of study on any organization that could be responsible, that could have the kind of network that would carry out something like this. Who do you think is prime suspect number one?
Well, there are a handful of organizations. I think obviously Osama bin Laden is at the top of the list. Let me just say that we have to look at a couple of things. We have to look at who has a motive. There are tons of people throughout the world who do not like the United States. So there are a bunch of those kind. But who would have the opportunity and the means? That narrows it up a bunch. And I think one of the things that we've been seeing over the last couple of decades has been a decline in state-sponsored terrorism and an increase in these smaller, autonomous, but very well funded and expert organizations like bin Laden. That being said, I'd like to point out that we've been having an air attack going on against Iraq for some time. It hasn't gotten a lot of coverage, but we've been doing overflights practically daily now, so certainly that regime would also possibly have a motive, but right now it's pure speculation. The thing here that I think points to a Middle Eastern connection is the fact that we've seen similar activity like this in the past. Let me give you an example. About a decade ago, there was a plan to blow up 9 American airliners over the Pacific. That was thwarted by our law enforcement and intelligence community. In addition, recently, we've been starting to see an uptick in the anti-American rhetoric, and importantly, too, and this was something that we've noticed throughout those of us who monitor this stuff, that American-related targets were hit in Israel. The Sparrow restaurant was a heavily trafficked tourist destination in a part of Jerusalem that had Americans there.
All right, Professor, I mean, I understand that, but you have to really narrow it down to which organization. I mean, we're putting pieces together here. Whoever planned this has to have people, number one, who can probably fly planes, but people who are so skilled that they can hijack not 1, but 4 commercial airliners at once. They can get through extensive airport security in Boston, at Dulles Airport in Virginia, at Newark Airport in New Jersey. What kind of organization is that well coordinated that can do this?
Well, I think we have organizations, but the fact of the matter is they have offshoots. So you can have someone who might throw somebody $1 million and say, learn what you have to learn to attack the great Satan, and try and keep enough distance so that it's hard to find out who it is.
Well, let me take you back to this plan. When you were talking about a decade ago, and I remember what you're talking about, there was this plan coordinated to blow up 9 American airliners over the Pacific. It was thwarted. Who was behind it?
Fundamentalists from the Middle East were behind that. You know, additionally, look, there are a lot of people who don't like the United States, and I think right now, certainly bin Laden's at the top of the list for someone who has this kind of visceral hatred and the kind of money and planning and professionalism behind him, but I don't want to take out of the range of possibilities the fact that there might be intermediaries who might have been funded by someone who has the money, but not as directly connected as you might think. The new face that we're seeing today with terrorism are these terrorists that are not necessarily state-sponsored, but sponsored by mentors like bin Laden and the like.
Professor Brian Levin, terrorism expert at the University of California. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're joined now by Pat Robertson, coming to us from, I'm not quite sure where you are, Mr. Robertson.
I'm in Virginia Beach.
All right, good to see you. Of course, I think I know your reaction to this. I would expect your reaction to be a total revulsion. But what do you make of it?
Well, John, we operated a television station in southern Lebanon since 1982 that was overrun by the Hezbollah. We've seen bombings. Our studio was car bombed a couple of times. We've been the victim of a mortar attack, etc. So we've seen these people operate. They were funded out of Iran through Syria. I've been twice with Yasser Arafat. Seen how heavily armed they are in Bethlehem, and I was just over in Israel, at the end of July, and I saw what was necessary. The Israelis are under terrific pressure, and I knew they had to move in against the PLO, and when they did that, we would see Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and these other groups come against America. I knew it. I told our staff on Labor Day that it was going to happen, and it happened just a little bit faster than I thought.
Well, Mr. Robertson, I got to say, the Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, and they can all drive Ryder trucks loaded with bombs. And they can all go in a building with a bomb strapped to them. In this case, one has to believe at this point, until somebody proves it, that a terrorist got behind the yoke of the airplane and flew it into those targets. Who can do that?
Well, if you have $100 million, you can train a lot of pilots, and I think Osama bin Laden has $100 million plus. There is no doubt that the Gulf Arab states are funneling money into terrorist organizations. As a matter of fact, the Hamas is working out of Dallas, Texas. They had a big fundraiser. They take tens of millions of dollars out of the United States, money laundering out of here. So with that kind of money, you can set up training camps, you can hire pilots, and once an extremist gets the idea that if he blows up the great Satan, he's going to spend eternity in paradise with all those pretty women and everything that they promise him, then getting 4 suicide pilots isn't all that tough.
Pat Robertson, we thank you very much for your time. We need to go now to Senator Joe Lieberman of Connecticut. He's with us on the phone. Senator, we understand that there has been a meeting at the Capitol Hill Police headquarters of some leaders from Congress. What can you tell us?
Oh, there were between 25 and 30 of us members.
We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice. Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy. The following is a summary of the known facts surrounding today's incidents. American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Rami.
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City, and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood, We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met.
That scene you see in the other picture there, of course, that's House Speaker Hastert. You also saw a glimpse of Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. They are gathering for some remarks to be made by congressional leaders surrounded by a number of other members of Congress. So you see Dick Armey, the House Majority Leader, in the background, and you see David Bonnier there. These are all, the joint leadership of Congress is going to be heard shortly.
To fight this evil that's been perpetrated on this nation, we will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price. We're not sure who this is yet. Justified, and when those suspicions are justified, we will act. We will stand with the President, we will stand with this government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time. Thank you.
These despicable acts were an assault on our people and on our freedom. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts. Congress will convene tomorrow with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the President and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts.
From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, wide with home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thought it was going to hit the plane, and turned out that it was actually the building. I looked up, and it was like the pictures you see of buildings being imploded just in slow motion coming right down toward us. We ran as fast as we could 2 or 3 blocks, and luckily made it out past the debris. We got hit by a big cloud of water.
Our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood, and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush speaking from the Oval Office as the fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, at the National Security Agency there, and the rubble continues to pile up in southern Manhattan. The president insisted today that thousands of lives were suddenly ended today, and now saying that he promised to commit the full resources of the nation's intelligence and law enforcement communities to find the terrorists responsible and to bring them to justice. There is an urgent plea out this evening for blood in the New York City area. The blood supply said to be dangerously low. For those who are in the New York City area and can help, they ask that you call 1-800-933-BLOOD. That's 1-800-933-BLOOD for locations in Metro New York. And for those who would like to help with the Red Cross, 1-800-HELP-NOW. We're back with continuing coverage at the top of the hour. Now let's continue with the O'Reilly Factor. Bill O'Reilly stuck out on Long Island as the bridges and tunnels are closed. He's broadcasting from the studios of News 12 Long Island this evening, and our thanks to them. Bill?
Okay, Shepard, thank you very much. Let's go to Washington, D.C. now and check in with the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who is a Fox News analyst. Speaker, I want to talk about repercussions and how you see this story playing out in the next week. Anything come immediately to mind?
Well, Bill, let me just say that I think the greatest danger for America is to use the language you just used. And I don't mean to be confrontational, but I want to make a point here. This is not a story. This is the most serious attack on American civilians in the history of the United States. For many, many years, there was a myth around the planet that you could set off bombs in Europe, you could set off bombs in Asia, you could set off bombs in Israel, but you didn't come to America. Starting with the World Trade Center bombing a few years ago, that myth began to be challenged. Today, we crossed a watershed in American history. And the question now is, since our enemies have declared war on us, what will we do? And I'm very, very concerned that we'll gradually go back to finding some way to have business as usual. This is an enormous historic moment.
All right, but you just answered my question, because repercussions of what this is all about right now. So we have oil, for example, jumping $6 a barrel today. We have reports of people going to the grocery stores and being kind of panicky. We have reports of some Congress people being disenchanted with the intelligence community. We have all of the things in play. Do you...
I couldn't have lost you, I think.
Anything be addressed immediately, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, I think my hope is that in the next day or so, the President will go to a joint session of Congress. My hope is the President will ask for a declaration of war against terrorists and against any who harbor them. And my hope is that the Congress will give the intelligence community both the power it needs and the money it needs, and that the Congress will give the Defense Department the authority and the resources to do whatever it takes.
All right, let me stop you there.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not getting you.
Me now, Mr. Speaker?
Mr.
I hear you
Speaker,
now.
Shepard Smith in New York, I believe we've lost Bill O'Reilly's connection. He's picking up on the conversation. As we move forward now, how important is it that the right tone be set, not only in this city and in Washington, but across the nation? Mr. Speaker, there are very real fears now that people will begin to look at their neighbors in a different way, and that there really could be trouble down the road.
Look, the trouble's here. There are thousands of Americans dead tonight. And I think, look at the loss of life in New York City. Look at the attack on the Pentagon. Look at the airplane crash in near Pittsburgh. The fact is, we as a country need to express our anger by turning it into effective action. And the action oughtn't to be directed at some witch hunt at the intelligence agencies, which I heard about today, or some other scapegoat effort. The action ought to be to say to every country in the world that hosts terrorists,
Mr. Speaker,
we will do what it takes to stop you.
I hate to...
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm back online here.
Yes, sir.
You know, and we want to tell everybody that we are live and we are reacting to what's happened, which is why you're seeing pictures of the Pentagon situation now. And we have a few technical problems. But we know from intelligence reports that Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, countries like this, even Yemen, a few other Middle Eastern countries, do harbor terrorists. Libya, right. They have camps there. I mean, we know this from satellites reconnaissance. We know these things, and we've known them for decades. Are you saying tonight that we need to take action against these countries for what they've done in the past, or do we have to develop new information?
Look, as long as there was terrorism outside the United States, we were diplomatic, we were pressuring, but this is different. This morning, the forces of evil who are organized for terrorism declared war on the American people. The only question we have now is whether the American elites have the nerve to declare war back.
But when you say declare war back, I want you to be as specific because it's extremely important.
I mean, if we reach a conclusion, and I'm not prejudging it, if we reach a conclusion that this is Osama bin Laden and this is his organization, then we say systematically, starting with Afghanistan, turn those people over to us, or we will use whatever level of force is necessary. And the reason, Bill, is very straightforward. If we allow this to go unpunished, if we go back to business as usual, I think there will be more attacks in this country. I think our enemies will become bolder. The price of oil goes down when America is strong and certain. The price of oil goes up when our enemies think they can get away with it.
All right. Well,
it's a political price.
I know
what
what you're saying, but you see, the problem is, as we just heard, is that we don't know where Osama bin Laden is. We don't know where he is.
Bill, CNN interviewed him, ABC interviewed him, Time Magazine interviewed him, the British interviewed him. The fact is, and every interview I believe was in Afghanistan, the notion that reporters can find bin Laden when he wants to be found, and we can't figure out from those reports where he is, I think we could in fact bring dramatically more power to bear. And my point's simple. There are forces on this planet who are trying to get weapons of mass destruction. What we saw today is a warning. And if we don't rid the planet of systematic terrorism, and we don't make it impossible for nation states to harbor terrorists, to harbor training camps, to harbor refugee areas, to basically create the entire understructure of these terrorist groups, we are going to pay an unending price for the rest of our lifetimes.
All right. What is your reaction to the pictures that we saw in Palestine where some Arabs over there were rejoicing in the streets?
Look, Palestinian people have been told by their leadership for a generation to hate Israel, to hate America. Arafat has publicly talked about the great joys of going to heaven and the great honor of being a bomber. Why would we expect people who've been propagandized for a generation to behave differently than we've seen them behave? I don't blame any of the Palestinian people. They've been told that over and over again. But I think we've got to take accountable for ourselves what are our actions going to be when we lose thousands of Americans. And our actions have to be decisive and firm. I don't think we can talk ourselves out of this. I don't think witch hunting the CIA is going to cut it. I don't think having a FBI investigative team is going to do it. This is an act of war, and we need to respond as a country by being prepared to declare war, and that legally liberates the Central Intelligence Agency and liberates the Defense Department to get serious. And then I think we need to say to Sudan, to Afghanistan, and to any other country that's harboring these people, turn them over to us or pay the consequences directly and militarily for your behavior.
All right. Do you have confidence in the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency that they can pinpoint movements of people like Osama bin Laden and that they have enough intelligence? Because, as you know, for President Bush to go...
I think we lost Bill again.
He has to, can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe we will have...
Wait a minute, let me finish my question. For him to go in there and to bomb them or invade them, he's got to convince our allies that he has enough evidence to do it. And do you have enough confidence that the CIA and other intelligence agencies can that evidence?
I believe I'm right in saying we've already indicted him for being behind the bombing of 2 American embassies. We've already indicted him for being behind the bombing of Americans and American allies in Saudi Arabia. I mean, I'm not prejudging what happened today in New York City and Washington as being bin Laden, but my guess is within a very few days we'll know pretty clearly whether or not this was bin Laden, and that'll give us some opportunity to then make a decision.
All right.
All I am saying is when we will find who did this. We've been very consistently effective in doing that. When we find who did this, I think we have to say we are seriously at war with terrorism, not merely this is a criminal justice problem. I don't want to bring these people to justice. I want to defeat them in such a way that no other party watching the experience will decide that they want to do something to American civilians.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thanks very much. We appreciate, as always, your point of view. And I want to go now to Washington, where Mr. Speaker is, to 3 counterterrorist experts, I should say. First, joining us from Boston, I should say, is David Hunt, who is a retired Army colonel and security expert. And in Washington, terrorist expert James Dunnigan. I'm sorry, he's in New York. I'll get this right. Boston is Colonel Hunt, Mr. Dunnigan in New York, and in Washington, Ambassador Edward Walker, the Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern Affairs. We'll start with you, Mr. Secretary. Do you agree with Newt Gingrich that we've got to go in there and militarily solve this situation?
I would agree with him. We are in a state of war, and I think the President was right to declare war on terrorism. It's not just a military problem, though. It may partially be a military problem, in which case we have the forces and the capability to do something about it. But it is also a diplomatic problem and a leadership problem. It's time we found out who our friends are and who is going to stand with us in a global attack on the concept of terrorism. This is something that affects everyone. Everyone has a fundamental interest in it, and it's time to stop making excuses.
All right. Now, Mr. Dunnigan in New York, do you buy the fact that the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, can pinpoint the movements of a person like Osama bin Laden? We can get him, we know where he is, and take him out relatively quickly? Do you buy that?
There would be nothing relatively quickly about this. Afghanistan is landlocked. Most likely we'd have to make a deal with the Russians to go in there. It's not easy searching for people in Afghanistan, but if we put enough troops in there, yeah, the CIA and the NSA can get enough information to help us run them down. It's a matter of will. If you want them bad enough, you'll get them. And that will discourage terrorism. We saw that before when we bombed Gaddafi. They do respond to force, but as has been pointed out, there are diplomatic costs to be paid.
All right. Well, I think at this point we're beyond diplomatic costs.
You're never
Wouldn't you agree, Colonel Hunt,
costs.
in Boston? I think the diplomatic costs are pretty much down the drain with more than 10,000 Americans dead.
I think have we had enough yet?
Yeah, we have had enough yet.
Well, I don't know. I hear diplomats. I hear, look, we've had the coal. We've had the guys in Saudi Arabia. I think you're right. It could be over 10,000 guys, men and women killed. Are we mad enough now? Have we had enough? We have the capability. We have not had the political will it takes to go get these guys. The answer to the question about Afghanistan is no. As of now, we have not had anybody inside Afghanistan hunting him. We've hamstrung the finest intelligence community, the finest military, special forces, special operations guys in the world for the last 10 years. We have not let them do their jobs.
When you say we, I didn't have anything to do with this, and I'm sure you didn't either. Who's we?
Look, we all voted. Well, we're all in this one. We've just been attacked. Okay, my kids are scared. Our wives are scared. They just attacked and killed. It took 4 airplanes. We've been telling airports. I ran a hijacking exercise in Boston 10 years ago. Okay, getting ready, helping them. The FAA has been doing this all over the country. This is not new news that airports are vulnerable.
All right, but what I'm saying to you is when you say we didn't have the will, are you saying that our political leaders...
Look, all of us. Look, we have not been talking on television, and I've been on Fox a lot. I haven't been talking for the last 10 years. Every time someone gets on and says, we need to go get somebody, we get this wall of opinion that maybe not the politically correct thing to do.
All right, Mr. Secretary, do you agree with that the nation has not had the will to deal with these people in the past?
I think that's true. I think, frankly, that we have got to make sure that when we are going after somebody, we're going to get the help we need. During the Gulf War, we had an enormous cooperation throughout most of the world in trying to defend ourselves against terrorist attacks mounted by Iraq. It was effective because the world started to cooperate with us. When they don't cooperate with us, we can attack, we can do things, but we can't stop this concept of terrorism unless everybody pitches in and starts doing their job. That's what we need now.
Mr. Dunnigan, you're a terrorist expert. You must know that an attack of this magnitude would unleash the full power of the United States. So, if you know it and I know it, certainly the terrorists who did this know it. Do they care?
You're not dealing with rational operators here. It's like World War II. The Navy anticipated everything about Japan except the kamikaze. We're dealing with kamikazes. They all expect to go to heaven, you know, for their cause. That's a very different kind of enemy. You can fight them. We defeated the Japanese in World War II, but it's going to cost you a little more than you expect. It can be done. It probably should be done, but they'll keep coming.
But they don't really care whether we attack them. Is that what you're saying?
No, but we care if we attack them, because if we attack them and destroy them, they don't attack us.
But there are so many of them, are there?
There are not that many of them, no. What makes Osama bin Laden particularly effective is his organizational skills. There are very few people in the Arab and the Islamic world who want to become suicide bombers. He has the managerial skills to gather them all together, to train them, to screen them, and to deploy them. He's a very rare individual like that. If we destroy Osama bin Laden, there may be another one out there. But until Osama number 2 shows up, we have a period of peace.
Are you convinced that it was bin Laden?
Right now, he's the likely suspect. I'd be very surprised if it was anyone else, because the only other people in the world that we know of that use suicide bombers are the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka, and they don't operate internationally.
Well, how about Hamas? Hamas is a pretty dastardly outfit.
Hamas is all part of the same, organization, so to speak. Not the organization per se, but they all belong to the same club. The Sri Lankans are Hindus.
All right. Now, Colonel Hunt, I asked Newt Gingrich this question. I'm going to ask you, because you're kind of a hawk. We know in the past that nations like Libya, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and a few of the other Arab countries have harbored terrorist camps where they train people to do these kinds of things. Would you take action against those countries for what they have done in the past?
A carpet bomber. Look, there's no question. Look, what have we done? What did we do about... It's not about being a hawk, Bill. What did we do in Lebanon when they blew up the barracks? What did we do in Saudi Arabia when they killed all those great Air Force guys? What have we done about the coal? And what did we do about we brought people to trial? Okay, we have known where these people are, okay, and we haven't gone after them. Okay, I wouldn't, and if we, in all due respect to the current secretary, if we line up for world opinion, it isn't going to happen. Okay, they have come after the United States of America. It is time to stop talking, go find them, and kill them.
How methodical would you be about it, though, if we react and we make a mistake?
I'm not talking about wiping out countries that are involved. We can pinpoint, if we allow our national intelligence community We allow our investigative powers. We put money on the street. We put the right people at this problem. We'll find them. And then we take, and I mean, once we get the organization, then I want the country that housed them. I want the country that allowed them to operate. They've got to pay. They've got to be a payment there also.
Mr. Secretary, there is a law signed by President Ford that says that members of the United States cannot assassinate anybody, members of the U.S. government. So in the past, when we had to do that, we used the British Special Services to do it for us. Do you believe that that will be changed by President Bush? Will we be allowed to assassinate our enemies?
I don't know whether he's going to take action like that. I certainly hope he does not. I don't think that we should be luring ourselves to the level of others. But I want to make it very clear. I'm not suggesting that we line up and allow the international community to tell us what to do. I'm saying that we should tell the international community what to do. And if our friends don't stick with us, then they're going to have to pay a price too. That's what we have to do. We have to get serious about this, and our friends have to know that if they don't cooperate, that they're going to be taking a price and paying a price in terms of our own friendship.
All right. Wouldn't it be possible for the President and Congress to declare war on terrorism or terrorist states, and there, under the blanket of the declaration of war, be able to go in and take out, assassinate, murder, not murder, but kill people like Osama bin Laden?
Well,
wouldn't that be possible?
Under the conditions of war, you have a different set of rules that apply, and we are certainly in a war. The trouble is trying to locate and pinpoint, as the former speaker said. We're going to have a lot of help in doing this. Intelligence coordination and cooperation is critical to the success of our operations. We can't do it all alone. And we've got to make sure that people come on board with us and take this threat that is a threat to the entire world seriously, and we all eliminate it.
Right. Well,
eliminate
if
those
our
engaged.
allies, if any of our allies, and I'm looking at France right now, don't cooperate fully with us now, we should take economic reprisals against them, certainly. Now, Mr. Dunnigan, if the President does declare war on terrorist states, he would be allowed, and Congress goes along, to take out and kill people like Osama bin Laden. Is that what we should do?
Tried it with, Gaddafi in Libya, and it certainly gave him a scare, and he slowed down an awful lot after that. I mean, the basic problem is we're not dealing with diplomatic people. We're not dealing with polite people. We're dealing with people who believe in using any means necessary to hit at your enemy. And the only language they understand in turn is the same thing. I mean, that's been the lesson of history.
A tradition in this country of not, as the Secretary just said, going down to the level of terrorists by killing them. And I'm saying to you that that policy of not doing that may have hampered us in our fight against terrorists.
No, we've been hampered by a lot of new rules. For example, you can't even hire people who have a shady background. And of course, if we applied that rule domestically, you wouldn't get very many convictions because most of the witnesses against criminals are criminals themselves. We basically have to face the realities that we're dealing with some very nasty, very desperate, and basically very fearless people. And if you don't want to deal with them, in an absolute sense, to actually go in there and either win or don't bother with it, then don't bother with it.
All right. Now, Colonel, do you feel this is a military operation at this point or an intelligence operation?
It's a combination. You're going to have to use the combined powers of the national intelligence community and the military intelligence capabilities to find this guy. Or whoever did this. I think it's very simple to keep talking about bin Laden. Bin Laden can't exist without money from Saudi Arabia, and he can't exist without being in the middle of Afghanistan. And oh, by the way, I don't need the Russians' permission to go to Afghanistan. We got the Pakistanis and the Indians who will be very helpful. We have not, we've talked about it, Bill, but we have not gotten serious about this guy or whoever else did this. And again, taking care of whoever did this terrible act, this day of infamy, we've got to also take care of the country or countries that have supported it. And war has been declared.
Okay.
Now what do you want to do?
Well, as you pointed out, Osama bin Laden is wanted by the United States right now. So he's wanted for the Cole bombing. He's wanted for the bombings in Africa. There's no reason on earth why we should not be stalking and hunting down this man right now, just for those things. And then if he's implicated in this, then we have him already.
We've been hunting him. We've been doing all the ball and chain around us. With the people, I know the guys that are doing it. I'm telling you that they have not been. We've already heard where the national intelligence community is prohibited from hiring people or dealing with people that have nasty backgrounds.
Right, that's what Mr. Dunnigan just said.
That
Well,
kind of stuff has got to stop.
I think we got to let the chains fall down and let the
Bill, you got
dogs
to unleash the dogs of war.
All right. Gentlemen, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Colonel Hunt in Boston, Mr. Dunnigan in New York, and Ambassador Walker in Washington, D.C. Shepard, I want to just debrief. We got about 90 seconds left here, and I want to go to Shepard Smith in New York. You've been covering the story all day. I saw you on top of the building looking down. And is there anything about the story in the coverage of it that is really, you know, I asked this to Dan Cohen at the top of the hour, really stuck in your mind?
I think the silence is what stuck initially, Bill. In the moments after it all happened throughout the city, a very quiet, solemn, slow-moving sense of what has just happened. And I think that it is still here. There are hundreds of people outside our building in Manhattan right now, Bill, watching this on the monitors, all of them wondering, who do I know who I will never see again?
Right.
It is an overwhelming and indescribable feeling. Bill, I remember the hours after the Oklahoma City bombing. We knew what was going on there. We knew there were hundreds dead. We knew pretty much who they were. This is an attack on all that America is and all that America can be. And there is a real pall here tonight.
You know what impressed me is that in New York, a city of 8 million, and then when all the commuters come in, it swells sometimes up to 12 million people a day. You didn't have any looting. You didn't have anybody taking advantage of the situation. You had orderly evacuations, no panic. It was something that everybody realized that, look, this is the time to cooperate. This is the time to cooperate. Shepard, I'm going to throw it over to you, and thanks for the fine work you did all day today.
And Bill, thank you very much. Bill O'Reilly on Long Island this night, because he could not make it back to Manhattan.